There's a game called Empire of Emperor. Literally translated, it means the Emperor's Empire, a fantasy war simulation set in a modern military era. The game wasn't particularly famous, but to me, it was a masterpiece. Not because of flashy graphics or popularity, but because of its deep, reactive NPC system. Peasants from different regions held distinct values. Soldiers weren't mindless pawns, they had personal grievances, and if leadership failed to address them, they would desert or even rebel. Allies could become enemies based on your choices, and enemies could become allies. Every playthrough was different. A single decision could branch the story into an entirely new arc. But there was one unchanging truth. The Empire always lost. You played as a protagonist from the Allied nations, and no matter what you did, the Holy Bavarian Empire was destined to fall. And now, I was inside that very world. As you all know, the Allied nations have encircled our infantry 3 kilometers from the first defensive line, 5 kilometers from the second. If we can't break through, the war is lost. The voice belonged to a rugged man with a scarred face and sharp eyes. I knew him well. Brigadier General Heinrich Schmidt, commander of the 1st Magic Mobile Corps. An NPC you couldn't avoid in the game. And if he was here, then this was no dream. I looked around the operations tent, my eyes falling on the eagle emblazoned banner behind him, the symbol of the Holy Bavarian Empire. There was no mistaking it. I had somehow transmigrated into the game. And worse, I wasn't a nameless background character. A glance at my uniform told me everything. 2nd Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, Assistant Operations Planner, Imperial General Staff. Great. I had joined the command structure of an empire destined to crumble. If I hadn't known the ending, I might have been proud an elite officer in the heart of military strategy. But in this case, my shiny title meant absolutely nothing. Because when the empire lost, its leaders were executed as war criminals. That included people like me. I wasn't going to die with this sinking ship. But there was a problem. Resignation wasn't an option. Officers were bound by an 8-year mandatory service term. Still, one loophole remained. Dishonorable discharge. If I could get court-martialed deemed unfit to serve, I could escape. And right now, I had an opportunity. Lieutenant. I snapped out of my thoughts. Heinrich and the other officers were staring at me. It seemed you were deep in thought over the map. Do you have a proposal? They were expecting a tactical insight. A flash of brilliance from a young officer. Perfect. I'd give them exactly what they didn't want to hear. Commander, sir, I began, respectfully. With all due respect, how do you intend to break the encirclement? Heinrich gestured to the map. Through the Tabeta mountain ridges. Intelligence suggests it's lightly guarded. I paused. Then, I must object. I believe it's a trap. Silence fell like a guillotine. A low-ranking officer challenging military intelligence? Unthinkable. I doubled down. The enemy is inviting us to use that route. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Do you have evidence? Heinrich asked. My instincts tell me so. That was the point. Make it baseless. Make it dumb. Get discharged. Heinrich's eyebrow twitched. After a beat, he asked. Name and rank. 2nd Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, sir. You understand this contradicts the staff's consensus? Yes, sir. And if you're wrong, are you willing to face the consequences? Exactly what I wanted. If I'm wrong, I will gladly resign and accept court-martial. A ripple of murmurs. My superior officer stood, fuming. Lieutenant Steiner? How dare? Heinrich raised a hand. Very well. I'll approve reconnaissance. But understand, if your claim wastes our time or costs us lives, I'll see you tried personally. His gaze was cold steel. And I welcomed it. That's exactly what I want, Commander. The next morning. Imperial General Staff Dormitory. Knock knock. Groggily, I turned toward the sound. Who's knocking this early? 2nd Lieutenant Daniel Steiner. The commander summons you. That woke me up instantly. I rushed to dress and opened the door. A captain stood before me, decorated with 3 diamond stars. You're Steiner. Yes, sir. Why am I being summoned? I thought I already knew. My plan had worked. The scouting party must have found nothing. I'd wasted resources. Now, Heinrich would drag me to a court-martial. From there, dishonorable discharge, maybe a short prison sentence and then freedom. All going to plan. But the captain smiled. Something felt wrong. You should be proud, Lieutenant. Thanks to your instincts, we avoided a catastrophic ambush. The commander wishes to commend you personally. What? Imperial General Staff Headquarters. Commander's Office, 1st Magic Mobile Corps. Russell. Behind a polished mahogany desk, Brigadier General Heinrich Schmidt quietly flipped through a personnel file. The pages detailed the life of one officer in particular. Name, Daniel Steiner. Place of birth, Fiamari Village, Beitarjan Barony, Southern Empire. Notes, orphaned, raised in state orphanage. Discovered by a conscription officer due to high magical aptitude. Enrolled in the Imperial Magic Academy and graduated top of his class. Heinrich clamped a pipe between his teeth, his eyes narrowing slightly as he read the final line. Graduated at the top, did he? Not exactly unexpected. Only those with extraordinary talent made it into the Imperial General Staff Headquarters. Still, something about Steiner's background sparked a rare flicker of admiration in the seasoned general. No family, no political connections. And yet he risked everything on instinct alone. It wasn't unusual for young officers to speak out during military briefings. But usually, such boldness came from the safety net of noble lineage. Even if they failed, their families would shield them. But Steiner? He had no such luxury. If he'd been wrong, it wouldn't have ended in embarrassment. It would have ended in court-martial and disgrace. And yet, he had stood his ground. And he had been right. The recon team confirmed it. The enemy had laid an ambush precisely where Steiner had warned. Could he really see the battlefield that clearly? Or was it dumb luck? It didn't matter. Whether by intuition or coincidence, Steiner's words had saved lives. In an era when a single misstep could tip the scales of war, such instinct was invaluable. Knock knock. Heinrich set the file aside as a knock broke the silence. Commander? Reporting as ordered with 2nd Lieutenant Steiner. Heinrich exhaled a thin stream of smoke. Enter. The door opened. In stepped his aide, a captain, followed by Daniel Steiner. Steiner was tall, lean, his black hair neatly parted. There was fatigue in his eyes, but his posture was crisp, every inch a model soldier. The two saluted. Heinrich returned the gesture with a nod. The captain stepped back. Steiner stood at parade rest, expression unreadable. Heinrich studied him. Not a flaw in his bearing. 2nd Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, Heinrich began, thanks to your sharp instincts, we avoided disaster. Your actions saved countless lives. Steiner gave no reply. He remained still, face stoic. But inside, Daniel was screaming. You've got to be kidding me? That nonsense actually worked. Grinding his teeth silently, he braced himself for what came next. I intend to nominate you for the next round of promotion evaluations. How do you feel about that? His heart dropped. Promotion? That's not a reward, that's a death sentence. Steiner forced a calm expression. Commander, I deeply appreciate the recognition, but I don't believe a single decision merits such an honor. Oh, Heinrich raised a brow. You call this a single decision? Yes, sir. I merely fulfilled my duty. I request that my name not be considered for the promotion list. Heinrich leaned back, genuinely surprised. He'd met officers who groveled for a promotion at the first opportunity. This was the first time someone tried to reject one. Even his aide blinked in confusion. Strange one, this kid. Heinrich let out a low chuckle and set his pipe aside. You're mistaken, Lieutenant. This isn't some ceremonial gesture. You saved lives. That deserves recognition. Sir, with respect. That's enough. Heinrich's tone hardened. Are you implying the Imperial Army doesn't reward merit fairly? That we abandon our principles of discipline? A veiled warning. It was clear, the decision was made. And defying it would be seen as insubordination. Cornered, Steiner straightened. I accept, sir. Heinrich studied him one last time before nodding. Good. You're dismissed. Steiner saluted. Heinrich returned it. Once the young officer had left and the echo of his steps faded, Heinrich leaned back, pipe in hand. Quite the rare breed, wouldn't you say? His aide nodded slowly, still staring at the door. Yes, sir. Most would sell their soul for that kind of recognition. But him? He practically begged to be overlooked. Heinrich smiled. A soldier in spirit, not just rank. Reminds me of a younger version of myself. He puffed from his pipe, watching the smoke curl toward the ceiling. Let's see how far he rises. Meanwhile, officer dormitory, private quarters. You've got to be kidding me. Daniel Steiner collapsed onto his bed, hands gripping his head. Promotion? Promotion. This wasn't just about rank. This was branding him as an elite among elites. A fast track to the upper echelons of the Empire's military command. The same command that would absolutely be held accountable when the Empire inevitably lost the war. He looked at himself in the mirror, dark circles, pale skin, a ghost of the man who once celebrated his general staff appointment. And now I'm practically walking toward the execution platform with a medal on my chest. He sighed, dragging a hand through his hair. Out the window, senior officers bustled about, below each one a rising star or political pawn. In this place, one step forward could mean a leap into glory, or a plunge into ruin. But Daniel wasn't giving up yet. This just meant the plan needed adjustment. Fine. If competence got me here, then incompetence will get me out. He loosened his tie, letting out a long breath. Commander, I appreciate the faith. But I don't want your damn promotion. To cancel it, he had to tank his reputation completely. Leave no doubt that he was a disgrace to the Empire. Fortunately, he had the perfect asset for that plan. Major Karl Heinrich, his direct superior, a tyrant in uniform, a man who seemed to exist solely to make Daniel's life hell. If he played it right, he could use that miserable excuse for a human being to orchestrate a beautiful, career-ending disaster. Daniel's lips curled into a bitter grin. Just wait, Commander. One way or another, I'm getting out of this Empire.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Dressed in my uniform and having finished breakfast at the officers' mess, I made my way to the operations staff's private office. It was supposed to be just another routine morning. The only difference was that several senior officers in the hallway had started recognizing me. So, you're that famous lieutenant? The one who embarrassed the staff officers at the command post? Oh, don't get me wrong, it's a compliment. Lieutenant, I can tell you're confident in your abilities, but don't show off too much in front of your superiors unless you plan on having a short military career. Trust me, that's advice from experience. Wow, I thought the general staff was full of rigid bureaucrats, but it turns out we've got someone like you? Keep it up, I'll be rooting for you. They stopped me every time I passed by to deliver long-winded speeches, leaving me dizzy by the time I escaped. Since ignoring them wasn't an option, I got through it by repeatedly using the magic trio of phrases understood, is that so, and thank you? The real problem was that I wasted so much time talking to officers that I ended up late for work. The reporting time was 8:30 a.m. It was now 8:28 a.m. With the staff offices located on the 5th floor, even walking as fast as possible would take at least 4 minutes. And since Imperial officers were bound by that damn decorum rule, I couldn't even run unless I was in the field, so tardiness was guaranteed. Carl's going to throw a fit again. Once more, let me remind you my direct superior, Major Karl Heinrich, was a neurotic bastard who overreacted to the smallest mistakes. If he were even remotely competent, I might have grudgingly respected him. But his entire record boiled down to trembling in the rear lines during a defensive battle against the Allied nations 7 years ago. How someone like that ended up in the supposedly meritocratic Imperial General Staff was beyond me. If you're wondering about his rank and title, look no further than his background. Karl Heinrich was from an aristocratic family, and his father was an ambassador. The Empire might have preached meritocracy, but beneath the surface, nepotism and personal connections were tangled everywhere. And Karl Heinrich was a prime example of someone reaping all the benefits of that system. My personal evaluation? He was an incompetent, unstable excuse for a human being living, breathing garbage. I had proof, too. If my dark circles had shareholders, Karl Heinrich would easily hold a majority stake. I was already bracing myself for whatever nonsense he'd throw at me today, but my heart remained calm. Once I resign, none of this will matter. Since my goal was a dishonorable discharge, I no longer had to tiptoe around Karl. Was this how a salaryman felt on their last day at work, resignation letter in hand? I even felt a faint smile tugging at my lips. With light steps, I made my way to the 5th floor office and knocked. Second Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, Assistant Operations Planner, reporting. Permission to enter. After stating my rank and name, I opened the door. The first thing I saw was Karl sitting at his desk, clutching his head like he'd made some catastrophic mistake. Sweat trickled down his face, and he looked genuinely distressed, an unusual sight. He didn't seem to notice me, so I stepped closer and spoke. Major Karl Heinrich, sir, you need to be ready for the operations staff meeting at 9 a.m. You should start preparing now. I trailed off. Karl lifted his head at the sound of my voice, and his eyes burned with rage. Was he seriously this mad over me being 2 minutes late? Before I could process it, Karl shot up from his chair. Do you have any idea what you've done? What the hell was he talking about? Being 2 minutes late? I blinked in confusion as Karl stormed toward me. Who said you could speak to the commander? Who told a lowly orphan like you to stick your nose into a staff meeting? Grabbing me by the collar, Karl shoved me hard. I barely managed to keep my balance by stumbling backward. Because of you, my entire plan is ruined? Ruined? And it's not just ruined, I'm in danger now, you bastard. What was this lunatic even saying? Sure, he was always a jerk, but today, thud. Before I could finish the thought, my head slammed into the wall. I let out a low groan. If I go down, I'm not going alone. I'll drag you down to hell with me, you hear me? He's lost it. Normally, I would have swallowed my anger and let it slide. But not today. You started this, Karl. What? Did you just talk back to your superior? Smack? I slapped his hand away and punched him square in the face. Karl flinched and tried to turn his head, but it was too late. My fist crashed into his cheekbone. Arg. Karl staggered backward, clutching his face. I stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and tripped him. Thud. He hit the floor with a pained grunt, spitting in rage. I climbed on top of him, drawing my fist back. Pausing for a moment, I watched Karl tremble before he spoke. This is assaulting a superior officer? You'll face a court-martial, and your career will be over. You know that, right? Of course I knew. I shrugged. You don't need to worry. I'm doing this to end my career. What? What are you? Smack? Karl's words cut off as my punch knocked him out cold. I stood up, brushing the dust off my hands. Footsteps rushed toward the office. They must have heard Karl screaming. The door burst open, and 2 soldiers entered. What's going on here? They froze at the sight of Karl unconscious on the floor and me standing over him. I decided to help them out. It's assault. I'm the culprit, arrest me. Despite my explanation, they hesitated. I sighed. What's the hold-up? Need to compare my fist to his bruises first. And no, sir. Finally snapping into action, the soldiers tied my wrists with rope. As I stood there expressionless, a wave of relief washed over me. It's just impulsive assault, so the punishment won't be severe. With my previous achievements, I'll probably just be discharged. It was practically a clean exit from the military. Suppressing the urge to cheer, I glanced out the window. The warm, vibrant colors of spring greeted me. It was the perfect season to leave the army. That evening, Major Karl Heinrich's residence. Search every corner. Yes, sir. At the order of Captain Philip Bender, aide to Brigadier General Heinrich Schmidt, the soldiers scattered throughout the house. Philip strolled leisurely through the living room, lost in thought. Today, Second Lieutenant Daniel assaulted his superior officer. When he first heard the news, he thought he'd misheard. How could someone who just earned commendations commit such an act? Especially someone like Daniel, who, in Philip's view, embodied the model soldier? There had to be a reason. Heinrich seemed to share Philip's thoughts and instructed the military police to conduct a thorough investigation after their delayed arrival. During questioning, Karl displayed signs of paranoia, spouting nonsense like, "The Allied nations might try to kill me." Sensing something off, Heinrich ordered Philip to search Karl's residence, which was why he and the soldiers had stormed the house. "Captain? Over here, please." A soldier's voice snapped Philip out of his thoughts. "I'm coming." Walking over, Philip saw the soldier tapping lightly on the wooden floor. Thump, thump. The hollow sound was far too light for solid wood, as if it were empty inside. "This part sounds different. An old trick. Tear it up?" "Yes, sir." Using a crowbar, the soldier pried open the floorboards, revealing a small box. Philip knelt, picked up the box, and opened it. Inside were documents and several letters. They were classified Imperial military documents, information that couldn't be allowed to fall into enemy hands. The letters offered promises of large sums in exchange for selling information to the Allied nations. Even more damning was the most recent order to lure Imperial reinforcements into advancing through the ridges. That bastard. Karl Heinrich was a traitor to his people. Blinded by greed, he had sold secrets and sabotaged operations, a slippery snake of a man. Which means, Daniel's assault wasn't the act of a disgraceful officer. It must have been a reaction to the rage he felt toward this treasonous scum. Daniel Steiner wasn't a criminal, he was a hero who unmasked a traitor and protected the Empire. We completely misunderstood him. Philip needed to return to headquarters immediately to clear Daniel's name. Having reached a decision, Philip closed the box and stood. "Soldier, I'll head back to headquarters. Report any additional findings to me." "Yes, sir." "May I ask why you're leaving in such a hurry?" Philip smiled as he looked down at the soldier. "These documents prove that Second Lieutenant Daniel Steiner is innocent. We need to clear the name of the hero who dedicated himself to the Empire as soon as possible." The soldier froze for a moment. It was the first time he'd seen Captain Philip, often called a cold-blooded man, smile so brightly. "Sniff, heek." The sound of quiet sobbing pulled me out of my sleep. Annoyed, I turned my head and saw a girl without any rank insignia on her uniform, a recruit. Her name was Freen, I think. I'd met her yesterday when I was thrown into the military police detention center. Judging by her light brown hair and dark eyes, she was probably from the southern provinces. Since we seemed to be from the same region, we'd exchanged a few words. But now, she was stuck to me like glue, making it exhausting just to sit next to her. I considered ignoring her, but I figured she'd just keep crying if I left her alone. So I decided to speak up. A soldier of the Empire shouldn't shed tears so carelessly. At the sound of my voice, Freen froze and quickly stifled her sniffles. "I'm sorry, I have no excuse. I just started thinking about my father back home." "Your father? Is he ill?" "No, not at all. He was proud of me for enlisting in the Imperial Army, but here I am stuck in detention before even completing my training. I feel so pathetic." "Did you just say sir in your sentence?" When I pointed it out, Freen flinched. Sorry, sir, I'll correct myself." She was hopeless. I shot her a cold glance before turning away. "You said you were sent here because you refused to fire a gun due to religious beliefs, right?" "Yes, sir. I applied as a medic, so even medics need to know how to shoot." "What will you do if the enemy tries to kill the soldier you're treating? Just let them die." Freen stayed silent. Or rather, she couldn't answer. This isn't some child's game. If you just want to play doctor, you're better off teaching kindergartners than being on a battlefield. Freen dropped her head, visibly discouraged. I sighed and added, "Still, I think it's admirable that you joined the military to save lives. Women aren't subject to conscription, so enlisting voluntarily takes a strong sense of sacrifice." "Thank you, sir." A faint smile appeared on Freen's face as she straightened up slightly. "Your words gave me strength, sir. I see now how immature I've been. For my father's honor as a priest, I'll make sure to work harder if I'm allowed back in training." She used sir again, but this time I decided to let it slide. It seemed more like a habit than deliberate formality, and since I wasn't her direct superior, there was no need to correct her. So her father was a priest, and that's why she hesitated to use firearms? I suppose it made sense, or did it? Wait a minute. A priest father? A woman from the south, reprimanded during training? It sounded uncomfortably similar to the backstory of an NPC I'd seen frequently in the game. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I looked at Freen. "Recruit, what's your full name?" "Huh? Oh, it's Freen. Full name Freen Remilliard." Hearing her full name sent a chill down my spine. Freen Remilliard, the so-called saint of the Empire. Her signature ability was chanted magic, which buffed entire battlefields and turned soldiers into literal killing machines. Whenever she appeared on the battlefield, I'd order a retreat unless we had overwhelming numbers. Meeting such a named NPC in the detention center was shocking, but ultimately, it had nothing to do with me. Not like it matters. I'm getting discharged anyway. Once I left the Empire, I wouldn't see her again, so there was no reason to care. "That's a pretty name." I gave a half-hearted response, and Freen blushed shyly. Judging by her reaction to such a simple compliment, it was clear she had little to no experience with men. What was she even doing here instead of enjoying her youth? Then again, if I hadn't regained my past life memories at the command post, I probably would have thought military service was the highest honor too. Second Lieutenant Daniel Steiner. A sergeant appeared at the cell door, calling my name. I raised my hand, and after confirming my identity against the list, the sergeant unlocked the door. You're being released. Follow me. It was time. The higher UPS must have reviewed the situation and decided to proceed with a court-martial. Freen, who clearly didn't understand what was happening, blinked at me with wide, innocent eyes. You're leaving already? It was an honor talking with you, sir. I nodded, forcing down the urge to cheer, and followed the sergeant out. We passed through the military police offices and exited the building, where Captain Philip Bender was waiting. He held a box that looked oddly elegant. Ah, there you are. Philip greeted me with a warm smile. It felt wrong, but I saluted anyway, and he returned it casually before stepping closer. I wanted to get you out sooner, but it took time to process everything. You've worked in the general staff, so I'm sure you understand. I did. The military was obsessed with paperwork and protocols, but something about his words unsettled me. He wanted to get me out sooner? Before I could ask, Philip handed me the box. This is a reward for your service, Second Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, or should I say, First Lieutenant now. What? I blankly opened the box. Inside were 2 diamond insignias and rank epaulets for a first lieutenant. I looked up at Philip, who smiled proudly. Your judgment was correct. Major Karl Heinrich was exposed as a spy for the Allied nations. As a result, the upper command decided to skip the promotion process and award you a field promotion. A field promotion? For me, yes. The Empire believes in rewarding merit. Also, since the operations staff is temporarily vacant, you've been assigned as the acting operations officer. This had to be a joke. I assaulted my superior, only to find out he was a spy and now I was promoted? It was completely absurd. At this rate, you might even outrank me someday. Congratulations. But Philip's cheerful tone confirmed that this nightmare was real. I could only force a smile, shake his hand, and praise the Empire through gritted teeth. I returned to the Imperial General Staff after using the 1-week leave I received as a reward. The moment I stepped into the operations office, the staff members who had been chatting turned their gazes toward me. Before I could even process their reactions, they started gathering around me with smiles on their faces. Lieutenant Daniel? Our very own hero. Even if he was a spy, it must have taken guts to attack your commanding officer. That was incredible courage. 2 commendations back-to-back, truly impressive? Did you know your name's been coming up frequently in upper command discussions? I didn't achieve those commendations because I wanted them, damn it. My insides were rotting away, but these people were celebrating without knowing the full story. It was suffocating. Please, enough with the praise. I was only acting out of loyalty to the Empire. Still, I couldn't just dismiss their goodwill, so I forced a smile and gave a humble reply. After exchanging greetings and pleasantries for what felt like an eternity, I finally made my way to my desk, the one previously occupied by Major Karl Heinrich. The desk had been completely cleared of Karl's personal belongings, leaving it spotless. On top of it were a few documents, a telephone, and a war map. But what stood out most was the nameplate. Acting Operations Officer / First Lieutenant Daniel Steiner. Even if it was a temporary position, appointing a first lieutenant as an acting operations officer was highly unusual. Operations officer roles were prestigious enough to warrant private offices, positions rarely entrusted to someone of my rank. In other words, upper command now saw me as an exceptionally valuable asset. The fact that I had been promoted to first lieutenant just 3 months after my commission and then assigned as acting operations officer was ridiculous. I wasn't just an elite, I was the elite of the elites. My career path wasn't just secure anymore, it was practically paved with roses. And that also meant my road to dishonorable discharge had become even more treacherous. As the sound of birds chirping drifted in through the window, I sat down and rubbed my temples. Why the hell is this happening to me? I genuinely felt like I was going to lose my mind. I discreetly swallowed my frustration and straightened my posture while glancing around. I wasn't entirely sure how things had come to this, but as the so-called promising talent of the operations staff office, it wouldn't do to draw suspicion with any strange behavior. For now, I had no choice but to remain calm and focus on carrying out my duties while planning for the future. For now, the first order of business was to deal with the pile of documents in front of me. Letting out a low sigh, I picked up the papers neatly stacked beside the telephone and began reviewing their contents. Rustle. Flipping through the pages, I found them to be fairly mundane. Most were requests for operational approvals or permissions to construct military facilities. The general process was for me to conduct an initial review and, as long as there were no logical issues, approve them before passing them up the chain of command. Operations Officer play button, Operations Staff Chief play button, Deputy Chief of Operations play button, Headquarters Chief of Staff. Roughly speaking, that was the approval process. It wasn't particularly difficult work, so aside from a few documents requiring the reallocation of resources and personnel, I stamped approvals one after another. However, I froze when I opened the last document. Logistics Department Construction Approval Request. Recipient, Operations Staff Chief, Colonel Ernst Barch. Sender, Logistics Staff Officer, Captain Arnob Haupt. Date, March 16, 1944. Subject, Request for Approval and Site Selection for Logistics Department Construction on the Eastern Front. Responsible Officer, Operations Officer, First Lieutenant Daniel Steiner. On the surface, it was just a standard approval request for the construction of a logistics facility. The problem was that I was listed as the responsible officer. Why? I couldn't understand it. The logistics department's role was to act as a central depot for receiving and redistributing supplies from rear logistics bases to the front lines. In other words, it was a critical hub for securing supply lines and preventing stockpiles from being left vulnerable. Logistics was so vital to warfare that it was often called the mother of war. And yet, they assigned this responsibility to an operations officer? To a first lieutenant who had only recently been promoted through a battlefield commission and was barely holding on to his position? This must be some kind of clerical error. No matter how I looked at it, this was something that needed to be reported to the staff chief. Having made up my mind, I grabbed the documents and headed toward the chief's office within the operations staff office. Buried under piles of reports and paperwork, the staff chief looked up when he heard my footsteps. Oh, if it isn't our hero, Daniel. Colonel Ernst Barch straightened his back with a hearty laugh, exuding the warmth of a friendly neighbor. But appearances could be deceiving. Anyone who had climbed to the rank of colonel in the Empire had undoubtedly been through countless battles and hardships. I only did what was necessary. Being called a hero feels a bit excessive. Humility was a virtue, regardless of the nation. Ernst seemed to appreciate my modesty as he smiled and spoke. So, Lieutenant, what brings you here? I completed the initial review of the documents sent to the office and came to report, sir. Already? I've heard you're quick on your feet. Let's have them. I nodded and placed the stack of documents on Ernst's desk. However, I didn't include the logistics request, and Ernst tilted his head when he noticed it. And that one. It was assigned to me, but the upper-level approval fields were left blank. It seems the logistics staff officer made a mistake. Ernst blinked a few times before bursting into laughter. Why was he laughing? It's natural to find it odd, but that wasn't a mistake on his part. If it wasn't a mistake, the upper brass intentionally gave you this assignment. Partly because I've been swamped lately and needed to offload some work, and the other reason, well, I'm sure you can figure it out. My brows furrowed instinctively. This was a test. They wanted me to prove that capturing a spy and detecting enemy forces hidden in the hills weren't just flukes. Every officer understood the importance of logistics, but selecting the right site for a facility was no simple task. It had to be secure from enemy attacks while remaining easily accessible and capable of storing vast amounts of supplies. Clearly, they thought this was the perfect way to evaluate my competence as an operations officer. Who's behind this? Did the chief of staff set me up? I wasn't certain, but this was an opportunity. A golden opportunity to demonstrate my incompetence in the most spectacular way possible? If I constructed the logistics facility in an absurdly unsuitable location, my performance review would plummet. And with that, I could smoothly secure my discharge from the military. Feeling a surge of excitement, I snapped to attention and saluted Ernst. Thank you for trusting me, sir. I'll do my best to complete the logistics facility. Ernst seemed satisfied with my enthusiasm and nodded with a smile. Good. We'll make sure the budget is fully supported, so don't worry and get to work. Understood, sir. While I replied confidently, I smirked inwardly. You'll regret this soon enough. I would make sure to build the logistics department in the most strategically disastrous location imaginable. 2 weeks later, rear lines of the Eastern Front. Bardenplatz Plains. Rumble. The ground seemed to tremble as heavy machinery rolled onto the plains, unloading construction materials. Captain Arnob Haupt, the logistics staff officer observing the scene from afar, was deeply unsettled. What the hell is headquarters thinking? Entrusting the construction of a logistics depot to a newly minted lieutenant. That damned officer had ordered the construction site to be on the Bardenplatz Plains, resulting in a massive drain on manpower and resources. Why here of all places? The Bardenplatz Plains were nothing but open, flat land extremely vulnerable to enemy artillery fire. To counter that, they'd need to build additional defensive walls, which meant an enormous waste of materials. And the walls weren't the only problem. If they were going to build a logistics depot on open plains, it should at least be near existing roads. But there were no usable roads anywhere near the Bardenplatz Plains. That meant they'd have to lay new roads leading in and out of the site, effectively doubling the construction costs. It was a complete and utter waste of money. Daniel Steiner, was it? That damned rookie. Because of a clueless junior officer who knew nothing about logistics, the Empire's treasury was being bled dry in real time. Arnob never considered himself particularly patriotic, but watching the nation's resources being squandered like this stirred a sense of nationalism he hadn't known he possessed. Still, as a mere logistics officer, there was no way he could defy headquarters orders. Even though Daniel Steiner was of lower rank, his authority was undeniable. Arnob's growing frustration was proof of how powerless he felt. When Daniel had inspected the site a week ago and ordered the construction to proceed, Arnob hadn't voiced any objections. Despite his inner complaints, Arnob was, in the end, just another cog in the imperial bureaucracy. Orders are orders. What can I do? With a heavy heart, Arnob pulled out a cigarette and stuck it between his lips. As he lit it, the radio clip to his shoulder crackled to life. Logistics officer? Can you hear me? Of course. They always had to contact him when he was about to enjoy a smoke. Arnob picked up the receiver, pressed the button, and responded. You forgot to state your rank and name again. How am I supposed to know who this is? You're so strict. It's Sergeant Winter Enfeld. Satisfied now? Fine. What is it? Well, you know how we brought in specialists to conduct a geological survey before construction? Arnob nodded. Conducting a ground survey before building anything was standard procedure. Ever since a past incident where a structure collapsed due to unstable ground, causing casualties, surveys had become mandatory. The specialists finished their analysis, and, let me just say this, it's starting to make sense why headquarters put Lieutenant Daniel Steiner in charge. Huh? Arnob frowned, confused by the sudden change in tone from a sergeant who'd been bad-mouthing Daniel alongside him just the day before. Get to the point. What's the result of the survey? Ha ha ha, here's the thing. The sergeant shouted excitedly. Oil? It's oil? They found oil deposits under the site? And not just a little, there's enough to make drilling worthwhile. Arnob's cigarette slipped from his fingers. What? Oil? There was oil under the Bardenplatz plains? If that was true, then the one who knew nothing about logistics wasn't Daniel, it was Arnob himself. Letting out a hollow breath, Arnob wiped his face with his hand. Could it be? Did Lieutenant Daniel Steiner know about this from the very beginning? The thought made Daniel's brazen confidence suddenly make sense. Arnob let out a bitter chuckle and clasped his hands behind his back. Looks like the Empire had just gained a remarkable talent. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news that the Bardenplatz plains were an oil field, why, Daniel Steiner was panicking in real time. I paused mid-drink and stared blankly at the soldier standing in front of me. His face was brimming with excitement and admiration for me, which made me feel uneasy. At first, I had been annoyed at the soldier for interrupting my relaxation at the officers' club after hours, but now I was consumed by a completely different emotion. He had just delivered news that the construction site for the logistics depot had turned out to be an oil field. Maybe I had misheard him. God, I hoped I had misheard him. Wiping the cold sweat off my brow, I set my glass down on the bar table and asked, Soldier, could you repeat that one more time? Of course, sir. A massive oil deposit was discovered at the site where Lieutenant Daniel Steiner ordered the logistics depot to be built. Captain Arnob Haupt, the logistics officer, instructed me to deliver this news to you personally, sir. This soldier's voice was far too loud. He practically sounded like he was bragging about my achievement for everyone to hear. Thanks to him, not only the bartender but also several officers from other departments enjoying their leisure time had turned to look at me. Oil at the logistics site. Who found it? Don't tell me it was that rookie. Wait, isn't that Lieutenant Daniel Steiner? You don't know him? He's the guy who got promoted for catching a spy. The Central Intelligence Department took a hit to their reputation because of him. Not to mention that hill ambush incident. The stares and murmurs directed at me were becoming overwhelming. I'm not coming back to this club anytime soon. If I stayed here any longer, it would be like sitting on a bed of nails, so I rose from my seat. If what the logistics officer reported is true, I can't avoid inspecting the site. I adjusted my uniform and put on my cap, which had been resting on the bar table. I'll seek permission for a site inspection from the operations staff chief. Thank you for delivering the news, soldier. I tilted the brim of my cap slightly as I expressed my thanks, prompting the soldier to salute me energetically. He looked genuinely moved, though I couldn't fathom why. It's an honor to be of service to you, Lieutenant Steiner. I casually returned his salute and left the club, frowning to myself. The spot I specifically chose as the worst location turns out to be an oil field? What kind of nonsense is this? The logistics officer must have made a mistake. Yes, it had to be a mistake. Oil was one of the most critical strategic resources in war. Tanks, trucks, and aircraft all relied on it, and controlling oil fields could determine the outcome of a war. If this discovery were real, my position within the Imperial Army would become unshakable. In other words, my dream of a dishonorable discharge would drift even further out of reach. So, please, let this report be a mistake. Unfortunately, it wasn't. After 10 days of bureaucratic hurdles, I finally conducted the site inspection, only to find oil gushing out of the ground in the middle of the Bardenplatz plains. The sight of drilling rigs roaring as they operated made me grimace. Do you see that? That's the oil Lieutenant Daniel Steiner discovered. Haha. Sergeant Winter Enfeld roared with laughter, raising his fist triumphantly. If I weren't an officer, he probably would have thrown an arm around my shoulder. When I first ordered the depot's construction here, this man had looked at me like I was human garbage. Now, the tables had turned. As I glared at Winter in annoyance, Captain Arnob Haupt, the logistics officer, spoke up. Lieutenant Steiner, on behalf of the logistics department, I want to thank you. According to reports, there's enough oil underground to supply the Empire for the next 27 years. This will be a formidable weapon for the Empire. Is that so? Yes. I've also contacted the railway department. We're planning to connect this logistics depot to the rail network to expedite oil transportation. That'll put an end to our reliance on imports. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a perpetually negative and irritable person? When we first met, Arnob had seemed practically nihilistic. Now his eyes were sparkling with hope and maybe even euphoria. Meanwhile, all I could do was sigh deeply. What was the point of earning merits in an empire doomed to lose? Arnob must have mistaken my sigh as one of relief over the Empire's newfound self-sufficiency, because he looked at me approvingly. You've only been commissioned for 4 months, and you've already achieved 3 major accomplishments. I wouldn't be surprised if another promotion comes your way soon. Sergeant Winter chimed in with a loud voice. Haha, that's right. At this rate, Lieutenant Steiner might outrank the captain before long. Now that'd be something to see. Watching the two of them get carried away speculating about my promotion was, well, I appreciated the sentiment, but from my perspective, it was downright uncomfortable. You're too kind. I have no desire for any further promotions. The moment I said that, both men froze and stared at me. Did I say something wrong? Arnab cleared his throat and responded with surprising seriousness. I still have much to learn. Hearing you say you don't desire promotion makes me feel small for believing that dedication to the Empire should be rewarded. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner is a model soldier. How can someone be so noble-minded? Wait a minute. Weren't these the same people who treated me like a rookie during the first inspection? I was speechless, but I couldn't exactly blame them. Compared to me, both Arnab and Winter likely felt a stronger sense of loyalty to the Empire. From their perspective, my refusal to seek promotion despite my accomplishments probably seemed aristocratic and selfless. In reality, I simply wanted to get out of the army, but there was no need for them to know that. I saluted Arnab. Now that the inspection is complete, I'll return to headquarters to file my report. I trust you two will handle the depot construction from here. Leave it to us. Arnab returned my salute, and I lowered my hand before turning to leave. I climbed into the nearby military jeep, and the driver started the engine. As I adjusted my collar and glanced out the window, I noticed Arnab and Winter still gazing at me with admiration. Feeling uncomfortable, I turned my head forward and spoke quickly. Let's go. Yes, sir. The driver stepped on the accelerator, and the jeep jolted forward. With the road still unpaved, the ride was bound to be rough. Gripping the handle above my seat, I glanced at the rearview mirror and broke into a cold sweat. Arnab and Winter were still watching us. It felt like they were seeing off some high-ranking official. Yeah, I was definitely not coming back here. News of the oil discovery in the Bardenplatz plains spread like wildfire across the entire empire. In celebration of this monumental find, newspaper companies ran their presses day and night, while street boys shouted headlines and sold copies as fast as they could hand them out. Naturally, the imperial royal family was no exception to hearing the news. Is it true that a massive oil reserve was discovered in the Bardenplatz plains? Who exactly discovered it? The question came from Princess Sylvia von Amberg, a girl with sapphire blue eyes and golden hair that shone like sunlight on a spring day. Caspar Benedict, the quartermaster general, carefully set down his utensils in response. Despite the 4 stars gleaming on his epaulets, marking him as the commanding officer of logistics, Caspar was no more than a subordinate before the princess. It is true, your highness. The heavens have indeed bestowed a precious gift upon the empire. It wasn't the heavens, Sylvia interrupted. Caspar flinched, momentarily fearing the princess was about to commit blasphemy. However, that wasn't her intention. It wasn't the heavens who discovered the oil in the Bardenplatz plains, it was a person. I'm asking you who that person is. Your highness, he is an insignificant orphan. It's hardly worth. Sylvia's eyes narrowed. Quartermaster General, since when has the Empire judged merit based on birth? Or have you forgotten that we are at war? It was a thinly veiled command to answer her question properly. Caspar understood her point all too well and bowed his head before speaking. To my knowledge, the one who discovered the oil reserve is First Lieutenant Daniel Steiner. He currently serves as the acting operations officer in the General Staff Office. A lieutenant? Someone who was only a lieutenant had discovered such a valuable resource? Sylvia, who had naturally assumed the discovery came from an elite official backed by vast resources and manpower, was genuinely taken aback. How interesting. On multiple levels. A man who was only a lieutenant likely had little to no political entanglements, a blank slate, so to speak. This meant there was no better time to recruit him as an ally. If he was truly as capable as the reports suggested, then she needed to secure his loyalty. The more talented people she had by her side, the better her chances of inheriting the throne. Daniel Steiner? Tapping her fingers lightly against the dining table, Sylvia allowed a faint smile to cross her. After a grueling journey back from the Bardenplatz plains, I stepped out of the vehicle, my entire body radiating exhaustion. I'm going to die. Aside from brief stops for meals and rest, I had spent nearly 3 days traveling non-stop. Even back at the academy, physical endurance tests had been a nightmare for me, so this kind of forced march was practically torture. I had hoped to avoid visiting the Eastern Front, but with the oil discovery, I had no choice but to inspect the site myself. And in the end, the black liquid unearthed in the Bardenplatz plains was indeed oil. Well, of course it was. The logistics officers weren't idiots, they could clearly tell the difference between sewage and crude oil. Still, I had insisted on the inspection to deflect headquarters' attention from me, even if just a little. Running around to verify the discovery myself would make me look more like a diligent rookie rather than someone basking in his accomplishments back at the operations office. Not that it would do much to diminish the impact of this so-called achievement. Letting out a sigh, I loosened my tie and made my way toward the main building. As much as I wanted to collapse onto my dormitory bed, skipping a return report wasn't an option for a soldier. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner? Welcome back. When I entered the operations staff chief's office and saluted, Ernst greeted me with his ever-benevolent smile. I couldn't afford to let that smile fool me. Maintaining my salute, I opened my mouth to speak. Reporting in, sir. After inspecting the Bardenplatz plains at the Eastern Front rear line, they found oil, didn't they? That's already common knowledge in headquarters and throughout the Empire, so there's no need for a formal report. Relax. Given permission, I lowered my salute and shifted to parade rest. These days, everyone's singing your praises, Lieutenant. That includes the higher UPS. Discovering an oil field? That's an achievement even I and the so-called elites couldn't pull off. You flatter me, sir. And it really was flattery. I hadn't set out to discover anything in the first place. But Ernst seemed to think I was just being modest, letting out a soft chuckle. There have been a lot of suggestions to promote you again based on this discovery. I'm in favor of it myself, but things haven't been moving as smoothly as I'd hoped. Objections, sir? Yes. Officially, they claim it's because promoting someone twice in such a short period, especially without any actual combat experience, would be excessive. But personally, I think it's your background they're concerned about. Though Ernst phrased it diplomatically, the truth was clear. Some high-ranking officers were opposed to granting more authority to someone of orphan origins. I understood their reasoning. Even after the Kingdom of Bavaria rebranded itself as the Holy Bavarian Empire and abolished social class discrimination, traces of the old system remained deeply ingrained. The majority of the empire's political and military leaders were still descended from noble families, and many regions continued to be referred to as baronies and counties. In such a society, where the anti-discrimination law existed largely in name only, it was hardly surprising that a decorated officer with no noble lineage would face resistance. If I hadn't regained memories of my past life, I might have been enraged by their prejudice. Now, however, I could only feel gratitude toward those opposing voices. Blocking my promotion? I almost wanted to bow and thank them. If that's the opinion of the higher UPS, then I'll comply, I said calmly, unaffected by the decision. Ernst gave me a look of admiration, as if surprised by my composure. I thought you'd be upset. Impressive. Truly the model of a soldier. Now I see why Brigadier General Heinrich holds you in such high regard. With a chuckle, Ernst's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked me straight in the eye. In a proper society, a man's rank should match his abilities. Wouldn't you agree, Lieutenant? There was something about his tone that made it impossible to disagree, so I nodded. Yes, sir. Glad we're on the same page. On that note, I want you to head to the Northern Front. The Northern Front? What was he talking about? I froze for a moment, then quickly opened my mouth. The Northern Front, sir. Yes. As you know, the tide there has turned in our favor. It's the perfect time to make a name for yourself. Go there, rack up some accomplishments, and give the higher UPS the combat experience they're demanding. Problem solved. Ernst was clearly implying he had gone out of his way to set this up for me, but to me, it felt more like a death sentence. Anyone in my position, someone trying to secure a discharge, would want to scream at the prospect of being sent to the front lines. Still, I couldn't afford to let my panic show. Carefully, I asked. Is this a permanent reassignment? Am I being transferred to a Northern Front unit? Of course not. You'll be attached as support to a unit directly under headquarters. Just go, gain some experience, and come right back. After that, Brigadier General Heinrich and I will push for your promotion. Leaning forward, Ernst lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. When that happens, you'll no longer be acting as an assistant operations officer. You'll be a full operations officer with an aide to handle the paperwork. It'll make your life much easier. In short, he was saying he'd laid out the groundwork for my promotion, and all I had to do was endure a bit of hardship. I wanted to shout, "Why are you making decisions for me?" But there was a wall of rank between us that I couldn't climb. Still, not all hope was lost. Sir, may I ask how the unit will be organized? Given your rank, it'll be a platoon-sized unit. In that case, would it be possible for me to select the members myself? Ernst blinked in surprise before clasping his hands together. There's no reason you can't. Where are you planning to recruit from? Since the front lines are already struggling with manpower, I intend to recruit primarily from the rear. Do you have specific individuals in mind? No, sir. I plan to issue an open recruitment notice and select from the applicants. Opportunities to serve in battle should be distributed fairly. Ernst seemed genuinely impressed by my answer and nodded in approval. That's an excellent idea. Proceed with it. Yes, sir. After saluting Ernst, I returned to my desk and sat down. Then, I pulled out a pen and began drafting the notice. Northern Front Reinforcement Recruitment Notice. Attention, soldiers! A fierce battle to defend the sacred lands of our empire rages in the north. I seek those who are willing to lay down their lives for the empire. Heed this call. Covet not the grains of the empire in life, but become the foundation of its glory in death. Join me. Fight until we have destroyed, crushed, and annihilated our enemies. We desire only the deaths of our foes. Number of positions available. Northern Front Reinforcements, 20 soldiers. Eligibility requirements. Those willing to offer their hearts to the Empire. Those who do not expect to survive battle. Those who wish to serve the Empire, even if it means dying tomorrow. Commanding Officer. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, Operations Officer. No combat experience but unparalleled dedication to the Empire. Glory to the Empire. Holy Bavarian Empire General Staff Office, Northern Front Reinforcement Recruitment Center. Perfect. It was a masterpiece. Not a single word about survival, only death was emphasized. Human nature compels people to cling to life, so who in their right mind would sign up to die for the Empire? I even highlighted my lack of combat experience. No fool would willingly join such a unit. The pampered soldiers in the rear would scoff at the notice, leading to abysmal recruitment numbers. And if the few applicants who did show up weren't good enough, I could just reject them with excuses. That would force Ernst to cancel the deployment and, by extension, my promotion. A win-win? After that, I could hole up in headquarters and figure out how to engineer my dishonorable discharge. Genius. Satisfied with my work, I grabbed the notice and headed to personnel. The next day, as usual, I arrived at work and began my routine when a knock sounded at the door. Looking up, I saw the personnel officer approaching with a folder in hand. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner? About that notice you sent to the rear units yesterday. Seeing that he carried only a single folder, I assumed the recruitment drive had failed or at least received minimal interest. Smirking internally, I made sure to appear outwardly disappointed. I suppose there aren't many soldiers willing to sacrifice for the Empire. A shame. Huh? No, it's the opposite. The opposite? Before I could process what he meant, the personnel officer clapped his hands twice. Bring them in. Suddenly, 5 soldiers entered, each struggling under the weight of stacks upon stacks of application forms. Congratulations. In just one day, you've received over 2,176 applications. It seems there's no need for further recruitment. He smiled as if expecting praise for my brilliant notice. But all I could think was, why the hell are so many people signing up for this? Hearing the news that over 2,000 applicants had signed up, I sank into despair and questioned the personnel officer. I demanded to know why my recruitment notice was being called a well-written announcement. Smiling, the personnel officer patiently explained, even counting on his fingers as he spoke. The prolonged war against the Allied nations had created a generation of orphans who grew up fueled by a thirst for revenge, leading to a surge in enlistments. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner's recruitment notice poured fuel on that fire, stoking their desire for vengeance and naturally increasing applications. Furthermore, the Northern Front was already tilting in the Empire's favor. Many soldiers likely saw this as an opportunity to distinguish themselves in a winning battle. The language portraying rearline troops as freeloaders probably provoked resentment. Some likely took the notice seriously and applied out of a sense of honor. Lastly, setting aside logical explanations, there was something about Lieutenant Steiner's notice that struck a chord in men's hearts. Having laid out 5 reasons, the personnel officer concluded by complimenting me, saying I had a talent for propaganda. He even suggested I let him know if I ever wanted to transfer to the personnel office. I awkwardly smiled in response to his job offer, dismissed him, and then ordered the soldiers to sort through the applications. It was impossible to reject over 2,000 applicants outright, so going to the Northern Front was all but guaranteed. Given the circumstances, my best course of action was to select the most competent and elite soldiers to ensure my safety. I began by filtering out the unfit candidates. Anyone with even a minor criminal record rejected. Anyone motivated purely by revenge rejected. Anyone displaying questionable ideology or signs of mental instability rejected. Anyone who had disobeyed a superior's orders during training rejected. Anyone who failed to achieve a perfect score in marksmanship tests rejected. Anyone lacking aptitude for magic rejected. After the initial screening, only 327 applicants remained. From that pool, I carefully selected the most outstanding and disciplined candidates, narrowing it down to 20 soldiers. I sent out acceptance notices, and now, 10 days later, I stood in front of them. The 20 soldiers I had chosen were lined up in 2 rows of 10 by the fountain at the entrance to the General Staff headquarters. Their presence was strangely intimidating. Especially their eyes, they were terrifying. If I exaggerated a little, they looked like men who'd charge headfirst into enemy fire without hesitation if ordered. Even if I picked them myself, are these guys even human? Cold sweat ran down my back before I realized it. Of course, not all of them looked like soulless war machines. Among the towering men, a single woman blinked at me with clear, bright eyes. Freen Remilliert. The same woman I had met in the detention cell, the future saint of the Empire and a named NPC. She must have completed training without issue, as she now wore the rank insignia of a private. I had selected her without much thought when I saw her name on the list. But now, seeing her innocent gaze burning with enthusiasm among these hardened soldiers reminded me of a lunatic with a glassy stare. Had I made a mistake picking her? Suppressing my unease, I cleared my throat. Welcome, soldiers. It was the commander's duty to explain the mission at least briefly before departure. And right now, I was fulfilling that role. Deep down, though, I hoped my words might scare some of them into quitting. As you've seen in the notice, I'm Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, your platoon leader and acting operations officer. Let me remind you in case you missed it, I have no combat experience. I had just admitted that I might be incompetent, yet no one stirred. Fine. You want to stay? Let's turn up the pressure. So don't expect me to be a capable leader. My only desire is the annihilation of the Allied forces and the screams of the savages who stand with them. I was making it abundantly clear that I lacked any sense of strategy or tactics. Any sane soldier would feel fear at this point. And yet, the men began to grin fierce, predatory smiles. Staring at them in silence for a moment, I then snapped sharply. I have no use for cowards. If you want to flee from the bloody battlefield, now's your only chance. Anyone who wants to back out, raise your hand. As expected, not a single hand went up. These bastards were insane. I let out a sigh and delivered my final words. Fine. You reckless fools willing to challenge death? I'll make sure you get what you want. Your sweat and blood will bring glory to the Empire. The moment I finished, the soldiers roared in unison. Glory to the Empire! Their unified voices echoed across the General Staff headquarters. Closing my eyes, I let out a faint groan. This is insane. There really was no other way to describe them. They were absolute lunatics. 4 days later. Northern Front, temporary outpost of the 307th Special Operations Unit. Today's the day the reinforcements from headquarters are supposed to arrive. Captain Heinz Schmidt, commander of the 307th Special Operations Unit, leaned back in his chair and pulled out the recruitment notice he had read earlier. Northern Front Reinforcement Recruitment Notice. Attention, soldiers! A fierce battle to defend the sacred lands of our empire rages in the north. I seek those who are willing to lay down their lives for the empire. Heed this call. Covet not the grains of the empire in life, but become the foundation of its glory in death. Join me. Fight until we have destroyed, crushed, and annihilated our enemies. We desire only the deaths of our foes. This reeks of madness. Heinz had seen all kinds of insanity during his time in the Special Operations Unit assassinations, high-profile eliminations, counter-terror operations, but even he found this notice unnerving. This doesn't read like a call for comrades. It felt more like an invitation for disposable tools to be used and discarded for the Empire. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, was it? According to his adjutant, this man had already achieved 3 remarkable accomplishments, earning a rapid promotion to lieutenant. Yet, unsatisfied with his current position, he had volunteered to come to the Northern Front. There was only one conclusion to draw from that. A promotion-obsessed warmonger. To Heinz, Lieutenant Daniel Steiner seemed like the kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to use his own troops as stepping stones for personal gain. The thought left an uncomfortable weight in his chest, but Heinz clenched his fists and shook his head. It's wrong to judge someone based on rumors. A person's true nature could only be understood through direct interaction. Steeling his resolve, Heinz looked up as a soldier entered the tent and saluted. Captain, the reinforcements from headquarters have arrived. Heinz nodded. Understood. Let's go meet them. Tucking the notice back into his pocket, Heinz stood up. On his way out, he glanced at a girl quietly reading a book nearby. She seemed engrossed, so Heinz decided not to interrupt her. He simply nodded politely in her direction before stepping outside. The blinding snow reflected the sunlight as Heinz spotted the platoon marching toward the outpost. The 20 soldiers exuded an intense, almost oppressive presence. Even officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Unit, hardened by countless missions, instinctively stepped back as the group passed. Leading this intimidating force was none other than Lieutenant Daniel Steiner. With hollow, bloodshot eyes that gave no hint of emotion, he stared straight ahead as if nothing in the world could faze him. When their eyes met, Heinz felt an inexplicable stiffness in his body. Daniel frowned slightly, then seemed to realize Heinz was the commanding officer and saluted. Heinz returned the salute with a tense expression as Daniel approached with a thin smile. It's an honor to meet you, Captain Heinz Schmidt. You know my name. Yes. I did some research about the unit I'd be assigned to. This unit has carried out some truly remarkable missions. I can already see why I was sent here. I appreciate the compliment. It must have been a tough journey to get here. Are you and your men not exhausted? Daniel let out a low chuckle and shook his head. Those suicidal maniacs? Don't worry about them. I've been watching them for days. They don't know how to get tired. The word suicidal maniacs sent a chill down Heinz's spine. As I thought. He treats his soldiers like expendable tools. In reality, Daniel had only meant to lighten the mood with a joke, but Heinz, already clouded by bias, began to see him as some kind of devil. Captain Heinz. Unaware of Heinz's internal thoughts, Daniel tilted his head at the captain's stiff expression. That was when it happened. What's all the commotion? The flap of the tent behind Heinz opened, and a blonde girl stepped out. Dressed in a pristine white blouse with a red brooch at her neck, she looked every bit the daughter of a noble family. Daniel's gaze naturally shifted toward her, and when their eyes met, he froze. Noticing his reaction, Heinz quickly introduced her. Oh, this is our embedded war correspondent. She arrived a few days ago and said she wanted to document the Imperial Army's efforts with her camera. Despite Heinz's explanation, Daniel couldn't take his eyes off her. Sensing his gaze, the girl smiled warmly. At that moment, Daniel felt as if his entire body had turned to ice. A war correspondent? No, that was impossible. Daniel knew exactly who this girl was. Why are you here? The girl standing before him was no ordinary civilian. She was Sylvia von Amberg, the Imperial Princess, the future ruler of the Empire. Why is the Imperial Princess disguising herself as a war correspondent deep within the battlefield? Daniel felt a strong sense of unease but quickly masked it, putting on a composed expression as he extended his right hand. Nice to meet you. I am First Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, Acting Operations Officer of the General Staff Headquarters. If the princess is concealing her identity and present on the Northern Front, there must be a significant reason. Blurting out something like, Your Highness, the princess, in such a situation would only make things worse. Sylvia studied Daniel carefully before extending her hand and accepting his handshake. I'm Ravi Amelia, a war correspondent. Please feel free to call me Ravi. Daniel nodded, ended the handshake, and released her hand. To avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion, he decided to maintain only the level of courtesy appropriate for addressing a war correspondent. Well then. Daniel turned to Heinz and spoke. Could you brief me on the operation? The words were an attempt to shift the topic, as he found the princess's gaze too burdensome. However, from Heinz's perspective, Daniel asking about the mission outline before even settling in made him come across as ruthless. As expected, he's not someone to be taken lightly. With that thought, Heinz nodded and turned around. Follow me. I'll give you a brief explanation of the mission. Inside the tent Heinz led them into, the first thing that caught their eyes was a table with an operation map laid out. Against the wall, soldiers sat in front of radios, awaiting communication orders. To the side, a blackboard displayed photographs of Allied officers, along with detailed notes on their identities and recent movements. As Daniel studied the board, Heinz began to speak. He's the adjutant of the Allied Northern Front Corps. His rank is Colonel, and his name is Jeremy Stringer. He's the target we need to eliminate in this mission. Daniel shifted his gaze to Heinz with a look of doubt. His expression seemed to question how they planned to assassinate such a high-profile target guarded by numerous escorts. If their positions were reversed, Heinz thought, he might have worn the same expression. Letting out a low laugh, Heinz said, "As you're aware, the Northern Front formed after the Kingdom of Eldresia joined the Allies. Those barbarian bastards didn't know their place and invaded Imperial territory with 3 divisions. But the Imperial army did not retreat. Exactly. Gloriously, we not only held our ground but also recaptured most of the lost territory, overwhelming the Allies. In the process, the enemy leadership retreated en masse, although some remained to resist." Heinz's explanation boiled down to a single point. It's a delaying tactic. At Daniel's remark, Heinz nodded. "I don't want to praise the enemy, but it was a sharp move. Thanks to Colonel Jeremy Stringer's efforts to buy time, the Allied leadership on the Northern Front managed to retreat with minimal losses. However, he's now isolated." Heinz let out a low laugh. It was closer to a sneer. Colonel Jeremy Stringer may be sharp, but he doesn't seem to have much courage. Once he confirmed the leadership's retreat, instead of making a last stand, he decided to run. He's like a rat. Exactly. Just as you said, that rat recently sent 2 battalions into battle and then slipped away with a company-sized escort. The Central Intelligence Bureau had detected this movement and passed down orders to Heinz, who was operating at the front lines. To summarize the orders from headquarters, set a trap in the rat's escape route, wait, and kill him. Understood. It was simple and clear, something even an idiot could grasp. Getting straight to the point, Daniel asked, "Then what are the expected escape routes?" Heinz, as if waiting for this question, picked up a baton and pointed to the operation map on the table. Several possible escape routes were marked in red. The first route is the Drokenberg Highlands. Its high elevation and sparse population make it ideal for avoiding pursuit. Since roads can't be used, crossing the highlands is the fastest way back to Allied territory. Heinz tapped the map again, pointing to another location. The second expected route is through the northwestern highlands and into the snowy mountains. By bypassing Alder Lake and hiding in the jungle, aerial reconnaissance would be impossible, making it the best route for stealth. Heinz finished his explanation and set down the baton. "Unfortunately, we'll have to choose one of these 2 routes to ambush him. If we split our forces, the chance of losing Jeremy increases." Heinz's words seemed to challenge Daniel, asking which route he thought Jeremy would take. Daniel rubbed his chin and stared at the operation map. "Wait a second. Isn't this a perfect chance for a dishonorable discharge? If I suggest a completely different plan and intentionally screw up the operation, my evaluation will plummet. And if I prove my incompetence in front of the princess, dishonorable discharge confirmed?" It felt as if fanfare was blaring inside his head. Daniel hid his smirk, maintaining a serious demeanor as he shook his head. "In my opinion, Colonel Jeremy Stringer won't choose either of these routes." By outright rejecting Heinz's assessment, Daniel caused silence to descend over the room. Sylvia, who had been watching their exchange, looked at Daniel with amusement. Meanwhile, Heinz frowned, clearly puzzled. "Can you explain exactly what you mean?" "Yes. I believe Jeremy will escape through the Edelkral Gorge." "The Edelkral Gorge? Don't be ridiculous. That area was mined early in the war to block the Allied advance. Jeremy knows this." Daniel met Heinz's eyes directly. "Because it's such an unreasonable route, Jeremy will take it. Do you think he doesn't understand that exploiting the Empire's blind spot is his only chance of survival?" His absolute confidence momentarily caused Heinz to hesitate. But Heinz had no intention of indulging Daniel's reckless idea. "Lieutenant, rationality is the principle of the Imperial Army. The Special Operations Unit isn't idle enough to humor your gambles. If that's your decision, Captain Heinz, I will obey. But you must be prepared." "Prepared for what?" In response to Heinz's question, Daniel didn't blink as he replied, "Even if I'm temporarily attached to this unit, I still command forces directly under headquarters. If we lose Colonel Jeremy Stringer due to your judgment, I'll have no choice but to report this to the General Staff. The General Staff is watching you." Hearing Daniel's words, Heinz couldn't help but feel the pressure. Indeed, Daniel knew exactly how to wield his connections. Suppressing a low sigh, Heinz barely managed to speak. "Lieutenant, you mustn't speak so lightly. What will you do if Jeremy doesn't come through Edelkral Gorge?" "I will accept any disciplinary action. Furthermore," Daniel paused for a moment before continuing, "please permit me to take only my platoon and set up an ambush in Edelkral Gorge." "Are you saying you'll take down Jeremy's company with just a single platoon?" "Yes." After prolonged battles on the northern front, Jeremy's company is likely suffering from low morale and exhaustion. Combined with the terrain's natural advantages, my platoon is more than capable of defeating them. According to Daniel's reasoning, splitting the forces and ambushing both routes was feasible. Heinz, staring into Daniel's determined eyes, turned to Sylvia. Sylvia, smiling with intrigue, gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Heinz furrowed his brows and reluctantly approved Daniel's audacity. Fine. If you insist, I'll authorize the operation. Take your platoon and lie in wait at Edelkraal Gorge when the time comes. Yes, thank you. Daniel gave a crisp salute and turned to leave the tent. Only then did it feel as though the suffocating tension in the air had eased. What a snake of a man. As Heinz stared at the tent's entrance where Daniel had left, Sylvia spoke up nearby. Captain Heinz, what do you think of Daniel Steiner? Heinz turned and bowed slightly. Your Highness, in my opinion, he's an excellent soldier. His judgment, decisiveness, and courage are exceptional. But I wouldn't call him a good person. To Heinz, Daniel seemed completely devoid of respect for others. Taking on the mission with only his platoon? It looked like he was trying to hog all the glory. He seemed like a devil, dragging himself and his subordinates toward disaster just for promotion. That was Heinz's impression of him. Therefore, Your Highness, I urge you to reconsider aligning yourself with Lieutenant Daniel Steiner. He is a man who cannot respect others. From my experience, people like him do not meet good ends. Despite Heinz's sincere advice, Sylvia's interest was only piqued further. Captain Heinz, there's no dog or man in this world that can't be tamed. Sylvia's gaze softened as she looked in the direction Daniel had gone. Besides, whether or not he's truly incapable of respecting others, I'll judge that for myself. The next day, Edelkraal Gorge. It's freezing. I shivered atop the cliff of the gorge. Even with my officer's winter coat, it felt like the cold was seeping through the fabric. I just want to botch this mission and head back to headquarters already. Sniffling quietly, I glanced to the side and saw Freen monitoring the gorge through binoculars. Sylvia sat nearby on a fallen log. The rest of the platoon had camouflaged themselves using snow and dry branches. But seriously, why is Sylvia here? Still pretending to be a war correspondent, she was holding a Leica camera. Honestly, it was absurd. What kind of war correspondent dresses that neatly? Her blouse, coat, and pants were all expensive, high-end pieces. She probably didn't even realize how extravagant her outfit looked since she was used to wearing such clothes. I was thinking how out of place she seemed when our eyes suddenly met. Seeing that she was about to speak, I quickly turned my head and cleared my throat. Do you see any enemy movement? Freen shook her head at my question. No, Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, sir. Of course, she didn't. This area was a position I had insisted on taking, a position chosen specifically to fail. It was a plan to secure a dishonorable discharge. Why would Jeremy come here? He'd have to be insane. While the gorge allowed for covert movement through shadowed areas, it also meant being trapped between two cliffs completely vulnerable to ambush. Moreover, Jeremy knew that the Imperial Army had mined this area. The odds of him coming here were slim to none. In other words, my plan was destined to fail. Not just a failure, a spectacular one. I had practically blackmailed Heinz into agreeing to this operation, so I'd be subjected to severe criticism. And with the princess witnessing my incompetence firsthand, it'll be the perfect disaster. They say crisis breeds opportunity. Who would have thought my unwanted promotion to the Northern Front would turn into a golden chance for a dishonorable discharge? I was so pleased with myself that I couldn't help but smile. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, sir. Hearing the panicked voice, I turned to see Freen lowering her binoculars and looking up at me. You were right. Colonel Jeremy Stringer's company is entering the gorge. Wait, what? For a moment, I thought I'd misheard, but Freen's eyes were filled with certainty. Give me the binoculars. Yes, sir. Taking the binoculars from Freen, I scanned the entrance of the gorge, frowning. Just as Freen had said, a company-sized force was advancing. But why were they entering Edelkraal Gorge, which was mined? Puzzled, I inspected their formation and let out a hollow laugh. They're marching in a single-file column. Two soldiers are walking far ahead of the rest. The two leading soldiers were effectively being used as a mine-clearing unit. If no explosions occurred along their path, it meant the area was clear of mines. The rest of Jeremy's troops were simply following in their footsteps. And those soldiers in the lead don't look like they volunteered. I zoomed in further and saw their faces filled with fear. Would anyone trembling like that willingly volunteer to lead the charge? Definitely not. It was obvious they'd been forced into it, likely under threat. Shifting the binoculars slightly, I noticed a soldier about 30 meters behind aiming a rifle at the lead pair. Leave the formation and be shot on the spot. Jeremy had almost certainly issued such an order. He's using his men's lives to check for mines. It was the kind of demonic calculation only war could produce. Not that it was shocking, history had seen far worse. Sighing, I lowered the binoculars and glanced around as I spoke. Target approaching. All squads, prepare for combat. The moment I finished speaking, the soldiers crouched and drew their rifles. Then they checked the mana cylinders attached to their shoulders. The cylindrical devices, filled with various mechanisms and gauges, were the Empire's cutting-edge weapons. Their function was to store mana in advance, allowing soldiers to access up to twice their normal mana reserves during combat. It meant Imperial soldiers could fight twice as effectively as those from other nations. Of course, this was a theoretical calculation, but the mana cylinder hailed as the pinnacle of Magi tech had undeniably cemented the Empire's status as a superpower. Realistically, no country can win a full-scale war against the Empire, but that overwhelming strength had also fueled fear and resentment among neighboring nations, which bordered the Empire. As I adjusted my own mana cylinder and checked the gauge, I thought again about why I wanted to escape this empire in the first place. After confirming there were no issues, I lay prone at the edge of the cliff, aiming my rifle. The soldiers followed my lead, positioning themselves along the cliffside. Watching Jeremy's company advance deeper into the gorge, I whispered loud enough for my men to hear. I'll take the enemy commander. The moment I fire, block their escape route with suppressive fire. Prepare magic rounds. Prepare magic rounds. In low voices, the soldiers echoed my command, channeling mana into their ammunition. Infusing bullets with mana temporarily enhanced their destructive power and penetration. Magic bullets outperformed most spells and required no complicated chance, just a bit of mana infusion. Like how firearms had rendered medieval knights obsolete, the rise of magic bullets had reduced most spells to relics of the past, except for a few practical ones. It was a prime example of technology erasing romantic ideals. But still, if I killed Colonel Jeremy here, wouldn't that just earn me another medal? With the princess watching from behind, I couldn't just stand idly by. But if I achieved another victory, my chance to escape the Empire would vanish. What should I do? Feeling Sylvia's gaze, I opened my rifle's scope. Bracing the rifle stock against my shoulder, I peered through the scope and spotted Colonel Jeremy walking in the center of the formation. The scope's magnification wasn't high enough to make out his face clearly, but the one wearing a high-ranking officer's uniform was undoubtedly him. If I killed him, I'd be promoted again. That was unacceptable. I couldn't let myself get further entangled with the Empire. Then, I just needed to act like an idiot who missed his shot, even with a golden opportunity. Having made up my mind, I shifted my aim slightly, targeting the soldier walking beside Jeremy instead. Taking a deep breath, I held it, infused mana into the bullet, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the air and pierced the soldier's head. Immediately, my platoon's gunfire erupted, deafening the air as it rained down on the enemy. Glancing briefly, I saw about 17 allied soldiers collapsing in sprays of blood. It was an excellent opening volley. But Jeremy was still alive. If the enemy counted the fallen bodies and realized we only had a platoon, they'd figure it out quickly. And Jeremy wasn't stupid. He'd deploy a mana barrier and either charge forward or retreat. Many of his men would die in the process, but a man who used his subordinates as human mind detectors wouldn't care. If Jeremy escaped, I'd fail the mission and could finally get discharged. Come on, Colonel Jeremy, run. I peered through the scope, watching Jeremy's company flounder in confusion. Then, to my disbelief, an officer began shouting orders and dropped his weapon. Huh? Why are they dropping their weapons? Unable to make sense of it, I watched as soldiers started kneeling one by one and raising their hands. It was a clear sign of surrender. They had no intention of continuing the fight. Freen, who had been firing alongside me, tilted her head in confusion. They're surrendering. No, it could be a trick. They might attack the moment we move down. Before I could finish, the officer shouted something again and threw his rifle into the minefield. The soldiers followed, tossing their weapons into the mined area as well. It's a genuine surrender. What the hell is going on? I had no idea, but with the enemy surrendering, the operation was effectively over. Everyone, get up. We're moving in to capture them. Descending into the gorge, I ordered my platoon to tie up the prisoners before walking over to Colonel Jeremy and demanding an explanation. Specifically, I asked him to explain why they had surrendered. You killed the colonel. Jeremy, no. The man dressed in Colonel Jeremy's uniform glared at me and shouted. We were ambushed? And if you knew enough to identify the uniform switch, then it was clear we had no chance of winning. Moving forward meant stepping into a minefield, and retreating meant dying like dogs. In short, the soldier I killed with my first shot had actually been Colonel Jeremy in disguise. Losing their commander in an instant, the company assumed we had the upper hand in intelligence and firepower, and their morale collapsed, leading to their surrender. Damn it. Running a hand down my face in disbelief, I saw one of the enemy soldiers clench his fists in frustration. Damn it, you imperial bastards. If we'd known you were just a single platoon, we would have fought back. You devilish son of a... Thud. The soldier crumpled into the snow as Freen struck him in the neck with the butt of her rifle. Freen, her gaze cold as she looked down at the fallen soldier, turned to me and saluted. Sir, we've captured 87 prisoners, excluding the 18 killed in action. Hearing Freen's report made the reality sink in. We'd defeated an entire company with a single platoon. I let out a frosty breath, staying silent as Freen added cautiously. Aren't you happy, sir? Of course, this level of success must be routine for you, Lieutenant. I apologize for my mistake. What the hell is this woman talking about? As I frowned, the sound of a camera shutter click echoed through the air. I flinched and turned toward the source, only to find Sylvia standing there. Lowering her camera, she gazed at me with an expression of admiration. Congratulations. Your operation planning and execution were flawless, including the elimination of your target. Wait, that photo you just took. When we return to the capital, I'll order request that it be published in the papers. A war hero who took down a company with just a platoon? I'll make sure you get the recognition you deserve. I wanted to tell her not to do it, but the person standing before me was the Imperial Princess. Refusal wasn't an option. Seeming to grow even fonder of me, Sylvia took a step closer and playfully nudged my waist. So, how does it feel to become a war hero? It felt like absolute hell. But there was no way I could say that to the Imperial Princess. Suppressing my emotions, I responded as neutrally as possible. I simply did what was expected for the Empire. Calling me a war hero is far too much. This was just one of many battles taking place on the front lines, and I'm concerned that publicizing it might seem excessive. It was my roundabout way of asking her not to spread news of this battle. But upon hearing my words, Sylvia looked momentarily surprised before breaking into a soft smile. I see. You're every bit the model soldier I've heard about. It makes me want to recruit you even more. Why did it feel like she'd misunderstood something? This is Kingfisher. Target eliminated. Returning to the temporary forward base. It was a transmission received by Heinz, who had been waiting at the Drokenberg Highlands. This meant Heinz's rational prediction had been wrong, and Daniel's intuition had been right. Heinz wanted to believe it was a lie, but he knew there was no way Daniel, obsessed with earning accolades, would file a false report. Responding with an acknowledgement, Heinz withdrew from the Highlands and returned to the forward base, where he witnessed Daniel's results firsthand. Unbelievable. In the clearing, prisoners wearing Allied uniforms were kneeling in rows. Even at a glance, there were over 80 of them guarded by no more than 20 Imperial soldiers. It was such an unrealistic sight that Heinz felt like he was looking at something out of a dream. Heinz's aide was just as stunned by Daniel's achievement. Lieutenant Daniel actually took down a company with a single platoon. How is that even possible? It wasn't entirely impossible. Rare, but not unheard of. There were historical examples of Davids defeating Goliaths. But still, had any David ever taken Goliath alive as prisoners? Heinz couldn't comprehend how a platoon of 20 had not only defeated but also forced a company to surrender. Moreover, the captured Allied company included 5 officers and 7 non-commissioned officers. One of the officers was even field grade. The intelligence they could extract from these prisoners alone made this a monumental achievement. As Heinz gazed at the prisoners groaning in the snow, he sensed someone approaching and looked up. Daniel stood there, saluting. "You've returned, Captain Heinz." Heinz returned the salute, speaking with disbelief still lingering in his voice. "Incredible. How did you capture them all?" "Oh, I'd say it was just luck." Though Daniel meant it sincerely, Heinz only saw it as false modesty. They say modesty is a virtue in the Empire. If I didn't know his true nature, I might have been fooled too. Growing more wary of Daniel, Heinz cleared his throat. "Enough with the luck nonsense. What kind of platoon defeats a company purely by chance? This is your achievement." "I disagree." Daniel spoke with a serious expression. "I merely reached my conclusion based on Captain Heinz's assessment and the Central Intelligence Bureau's data. The credit should go to you and the Intelligence Bureau." Daniel was practically begging Heinz not to report his success to headquarters. But to Heinz, it came across as a calculated move to flatter superiors and secure promotions. Lowering himself while praising his superiors, he's disarming even the most rigid officers. Not only is he brilliant at commanding troops, but he also knows how to maneuver politically. Heinz felt a chill run down his spine. This man was a monster obsessed with promotion. Suppressing his unease, Heinz replied in a low voice. "That won't happen. I don't submit false reports. Your success will be reported as it is, so enjoy your victory." Daniel's eyebrow twitched. "Damn it! Can't you take the damn credit, you dense bastard?" Any other officer would have gladly accepted the accolades, but this inflexible fool refused to steal his subordinates' achievements. It was suddenly clear why Heinz, despite his competence, held such a low rank. Daniel sighed inwardly but kept his face neutral. "If that's your decision, sir, I'll comply." "Good. With the operation now complete, you're dismissed. Get some rest. I'll handle the prisoners and make arrangements to return to headquarters by noon tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration." Recognizing that the conversation was over, Daniel snapped off a salute. "It's been an honor to work with you, Captain Heinz Schmidt." "The honor is mine. It was a privilege to have a soldier as capable as you under my command." Heinz returned the salute, and Daniel turned and walked toward his tent. Watching Daniel's back, Heinz's aide spoke with admiration. The rumors were true. The lieutenant sent by headquarters is an exceptional elite. Not only is his operational ability flawless, but his respect for superiors is impeccable. "You're not wrong. But you're missing the bigger picture." Gazing at Daniel's retreating figure, Heinz muttered under his breath. "That man is a monster. A monster that will one day devour this empire." The next day, after delivering a detailed report on yesterday's battle to Heinz, I headed to the clearing in the forward base at noon. In the clearing, military jeeps and transport vehicles were parked, and the platoon members had gathered around, chatting. Eavesdropping slightly, I caught snippets of them marveling over how incredible the battle had been. I could also hear the occasional praise directed at me, definitely not just my imagination. Freen, who had been talking with the others, approached me. "Lieutenant Daniel, good afternoon. Did you finish your report?" "Yeah, but what exactly were you all so excited about?" "We were discussing how incredible of a commander you are, leading us to victory without a single casualty in our first battle, against an enemy company, no less. That's amazing." Freen's sparkling eyes were unbearably overwhelming. Frowning slightly, I spoke to her. "You're all spouting nonsense. It's time to return to headquarters, so get in the vehicle." Yes, sir. I'll let them know right away. Saluting briskly, Freen returned to the platoon and relayed my orders. The soldiers turned to salute me before climbing into the military transport vehicles. Were they too caught up in their first victory? I sighed and began walking toward the jeep only to stop in my tracks. A woman stood there, hands clasped behind her back, waiting for me. Dressed in a pristine white blouse and coat, Sylvia glanced around before spotting me and speaking naturally. Lieutenant Daniel, are you returning to headquarters? Yes. And then let's go together. I have business at headquarters as well. What? Why the hell is she coming with me? For a moment, I was too dumbfounded to respond. After quickly running through excuses in my head, I spoke carefully. Miss, this military vehicle prioritizes performance over comfort. It's not suited for long-distance travel, especially for a lady. I'm fine. It's wartime, after all. Being able to ride in a functioning vehicle at all is already a blessing. I don't care if you're fine, I'm not fine with this. I couldn't very well make the princess drive herself, which meant I'd have to endure the fatigue of driving her to headquarters. Lieutenant Daniel. But how could I refuse the imperial princess? Sighing quietly in defiance, I nodded. If you insist, then please get in. I'll drive. Sylvia nodded and climbed into the passenger seat. Muttering complaints under my breath, I got into the driver's seat and started the engine. As I pressed the accelerator, the transport vehicles behind us followed. About an hour into the drive, Sylvia spoke. Lieutenant Daniel, what do you think about the state of this war? The sudden question caught me off guard, but it was the kind of question an imperial princess might naturally ask. Surrounded by generals and officers constantly shouting, "The Empire will win," this must have been her chance, disguised as a war correspondent, to hear an honest opinion from a lower-ranking officer. It won't be easy. I figured I could at least give her some advice. Sylvia looked at me like she didn't understand. What do you mean it won't be easy? The Empire has practically won on the northern front. We're hearing victory reports from the eastern front as well. At this rate, the Empire will win the war against the Allies. Yes. Assuming no third-party nations intervene. Sylvia didn't understand the horrors of a world war. That's why she could speak so casually. If the Empire defeats the Allies and claims their resources, what do you think will happen? Sylvia's expression turned serious. Obviously, we'll become the dominant power, a hegemon above all nations. Yes. If everything goes well, the Empire might even lay the groundwork for unifying the world. But the problem is that other major powers know this too. The great powers feared the Empire's growing strength. They also saw the Allies' downfall as a potential preview of their own futures. Fear and paranoia would ignite the flames of war against the Empire. Nations that saw conflict as inevitable would rush to declare war, and their target would be none other than the Empire will become the enemy of the world. This, ultimately, was why the Empire would lose to the Allied forces. Sylvia's expression darkened. She seemed to be processing my words, weighing their rationality. It must have been a shock to hear something so drastically different from the general's unwavering optimism. For all I knew, she might decide I was paranoid and lash out. But instead, she considered my opinion. I see. That's certainly one possibility. But Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, how exactly did you arrive at that conclusion? I didn't get the chance to answer. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted something glinting in the sunlight ahead, sharpened spikes scattered across the road. Spike strips. Snapping to attention, I urgently turned the wheel, veering off onto a side path. Clunk. The sudden maneuver threw Sylvia off balance, and she fell against my thigh. Ugh. Grabbing my leg for support, Sylvia tried to push herself upright only for me to shove her head down. Ugh. Lieutenant Daniel? What the hell? Tat 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 tat. Gunfire erupted from all directions, bullets whizzing past and slamming into the jeep. One round hit the passenger window with a sharp crack. If it weren't for the reinforced glass, it would have shattered instantly. Finally understanding the situation, Sylvia stopped trying to raise her head and ducked lower. No way. Unfortunately, it was exactly what she thought. Spike traps and gunfire meant only one thing. An ambush. I gritted my teeth and floored the accelerator. Stopping meant death. That was the only thought racing through my head. Forcing my ragged breathing under control, I grabbed the radio while keeping my eyes on the road. This is Kingfisher? Enemy ambush? I repeat, enemy ambush? Approximately 42 kilometers toward Mavrishka village. Request immediate support. Finishing my call, I quickly switched frequencies and addressed my platoon. This is the lieutenant. Respond? Damn it, say something, anything. After a brief pause, a trembling voice came through. Lieutenant? We don't know what's happening. We veered off onto a side path to avoid the gunfire, but we're in the opposite direction from you. It was Freen's voice. I'd have preferred someone calmer on standby, but this wasn't the time to be picky. Fine. Keep driving until you've put enough distance between yourselves and the enemy. Then dismount, spread out, and assess their numbers while waiting for reinforcements. If you determine they can be suppressed. Boom! A violent jolt shook the vehicle, and the impact knocked the radio out of my hands. Sylvia groaned beside me as the world spun in my vision. Gripping the steering wheel desperately, I swore under my breath. The tire's out. Whether it was deliberate or a stray bullet, it doesn't matter now. The important thing was that the gunfire had started fading. I'd managed to put some distance between us and the enemy, buying a bit of time. But I couldn't let my guard down yet. I needed to get out of their sight. A sharp curve appeared ahead. I lifted my foot off the accelerator and slammed the brakes. Screech. The tires screamed as the Jeep skidded, and I wrenched the wheel hard. The vehicle spun halfway and tilted precariously to the side. Before it could roll over, I stomped the accelerator. The tires dug in and lurched forward, stabilizing the Jeep back onto all four wheels. Thunk! Sylvia's sharp scream pierced the air. It was the kind of cry that made me feel guilty, but now wasn't the time to care. Shifting gears, I pressed the accelerator again. The Jeep roared as it sped up, and for a moment, I marveled at how fast it could actually move. Until the world tilted again. Damn it! The damaged tire finally gave out, hissing as it bled air and failed completely. Panicking, I slammed the brakes, but it only made things worse. The tires screeched as the vehicle skidded, spinning wildly. Then crash! A deafening impact slammed through the frame, rattling my bones. Ugh! Shaking off the pain, I slowly lifted my head and saw the hood buried into a tree trunk. Smoke began seeping out. Ugh! Ugh! A faint groan came from my leg. Looking down, I saw Sylvia sprawled against my thigh. Concerned at least outwardly, I asked, "Are you all right?" Of course, she wasn't, but it felt polite to ask. Sylvia glared at me briefly before pushing herself upright. "I'm not all right, but I can move. More importantly, how did they know where we'd be? I hadn't expected that. I thought she'd be crying or panicking. Then again, this was the future empress who'd one day command the Empire's strongest army. A title like Ironblood wouldn't fit someone who broke down in moments like this. There must have been a spy in the forward base feeding them information. It's common in wartime. I reached for the door handle, but it didn't budge. The impact had bent the frame. After a few kicks with my boot, the door finally gave way and fell off with a thud. Stepping out, I extended my hand to Sylvia. "Get out. We need to put more distance between us and them before they catch up." "Right. That sounds reasonable." Sylvia nodded and grabbed my hand, stepping out of the Jeep. As she took a deep breath, I noticed her shoulders trembling slightly. So she was scared, after all. Suppressing a chuckle, I guided her toward the forest. Catching my amusement, Sylvia blushed faintly. "You're a reckless driver, Lieutenant Daniel." Trying to change the subject, huh? She might act tough, but she was still just a teenager. "Thank you for the compliment." "Do you think that was a compliment? If I hadn't driven recklessly, we'd be full of bullet holes by now. If that's not worth praise, what is? We wouldn't have been shot." "I have." Sylvia trailed off, closing her mouth. "Good. Trying to outtalk someone with more experience was a losing battle. Lieutenant Daniel, what do we?" I covered her mouth with my hand. Voices were approaching. Sylvia flailed briefly, but I gestured for her to stay quiet. Realizing the situation, she nodded. I led her behind some bushes, listening carefully. They must be nearby. Their jeeps wrecked, they couldn't have gone far. "Damn it! I told you to hide the spike strips better." "Shut up, Beldam. Complaining won't fix anything." Peeking through the leaves, I counted 6 of them. A single squad. No others in sight. But they were closing in fast. If this kept up, we'd be spotted soon. "Wait a minute. They're allied soldiers, aren't they? If I surrendered and requested asylum, they might accept. I wasn't just some random grunt, I was an officer from the Imperial General Staff. Any halfwit could see my strategic value. If they have a spy feeding them intel, they probably have a way to smuggle me out too. I hadn't expected to escape the Empire like this, but it was as good an opportunity as any. "Miss Reporter." Of course, I couldn't surrender with Sylvia around. She'd kill me before I even made it to the Allied camp. "We're going to be discovered soon. One of us needs to be the bait and lead them away so the other can escape." "I'll do it." Sylvia's eyes widened. "No, stop that nonsense. You'll die. If my death lets you survive, that's enough. Soldiers exist to protect civilians." "Lieutenant Daniel." Grasping her shoulders gently, I softened my voice. "Please survive. If peace ever returns to the Empire, I hope you'll remember that I existed." Sylvia's face flushed as if she was moved. With my farewell speech done, I let go of her shoulders and stood up. "Wait. You don't have to." Sylvia tried to stop me, but it was too late. I sprinted in the opposite direction, away from where she was hiding. "Hey, over there. Get him." Hearing the soldiers shouting as they chased after me, I smirked. Perfect. Everything was going according to plan. At this rate, escaping the Empire was just a matter of time? Left alone, Sylvia stared blankly in the direction where Daniel had run. His words echoed repeatedly in her mind. "If my death ensures your survival, that's enough for me. Soldiers exist to protect their people." The image of Daniel, his eyes steeped in sorrow as he willingly faced death, was etched vividly in her thoughts. To Sylvia, it was an utterly surreal sight. What kind of officer would sacrifice his life for a mere war correspondent? Captain Heinz was wrong. No respect for others? That was utter nonsense. Daniel Steiner was someone willing to give his life for the people of the Empire? He wasn't like the bureaucrats in the Imperial Court who only paid lip service to sacrifice and devotion. Daniel had demonstrated his selflessness not through words, but through actions. She had to save him. She needed to have him. The Empire could not afford to lose such a treasure in a worthless place like this. Royal Guards. The moment Sylvia uttered those words, the air around her distorted. Soldiers wearing gas masks emerged one by one, deactivating their optical camouflage. They had been secretly guarding Sylvia, revealing themselves only when the signal was given. Without so much as glancing at them, Sylvia spoke in a cold voice. "Rescue Lieutenant Daniel Steiner." if so much as a single scratch appears on him. Her sharp eyes narrowed dangerously. I won't forgive any of you. The royal guards responded with a brief nod before launching into rapid motion, vanishing into the forest in pursuit of Daniel. Watching her elite guards disappear, Sylvia slowly rose to her feet. She pressed a hand to her chest and exhaled softly. Whether it was the aftermath of the chaotic drive or lingering tension, her heart still pounded harder than usual. After running and running for what felt like an eternity, I finally arrived at a clearing in the forest. Leaving footprints in the pristine white ground, I stepped into the center of the clearing and bent over, resting my hands on my knees. Heated breaths poured out of my mouth in rapid succession. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Sprinting at full speed for several minutes left my head spinning. I didn't particularly enjoy running like this, but I had no other choice. Putting as much distance as possible between myself and Sylvia was the top priority. If the princess hears about my attempt to defect, I'm screwed. The princess's nature demanded that traitors be dealt with, no matter the cost. Therefore, disappearing like a ghost before she found out was my best option. How far do you think you're going to run, you son of a huff? As I struggled to catch my breath, I heard the voice of an allied soldier. When I turned around calmly, I saw the 6 soldiers from earlier approaching, panting heavily. The fact that they weren't pointing their guns at me suggested they were open to talking. I didn't want to fight either, so I raised my hands, still breathing heavily. Let's all calm down and have a conversation first. I'm Daniel Steiner, First Lieutenant and Acting Operations Officer in the Imperial General Staff. State your affiliation and names. Good. I introduced myself while naturally emphasizing my position and rank. If they weren't complete idiots, they'd realize I was someone with strategic value. Do you think we don't know who you are? Strangely, though, the soldiers just frowned, looking annoyed rather than surprised. Enough talk. Where's the princess? Depending on your answer, we might let you live, so think carefully. Princess. Hearing the word princess from an allied soldier's mouth momentarily froze my thoughts. How did they know the person traveling with me was the princess? Sylvia wasn't an idiot. She wouldn't have gone around broadcasting her identity while disguised as a war correspondent. Only a select few knew she had come to the Northern Front. And those few were people Sylvia deemed trustworthy. Given Sylvia's meticulous nature when selecting personnel, it was unlikely any of them were spies. Then who leaked the information to set up this ambush? Turning it over in my head, I reached a grim realization and let out a low growl. The prince. Everything made sense if it was family. He would have had the closest view of Sylvia's every move. In fact, Ludwig von Amberg, the crown prince, had reportedly clashed with his younger sister Sylvia multiple times over the line of succession. Apparently, their conflict hadn't just been for show. Trying to assassinate his own sister? That bastard's completely insane. I clicked my tongue and lowered my hands. Now that I knew the truth, there was no need to surrender. The soldiers in front of me weren't from the allied nations. They were assassins sent by the crown prince, disguised to make it look like Sylvia had been attacked by the allies. Realizing this was all a staged act chilled my blood. Did the crown prince send you? My question made the soldiers flinch. That reaction solidified my suspicion. Now that I look closer, your allied uniforms are awfully clean. What are you getting at? In guerrilla warfare, veterans are typically deployed for ambush operations. Sending rookies would drastically reduce the odds of success. But your uniforms look brand new just like fresh recruits. Does that make sense to you? If they wanted to sell the disguise, they should have dirtied up their uniforms to match seasoned soldiers. The soldiers failed to counter my observation, instead letting out hollow laughs. One of them, who seemed to be the squad leader, stepped forward. You figured it out right away, huh? Guess you really are the elite they say you are. Then you must know the situation. Join us, and we'll guarantee your rise to power. Us? You mean the crown prince? Watch your tone. It's His Highness the Crown Prince. Seeing the soldier growl in anger, I couldn't help but laugh. The soldier frowned at my reaction. What's so funny? It's just, watching you cling to a sinking ship is kind of pitiful. The Crown Prince? He's not fit to be emperor. That position belongs to the princess, not that incompetent fool. I meant it as genuine advice, knowing how the future would unfold. But judging by the soldiers' expressions, they didn't appreciate it. They gripped their guns tightly, their faces twisted in irritation. Thanks for being honest. Now we don't need to talk any. It was time to move. Before the soldier could finish, I drew my revolver from its holster. At the same time, I focused mana into my central nervous system, accelerating my reflexes. Instantly, my vision expanded, and my pupils constricted. The world around me seemed to slow down. The soldier in front of me began raising his gun. Another opened his mouth, likely to curse. A few others rushed toward me, their movements sluggish in my heightened perception. Taking a deep breath, I raised my revolver, aimed at their heads, and pulled the trigger. The gunpowder exploded, and the bullets seemed to float unrealistically, as if drifting through zero gravity. But the bullets advanced steadily toward the soldiers' heads. The moment I moved my revolver's barrel to finish off the last soldier, my neural acceleration wore off, and the world returned to its normal speed. Bang! 5 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, blowing the soldiers' heads apart in succession. Without so much as a scream, their bodies crumpled to the ground. But one remained. As my neural acceleration faded, the last soldier was still charging toward me. You bastard! I tried to aim, but my hands trembled violently. The recoil from using neural acceleration had taken a heavy toll on my body. This ability was the very thing that had allowed me to graduate at the top of my class at the academy, but its downside was clear. The physical strain afterward was severe. If not for the monocylinder, I wouldn't have been able to take down all 5 soldiers simultaneously. Without it, the neural acceleration would have cut out halfway, leaving me dead. That's how extreme the mana consumption was. Damn it. My head throbbed, and my limbs felt like they were sinking into quicksand, refusing to obey. But if I didn't kill him, I'd be the one to die. Focusing my mind with difficulty, I pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed high into the air, and the soldier's arm exploded. I missed my aim. Even with his arm blown off, the soldier screamed and kept charging at me. He threw his weight forward and slammed into me. Ugh. I fell backward, my body sinking into the snow. The soldier climbed on top of me and drew a military knife, raising it high to drive it into my head. Sensing the danger, I instinctively grabbed his wrist. You son of a bitch! You demon bastard! Die! The soldier spat curses, his saliva flying everywhere. But I didn't have the energy to respond. All I could do was use both hands to grip his wrist and push back. Grr. It wasn't working. I couldn't muster the strength. I could see the knife's tip inching closer to my eye, and I couldn't stop it. Fear trickled down my spine. What the hell? Am I going to die like this? They said people saw their lives flash before their eyes before death. All I felt was emptiness. I wanted to deny my death, but the strength in my hands was fading fast. And then, bang! With a gunshot, the side of the soldier's head exploded. His body slumped forward, falling heavily onto me. I quickly grabbed the knife and drove it deep into his neck, just to make sure. Then I shoved his body aside and slowly sat up. After steadying my ragged breath, I turned to the side and saw a group wearing Imperial uniforms and gas masks. The Imperial Central Army. No, the Royal Guard. If it was the Royal Guard, I had a pretty good idea who had sent them. Sure enough, Sylvia appeared from behind them, arriving a moment later. Seeing the worry etched on her face, I felt a pang of guilt, as if I'd done something wrong. Unaware of my thoughts, Sylvia knelt beside me as soon as she reached me. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, right? I nodded. I'm not injured. Thanks to the Royal Guard. So, I trailed off, and Sylvia lowered her gaze as if she'd realized what I was about to say. I'm sorry. I never meant to deceive you. I only disguised myself as a war correspondent because I thought I wouldn't be able to see what kind of person you really were as a royal. I already knew. But for now, I decided to pretend I didn't. So, did you learn a lot about me? I said it to lighten the mood. Of course. But Sylvia took my words seriously. First, during the planning phase of the operation, you opposed Captain Heinz's opinion and established new logic. The fact that it was justified shows you have both the integrity to stand up to authority and the insight to read the battlefield. I only said that because I wanted to get dishonorably discharged. And at Edelkral Gorge, you instantly recognized Colonel Jeremy, who was disguised as a soldier. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for you to take him out with the first shot. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I just shot a soldier and later found out it was him. Finally, you have the selflessness to sacrifice yourself for the people of the Empire. You risked your life to save what you thought was just a war correspondent. I was just looking for a chance to defect and improvised a cover story to escape. None of what she said was true, but with Sylvia looking at me so earnestly, I couldn't bring myself to deny it. Telling the truth would mean my execution. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner. Sylvia took my hand and solemnly declared. On behalf of the Imperial family, I declare that you are the Empire's greatest treasure. I felt like I was going to die of suffocation. After reuniting with Princess Sylvia, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Following Daniel's orders, the platoon disembarked and scattered to join reinforcements dispatched by the Special Operations Unit. Together, they obliterated the Crown Prince's forces, who had been disguised as Allied soldiers. On top of that, Captain Heinz had requested additional support, prompting nearby air squadrons to send reconnaissance helicopters and fighter jets into the fray. Against such overwhelming force, the Crown Prince's troops never stood a chance. To begin with, they were a small unit deployed for a swift and decisive operation. Even the Special Operations reinforcements alone were enough to overwhelm them. With the addition of air support, their defeat was inevitable. Cornered, the Crown Prince's soldiers chose to end their lives en masse, bringing the situation to a close. And now, Daniel and his platoon stood in formation in the forest clearing, maintaining a parade rest stance. In front of the transport helicopter that had landed at the clearing's center, Sylvia blinked her blue eyes as she looked at them. So it's true. Exceptional soldiers follow an exceptional commander. Daniel and his men were all covered in blood. It meant they hadn't hesitated to fight against the Crown Prince's troops. Of course, aside from Daniel, none of them realized that the enemies they had fought were under the Crown Prince's command. Lieutenant Daniel. Sylvia, after surveying the platoon, met Daniel's eyes. She gestured for him to come closer, and Daniel stepped forward without hesitation. You called for me. Sylvia nodded and leaned in, rising onto her toes to whisper in his ear. Keep what you saw and heard today to yourself. No one must know that my brother was involved in this incident. Understood. With no evidence, openly accusing the Crown Prince could easily backfire. As expected. It's so easy to communicate with you. Her voice, murmured so close to his ear, was sweet. Then, Sylvia took a step back. Well then, I'll return to the capital now. Honestly, I'd love to travel to the general staff with you and talk more, but this matter has gotten too big. I need to hurry back. It had indeed escalated. By now, news of the princess's ambush had likely spread throughout the military leadership in the capital. That was thanks to Captain Heinz, who had judged the situation critical enough to call for air support. If Sylvia didn't return quickly, she would face not only the Emperor's scrutiny but also the sharp eyes of the nobles in court. Understanding her position, Daniel bowed his head. It has been an honor to meet you. I look forward to the day I can serve you again. Sylvia gave a faint smile at Daniel's formal words. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. It was a loaded remark. Before Daniel could respond, Sylvia turned and boarded the transport helicopter. Once she was inside, the royal guard followed with disciplined movements and closed the doors. One of the guards confirmed that everyone was aboard, and the pilot began preparations for takeoff. The helicopter's rotors spun faster and faster, generating a loud roar as they pushed against the air. No, the ground. It felt more accurate to say they pushed against the ground. Snow scattered in all directions as the helicopter lifted off, heading straight for the capital. Inside the helicopter, Sylvia sat by the window, looking down at the ground. She could see Daniel and his platoon saluting the helicopter as it rose. After gazing at them in silence, Sylvia turned her head and looked at one of the royal guards checking his weapon. On the guard's shoulder was the golden wing emblem, symbolizing his status as the chief bodyguard of the royal guard. Lieutenant Colonel Hartmann Edelstein. He was the field commander of the royal guard and a renowned killing machine. One of the most infamous stories about Hartmann involved him charging into a battlefield drenched in bullets, cutting down enemies with nothing but a sword. Yet, there was one person this killing machine feared, and that was Sylvia von Amberg, who was now staring at him with an impassive expression. Most of the time, Hartmann found Sylvia adorable and beautiful, like a granddaughter. But when she looked at him like this silent and focused, it sent chills down his spine because he had no idea what she was thinking. Of course, he couldn't ignore her forever. Reluctantly, Hartmann set aside his weapon and removed his gas mask. A bead of cold sweat rolled down the wrinkled face of the veteran soldier. Your Highness, do you have something to say to me? I do. Why didn't you rescue Lieutenant Daniel immediately? What do you mean? Do you think I'm an idiot, Hartmann? It's obvious you arrived before Daniel engaged the enemy. So why didn't you step in right away? Explain yourself. As I suspected, her instincts were razor-sharp. Hartmann glanced around, wondering how to explain himself. He sent what was essentially an SOS signal, but the royal guards around him kept their heads down, focusing intently on cleaning their weapons. They were pretending not to notice, hoping to avoid any collateral damage. Damn cowards. Hartmann shot a sharp glare at his subordinates before turning back to Sylvia and forcing a warm smile. As far as I understand, Your Highness's order was to ensure that Lieutenant Daniel Steiner was rescued without injury. The lieutenant remained unharmed, so I believe we faithfully carried out your command. Are you seriously trying to justify yourself right now? Your Highness, I understand your anger, but we needed time to assess the character and abilities of the man you intend to favor. That, too, is part of our duty. While Hartmann didn't doubt Sylvia's judgment, it was crucial for the royal guard to evaluate the skills and ideology of anyone who got close to the princess. If I may add a bit more in my defense, we did gain valuable information. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner possessed the rare ability to accelerate his nervous system. Although the technique had fallen out of favor due to its severe mana consumption and limited duration, modern warfare had changed its value. In the past, mere seconds of acceleration weren't enough to pierce a knight's armor or shatter a mage's barrier. But with the advancement of technology and firearms, the time it took to kill someone had been reduced to fractions of a second. On the modern battlefield, even the lowest of soldiers could kill someone of noble blood if they could aim properly. Being able to carve out even a few seconds of personal time in such an environment was a tremendous advantage. In that regard, Lieutenant Daniel Steiner was a highly desirable asset. If he hadn't been part of the general staff, Hartmann might have already offered him a position in the Royal Guard. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner's combat skills are exceptional. With just a bit more luck, he could have taken down all 6 enemies on his own. Sylvia half narrowed her eyes with a disgruntled expression. Having served her for a long time, Hartmann immediately understood what that look meant. It was the unspoken equivalent of, "That's not what I asked, is it?" If he gave the wrong answer here, he might lose her favor. And for Hartmann, losing Sylvia's favor would be painful. Despite their stark difference in status, Hartmann genuinely cherished Sylvia like a granddaughter. So he needed to give her something more, something useful. Clearing his throat, Hartmann spoke in a more serious tone. If your highness truly intends to recruit Lieutenant Daniel Steiner as an ally, I don't believe you will need to test his loyalty. Sylvia blinked in confusion at the sudden shift. Hartmann continued. During the confrontation, Lieutenant Daniel Steiner declared in front of the Crown Prince's soldiers that the incompetent prince will never become emperor. He also stated, the one who will become emperor is the princess. Sylvia's eyes widened. Having arrived late to the scene, she hadn't heard Daniel's words herself. Are you certain? He really said that? Yes. Everyone here heard it. The royal guards cleaning their weapons nodded in unison. Seeing that, a faint smile formed on Sylvia's lips. I see. So that's what Lieutenant Daniel said. Trailing off, Sylvia turned her gaze to the window, looking down at the ground. Even though the clearing was now far behind them, her eyes instinctively searched for Daniel. To think he said something like that. She didn't know why, but it seemed Daniel's words had struck a chord with her. Is she pleased about recruiting new talent? Hartman found it odd, though. She seemed more excited than usual. Wait. Could she be seeing Lieutenant Daniel as a potential romantic interest? No, that couldn't be it. After enduring endless schemes from her brother, Sylvia had treated the opposite sex with complete indifference, as if they were nothing more than rocks. Whatever the reason, Hartman found it refreshing to see Sylvia display an expression more fitting for her age. After parting ways with the princess, my platoon, and I quickly cleaned ourselves up and waited for further orders. As much as I wanted to get out of this godforsaken northern front as soon as possible, wrecking a jeep had come with its own set of bureaucratic hurdles to secure a replacement. Eventually, I received a new vehicle from the Special Operations Company and immediately set out for the General Staff headquarters. Just like before, it took 4 days of non-stop driving to arrive at the grand entrance, marked by an ornate fountain. Feeling the weariness of the journey, I opened the passenger door and stepped out, spotting my platoon members disembarking from their transport vehicles nearby. Despite a few soldiers sporting bandages from injuries sustained during the ambush, they stood in neat squads before me, grinning as if they had already forgotten their wounds. I suppose they're just relieved there's no need to worry about ambushes here. I can't blame them. If I were in their shoes, I'd probably be wearing the same expression. I took a moment to let my gaze sweep over each soldier before speaking. You all did well. Each of you fulfilled your duties admirably on the northern front. And even when faced with an unexpected ambush, you responded with composure. That deserves praise. You worked hard too, sir. I only wish we could have fought more. We should have blown off more of those bastards' balls. The loud remarks from a couple of overly enthusiastic soldiers drew laughter from the rest of the platoon. Normally, I would have given them a warning, but this wasn't the time for that. We'd just returned victorious, and I didn't want to spoil the atmosphere. There'll be plenty of opportunities to blow off the Allies' balls in the future, so don't worry. As for the rest of you, forget the speeches. Dismissed? Go enjoy your victory. The soldiers saluted sharply as I finished speaking. After returning the salute, I turned toward the headquarters building, only to pause when Freen approached me hesitantly, looking like she had something to say. What is it? My voice came out lower than I intended, probably from exhaustion, which caused Freen to flinch before gathering her courage. Lieutenant Daniel Steiner? I wanted to discuss my future. Oh, you'll be assigned to the headquarters Direct Command Battalion. Unless otherwise summoned, stay there and continue training. That's not what I meant. Then what was it? I stared at her silently, too tired to prod, and Freen took a deep breath before looking up at me. I want to become an officer like you. An officer? Yes? After fighting on the northern front, I feel strongly about serving the Empire just like you. It was a bit sudden, but Freen becoming an officer was inevitable. She was destined for it anyway, though this felt earlier than expected. Normally, she would have spent more time as a private before deciding to pursue a commission. I didn't know what had prompted her change of heart, but there was no reason to refuse her. I'll let command know you want to become an officer. Given your role in saving Her Highness during the ambush, your promotion should go through without much trouble. Freen's eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't expected me to approve so easily. Then, she saluted me sharply. Thank you so much, Lieutenant. I wasn't sure it warranted that level of gratitude, but it didn't feel bad either. I nodded vaguely before heading into the headquarters building. And the moment I stepped into the operations office, I was hit with the overwhelming urge to run away. Lieutenant Daniel? Or should I say Captain now? Ha ha ha, we've been waiting for you, all of us. Ernst, the head of operations, welcomed me enthusiastically as the rest of the staff burst into cheers. Looking around, I saw everyone standing and clapping. The worst part was the ridiculous decorations covering my desk, flowers, balloons, and even a new nameplate in the center. Operations Officer / Captain Daniel Steiner. The nameplate looked noticeably fancier than before. Before I could ask what the hell was going on, Ernst gestured to one of the soldiers nearby. The soldier approached with a small box in both hands and presented it to me. The box was all too familiar, it looked just like the one Captain Philip had given me before. Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Daniel Steiner. So that's what this was. Opening the box, I saw a captain's badge and shoulder boards neatly arranged inside. I stared at them with a grimace, but Ernst simply smiled in satisfaction. I told you to go out there and make a name for yourself, but I didn't expect you to pull it off so brilliantly. You even risked your life for the princess. The higher UPS won't dare question your abilities anymore. This was the first time I'd ever seen Ernst smile so brightly. Well, it made sense. My accomplishments reflected positively on him as well. Meanwhile, I let out an internal sigh, realizing my dream of early retirement had just slipped even further away. But with so many eyes on me, I couldn't show my true feelings. You flatter me. I only did what any soldier of the Empire would have done. So I forced a smile and shook Ernst's hand the best I could do under the circumstances. The week following my promotion was a blur of activity. Most of it revolved around navigating social interactions. Having been promoted twice in quick succession, I had become something of a celebrity within the General Staff headquarters. And with celebrity status came an endless stream of invitations. The offers were always framed as casual meals or drinks, but the ulterior motives were transparent. It was obvious that they wanted to recruit me to strengthen their military factions, which were deeply tied to political power struggles. With that in mind, I made a conscious effort to dodge all invitations, citing my busy schedule as an excuse. Interestingly, Ernst, my direct superior, seemed to find my evasive attitude rather pleasing. He even cornered me outside the officers' mess hall to regale me with yet another family anecdote. So, do you know what my daughter said to me the other day? She told me she'd go and take care of those allied bastards herself so I wouldn't have to go to work the next day. Isn't that adorable? Ernst was notoriously all business. He had no reputation for small talk. Yet, for some reason, he never hesitated to share personal stories with me. It was a clear sign that he liked me, and frankly, it made me uncomfortable. A superior's favor could be as burdensome as it was beneficial, especially when it extended beyond professional matters. I was just beginning to think of a polite way to cut the conversation short when, "Daniel Steiner, you damn devil of a bastard." The sudden shout from behind me made my shoulders jolt. Turning around, I found myself face to face with an allied officer in uniform, bound in restraints, glaring daggers at me. "You piece of shit. You filthy, cowardly son of a..." The officer lunged forward, only to be kicked in the back of the knee by a soldier escorting him. Ugh. The allied officer collapsed face first onto the ground. The soldier who had kicked him looked flustered and quickly bowed his head to me. I raised a hand to signal that it was fine, and the soldier promptly dragged the officer to his feet while barking orders at him. Watching the scene, I finally spoke up, puzzled. "Who is he?" "Oh, right. The Northern Front reported that they were transferring a high-ranking prisoner to headquarters today. Looks like that's him. You should recognize him. You captured him yourself." I nodded in understanding. This was the same officer who had surrendered after I took the first shot during the operation to eliminate Colonel Jeremy. I think he was a major. While I was lost in thought, Ernst clicked his tongue and continued. "I hear they're trying to treat him well since he's an officer, but it's been difficult. Apparently, he worked in Allied intelligence, so he'd be quite the catch if we could turn him." Interesting. I watched the Allied officer being dragged away and suddenly had an idea. "Chief. What is it? Would it be possible for me to handle his interrogation?" Ernst blinked in surprise before tilting his head. "It's not impossible, but you'd be adding even more work to your plate." "I don't mind. I think it'll be worth it." Ernst let out a low whistle. What an exemplary patriot. Honestly, it's humbling. He nodded his approval, clearly moved by my supposed dedication. But in reality, my thoughts were anything but patriotic. This might just be it. I couldn't help but smirk to myself. I might finally have found a way to escape the Empire without resorting to a dishonorable discharge. With interrogation clearance secured through Ernst, Daniel headed to the nearby military police station after work. Upon presenting his clearance to the administrative staff and stepping into the interrogation room, he was greeted by a startled officer. Captain Daniel Steiner, sir? I've been expecting you." Sergeant Wendelin, the interrogator, hastily stubbed out his cigarette and saluted. Though his posture was slightly stiff, his entire body seemed frozen with tension, prompting Daniel to tilt his head in mild confusion. "Why are you so nervous?" For Wendelin, nervousness was inevitable. Who was Daniel Steiner, after all? A monster who had earned 2 consecutive promotions within 6 months of his commission. In the general staff, such rapid promotions practically guaranteed advancement to field officer ranks. Naturally, as a mere sergeant, Wendelin felt compelled to show the utmost respect to this future high-ranking officer. However, from Daniel's perspective, the sergeant's rigid demeanor seemed excessive, almost like watching a recruit in training camp. Daniel clicked his tongue and gestured dismissively. "At ease, Sergeant." "Yes, sir." Wendelin snapped to attention, then stepped aside with crisp precision. It was his way of silently yielding his position as the interrogator now that Daniel had entered with proper clearance. Daniel cast a brief glance at the overly formal sergeant before turning to the one-way glass that separated the observation room from the interrogation chamber. Inside, sitting at a table with his wrists cuffed, was the prisoner Reginald Harrington. The man's disheveled appearance and worn-out glasses gave him a haggard look, but Daniel knew better than to underestimate him. Reginald was an elite officer from the Allied nations, formerly assigned to their intelligence division during his junior officer years. Which means, he likely had knowledge of contact points and operatives within the Empire. Daniel's plan was straightforward. Build rapport with Reginald to break down barriers of distrust. Once trust was established, hint at his desire to defect to the Allied nations. Use Reginald's network to establish escape routes and contacts within the Empire. Escape to the Allied nations with Reginald, earning a cushy position and living a comfortable life. It was, in every sense, the perfect plan. With confidence, Daniel nodded to himself and turned to Wendelin. "Sergeant Wendelin, any progress so far?" "Sir? Oh, no, sir." The man's tight-lipped. "Won't say a word no matter how we try, whether through persuasion or threats." "I see. Mind if I give it a try?" Wendelin immediately nodded. "Of course, sir. You have clearance. I'll open the door for you." Wendelin retrieved a key from his belt and unlocked the steel door to the interrogation room. After nodding his thanks, Daniel stepped inside. As soon as Wendelin shut the door behind him, Reginald slowly raised his head at the sound. Upon recognizing Daniel, his eyes widened in rage. You bastard." Clank. Reginald strained against his cuffs, nearly lifting himself out of his chair. But Daniel remained calm, raising a single finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. He dragged out a chair and sat down across from Reginald. Mindful of Wendelin watching from the other side of the glass, Daniel pulled out a file from his briefcase. The folder contained Reginald's profile, courtesy of the Empire's Intelligence Department. Name, Reginald Harrington. Rank, Major. Battalion Commander of the 107th Assault Battalion of the Allied Liberation Front. Origin, Eldresia Kingdom, specifically the southern province of Vemberyl. Am I correct? Reginald glared at Daniel without answering. Unbothered, Daniel shrugged and extended his hand toward the file. Fine. In that case, I'll proceed with my own method. Daniel emphasized my own method deliberately, then reached over to turn off the microphone installed on the table. It was against protocol to disable the mic during an interrogation, but his earlier statement should keep Wendelin from barging into protest. There. The mic's off. No one outside can eavesdrop on this conversation now, so, how about we have a more relaxed chat? Relaxed? Reginald scoffed. You expect me to relax while I'm cuffed? Is this some kind of imperial joke? As expected, opening with friendliness hadn't worked. It was time to switch tactics. Reginald, I hear the Northern Front offered you several generous deals, yet you rejected them all. That must mean you're still determined to return to the Allied nations. You're stating the obvious. Good. In that case, I might be able to help you. Reginald's eyes narrowed. Daniel leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. If you cooperate, I can make arrangements that might just let you see your wife and daughter back home. Sweat formed on Reginald's forehead. Daniel had meant his words as an offer to collaborate, but to Reginald, it sounded like a threat against his family. Reginald took a shaky breath before speaking in a trembling voice. Do you know where my family is? Daniel nodded. Of course. I know where they live, what they do, and even the name of their dog. Archie, right? A golden retriever. As Daniel casually listed off the details obtained from Imperial intelligence, Reginald's eyes widened in shock. How do you know all that? There's no need to be surprised. Just like the Allied nations gather intelligence on the Empire, we do the same to you. Suddenly recalling another tidbit, Daniel added smoothly. Oh, and one more thing, your eldest daughter, Sophia, recently started taking piano lessons, didn't she? Her dream is to become a pianist, isn't it? Daniel, having learned from Ernst, figured that talking about family was a good way to establish rapport. It's working? Daniel could see that Reginald's anger was starting to subside as he listened intently. Wanting to reinforce the sense of connection, Daniel smiled faintly and said, I hear you're a devoted father. I wish I'd had a father like that. I'm an orphan, you see. I know all too well how hard it is to grow up without a father. A bead of sweat rolled down Reginald's temple. To Daniel, it was just a passing remark meant to build camaraderie. But to Reginald, it sounded like, do you want your daughters to grow up without a father? And the fact that Daniel said it with such a calm smile made it even more terrifying. Reginald stammered before raising his trembling hand to wipe his forehead. After taking a moment to steady his breathing, he swallowed hard and said, Give me some time to think about it. Please. What? Already? Daniel blinked in mild surprise. He had hoped to build more rapport before getting to this point. Still, Reginald was going to be here for the foreseeable future. There would be plenty of opportunities to talk again. Deciding to give him some space, Daniel stood up. All right. We'll talk again later. Is there anything you'd like to eat in the meantime? Reginald shook his head. Shrugging, Daniel turned and walked toward the door. Outside, Wendelin was already unlocking the door. Before stepping out, Daniel turned back to Reginald as if he had just remembered something. Oh, by the way, Major Reginald, your daughters look a lot like your wife. They're very beautiful. Daniel had meant it as a compliment, but Reginald's face drained of color. What is he planning to do to my daughters? Overwhelmed by dread, Reginald felt his heart pounding out of control. But completely unaware of Reginald's terror, Daniel simply waved with a smile. See you next time. I hope you will be more cooperative then. Before Reginald could respond, the steel door closed. Left alone, Reginald began hyperventilating, his entire body trembling. A demon. Tears welled up in his eyes as he silently screamed in despair. That man is the devil sent straight from hell. The next day, while having lunch with Ernst in the officers' mess hall, I paused mid-bite. Wendelin had entered the hall, glancing around as if searching for someone, before walking straight toward me. Setting down my utensils, I watched as he saluted sharply. Thank you so much, Captain Daniel Steiner. I stared at him, speechless. Ernst, too, looked puzzled, staring intently at Wendelin. Sensing the attention, Wendelin lowered his hand and explained. After your interrogation yesterday, Reginald Harrington agreed to cooperate with the Empire? He said he'd share all the information he knows. Oh, is that true? Ernst's face lit up, but I felt my mind go blank. What? I was sure things had been going well yesterday. I couldn't make sense of it at all. Ernst looked at me with an incredulous expression. His eyes, brimming with expectation, seemed to say, my capable subordinate has done it again. A thought that doubled the pressure weighing on me. How exactly did you get that tight-lipped man to talk? Share your secret, our interrogators could use some pointers. At Ernst's words, Sergeant Bendelin also turned to me with a smile. I could understand their curiosity. Since I had muted the microphone during yesterday's interrogation, no one knew what had transpired. Naturally, the interrogators would want to know how I had managed to persuade a stubborn prisoner to cooperate. But no matter how much I thought about it, all I had done was hold a casual conversation with Reginald. I didn't have any special interrogation techniques, so their questions only left me more flustered. While I struggled to come up with an answer, Bendelin spoke up in an upbeat voice, likely trying to lighten the mood. I've worked as an interrogator for years, but I've never seen anyone wrap up an interrogation as quickly as Captain Daniel Steiner. Oh, is that so? It's true? After the captain left the room, that bastard Reginald was practically begging to cooperate with the Empire in a shaky voice. It was so satisfying. He was about to cry? That stiff-necked Reginald? Usually, interrogations involve shouting or physical intimidation, but Captain Daniel just kept smiling and speaking calmly the entire time. It was downright dignified. Bendelin. He's a good man, but his flattery is a bit much. It seemed exaggerated to the point where I wanted to put a stop to it, but Ernst looked as though he believed every word. In fact, he was now staring at me with even greater expectations than before. Hearing the sergeant's account only makes me more curious. What exactly did you talk about with Reginald? He asked twice. Ignoring a superior officer's question twice would be insubordination. I guess I had no choice. After hesitating briefly, I answered. It wasn't much. I just talked about his family a few times. At the mention of family, both Bendelin and Ernst flinched. Even some of the officers who had been eavesdropping turned to glance in my direction. An inexplicable silence fell over the room. Just as I was starting to wonder what was going on, Ernst cleared his throat and nodded. That is indeed one of the most effective methods. Did you hear that, Sergeant? You should take notes from Captain Daniel. Oh, absolutely. I can't believe I've been too lenient with prisoners until now. It seemed like they were misunderstanding something. It felt strange, but I decided against clarifying. From experience, trying to explain myself in these situations usually only made the misunderstanding worse. So instead, I simply gave a slight nod, and Bendelin saluted me energetically. For some reason, his salute seemed more rigid than when I first met him. Well then, I'll be returning to the military police unit. Enjoy your meal, sir. Take care. And good work making the trip to General Staff Headquarters. Bendelin snapped to attention, turned sharply, and marched off like a wind-up soldier. Just as I was wondering why he was acting that way, Ernst picked up his utensils and spoke. Anyway, congratulations. Convincing Reginald to talk has earned you yet another commendation. Honestly, I'm amazed by your talent lately. At your age, I struggled just to handle my own tasks. I wanted to point out that the commendation had nothing to do with my intentions, but saying something like that to the Chief of Operations would have been asking for trouble. You flatter me, sir. So instead, I responded with modesty and picked up my fork and knife. While cutting into the steak I'd been served, Ernst suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, that's right. About your adjutant. They should be assigned to General Staff Headquarters today. Maybe they've already arrived. Adjutant? I blinked in confusion. My adjutant, sir. Yes. Didn't I mention it before? Now that you've been officially promoted to Operations Staff Officer, you're entitled to an adjutant. I heard the higher UPS pulled some strings to assign you someone elite to match your rank. Seeing my dumbfounded expression, Ernst smiled. I heard you've been working late due to the increased workload. It's natural for a staff officer to be busy during wartime, but with an adjutant, you'll have less to worry about. I suppose, you're right. This will be your first direct subordinate, correct? Make sure to guide them well. Understood. I replied calmly to Ernst's words. I tried my best not to show it, but inside, I felt like I was floating on cloud 9. Finally, I'm getting my own adjutant. No, let me correct myself. It's not exactly finally, considering my rapid double promotion had sped up the process significantly. But those minor details didn't matter. The important thing was that I now had an adjutant. And an elite one at that, handpicked by the higher UPS. I won't have to drown in paperwork anymore. Since my promotion from acting staff officer to full-fledged operations staff officer, one thing had become painfully clear: there was way too much work. As the lowest level staff officer, my job primarily involved reviewing documents and forwarding them to superiors, but during wartime, the sheer volume of reports and requests was overwhelming. Important matters went directly to my superiors, but the rest, including bizarre and absurd requests, flooded my desk. One such request was from a regimental commander who wanted beer supplied via aircraft so his troops could enjoy it cold. I wasn't sure whether to approve it, but I ended up forwarding it instead of rejecting it outright. Strangely enough, it got final approval, and I later saw planes delivering barrels of beer. With countless requests piling up every day, I barely had any free time. Yesterday's early departure was a rare stroke of luck. If this continued, I'd end up escaping life itself due to overwork before I even had the chance to escape the Empire. Naturally, hearing Ernst say that my adjutant had arrived filled me with relief. While lost in thought about my new adjutant, Ernst finished his meal and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Oh, by the way, spend this afternoon in your personal office instead of the operations room. Are you sure that's all right, sir? Yes. You need some time to get acquainted with your new adjutant. It wouldn't be appropriate to have personal conversations in the operations room, would it? Ernst was absolutely right. I responded with a faint smile to show my agreement. Thank you for your consideration, Chief of Operations. While the operations room wasn't exactly a battlefield, I'd still have to rely on my adjutant in times of crisis, or at least dump tasks on them. So building rapport with my adjutant was one of the most important missions at hand. After finishing my meal with Ernst, I didn't head straight to my office. Instead, I wandered around outside headquarters for a bit. I wanted to buy a gift for my new subordinate. After some deliberation, I decided against flowers and bought a few pieces of bread from a nearby bakery instead. Compared to flowers, which were pretty but impractical, bread seemed like a better choice since it could fill their stomach. With the bag of bread in hand, I returned to my office at headquarters and took a deep breath. I'm a little nervous. The adjutant waiting inside my office was probably just as nervous. After all, only 5 months ago, I had been in their shoes waiting nervously for my superior while drenched in cold sweat. I still remembered it vividly. When I first joined, I didn't receive a gift. Instead, Karl Heinrich, that bastard, greeted me with a string of curses the moment I reported for duty. Thinking back on the humiliation and trauma of that moment, I resolved to treat my adjutant as well as possible. I also planned to start them off with simple tasks to help them adjust to the job. All right. With the mindset of a caring senior officer, I smiled and opened the office door. Sorry to keep you waiting. I stopped by the bakery near headquarters to pick up some bread for us to share as a snack. I was speaking in a friendly tone, but when I laid eyes on my adjutant, I froze. The adjutant turned toward me slightly, revealing a loose, shoulder-length bob. Her silver-white hair, flowing like sunlight over a snowy field, looked elegant and refined. In stark contrast to her hair, her eyes were a deep crimson like pools of blood. Her sharp gaze didn't feel hostile, but her expressionless face made her look naturally intense. She was an incredibly sophisticated and graceful woman. If I hadn't known who she was, that's what I would have thought. Lucy Amelia. She was one of the main characters in the game Empire of Emperor, a mass murderer known as the Empire's Nightmare. So why in the world was Lucy sitting in my office, dressed impeccably in an Imperial Army uniform? Locking eyes with her, I slowly shut the door. Wait a minute. Why is Lucy here? At this point in the timeline, she should still be making a name for herself on the front lines. And why is someone affiliated with the Allied nations serving as my adjutant? A spy. Both the Allied nations and the Empire were heavily involved in espionage, so it wasn't entirely impossible that she had infiltrated headquarters as a spy. But why me? Of all the possible posts, why was she assigned as my adjutant? Feeling dumbfounded, I furrowed my brows and shook my head. I must be hallucinating from all the overtime lately. There was no way Lucy could be here. No way. With renewed confidence, I opened the office door again. Captain. And immediately closed it. It was definitely Lucy. She looked exactly like her illustration in the game. Why is this happening to me? This was going to be anything but easy. Why was I stuck sharing an office with a spy from the enemy nation? I wanted nothing more than to report this woman to the chief of operations as a spy, but without evidence, I'd just come off as a lunatic. For now, I had no choice but to act naturally. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves, then reopened the office door. When Lucy looked at me strangely, I shrugged. Did you hear that? The hinge on this door is making a weird noise. I'll have to call maintenance soon. The whole thing, the repeated opening and closing of the door, was just me inspecting the hinges. At least, that's what I told myself as I walked over to my desk and pulled out my chair. So, what's your name? Placing the bag of bread on the desk and settling into my seat, I watched as Lucy saluted crisply. Second Lieutenant Lucy Amelia, newly assigned as adjutant to the operations staff officer. It's an honor to serve under such a busy and distinguished officer. I'm fully prepared to fulfill my duties to the best of my ability. It was a flawless introduction. And she used her real name. Well, considering only a handful of people in the Allied nations even knew Lucy's real name, she probably didn't see the need for a cover identity. Regardless of her reasoning, the woman standing before me, stunningly elegant and poised, was an enemy spy. Not that I cared much about spies in the Empire. I didn't have any particular loyalty to this place, after all. The real problem was that the person standing before me, who was destined to become the Empire's nightmare, was now my adjutant. I wasn't the kind of person who could handle the stress of having a ticking time bomb at my side. I need to get rid of her. I had to convince the higher UPS that Lucy Amelia was unfit to be my adjutant no matter what it took. But first, I need a pretext. Tapping my desk with a serious expression, an idea suddenly popped into my head. Wait, didn't I see an anti-war protest forming outside headquarters earlier? If I played this right, I could use it as an excuse to get Lucy reassigned. Smiling slightly to myself, I acknowledged Lucy's salute. She immediately shifted to parade rest, and I addressed her in a stern voice. All right, Second Lieutenant Lucy Amelia. Did you just say you're ready to perform your duties faithfully? Yes, sir. Bold response. In that case, let's test whether you're truly fit for this position. I'm assigning you a mission: go outside and disperse the protesters. Lucy hesitated briefly before answering. The protesters, sir. Yes. Specifically, the unlawful assembly in front of headquarters that failed to file for a permit with the Imperial Court. At first, we ignored them because their numbers were small, but lately, their activity has been getting out of hand. I understand, but isn't that the jurisdiction of the military police? Protests in front of headquarters are our concern as well. According to wartime security law, Imperial officers have the authority to suppress unrest within their jurisdiction. Lucy nodded, as if the explanation made sense. There's no issue with your reasoning, sir. I'll carry out the order. Good. Complete the mission and report back when you're done. Understood. May I make one request before I leave? What request? Lucy raised her hand and pointed at me with her index finger. The bread. What? Was this some kind of veiled threat? Tensing up, I watched her blink once before clarifying. When you entered, you mentioned sharing the bread as a snack. If you permit it, I'd like to take one with me. Oh, that bread. Sure. Go ahead and take one. I slid the bag of bread across the desk, and Lucy stepped forward to grab a croissant. She gave me a brief nod before turning and leaving the office. As soon as the door closed, I let out a quiet sigh and leaned back in my chair. Relief washed over me, and I felt my body relax. For now, I'd taken the first step toward building a case against her. Sending her out alone to handle an angry mob was practically a suicide mission. There was no way she could subdue them by herself. All I had to do was wait comfortably here until she failed the mission, then use that failure as grounds to have her reassigned. Of course, it wouldn't be solved in one go, but laying the groundwork was important. Feeling a bit more at ease, I pulled some documents out of my drawer and began reviewing them. I couldn't just sit around doing nothing until Lucy came back. I was halfway through a few reports when, bang, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out from outside. I flinched, my shoulders tensing instinctively. A terrorist attack? No, if it were a terrorist attack, there wouldn't be just one shot. Besides, the sound was close. It seemed to have come from right in front of headquarters. Bang! Another gunshot shattered my thoughts. No way. Had Lucy fired? The idea hit me like a bolt of lightning, and I shot to my feet. I couldn't afford to stay in my office right now. You arrested all 5 ringleaders of the protest. Well done. Sergeant Bendelin, an interrogator from the military police, stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Swallowing nervously, he replayed the events from just a few minutes earlier. The woman, who introduced herself as Captain Daniel Steiner's adjutant, had briefly surveyed the riot police standoff with the protesters before drawing a revolver and firing 2 shots into the air. The sudden gunfire sent the protesters into a panic. After quickly requesting the riot police's cooperation, the woman single-handedly subdued the 5 ringleaders with astonishing ease. In truth, the riot police barely did anything aside from assisting with the arrests. This left not only the riot police but also Sergeant Bendelin too stunned to speak. What's going on here? Startled by the voice, Bendelin turned to see Daniel Steiner approaching. Wearing his officer's cap pulled low and his coat billowing, Daniel carried an air of authority that sent shivers down Bendelin's spine. Determined not to make a poor impression, Bendelin barked out a command. Stand at attention. The 30 riot police officers in the vicinity snapped to attention immediately. After scanning the group, Daniel fixed Lucy with an icy stare. Explain. At the direct order, Lucy saluted sharply and reported. Following your orders, I dispersed the violent protesters and fired warning shots in the process. As a result, I successfully broke up the illegal assembly and apprehended the 5 ringleaders. Hearing this, Bendelin nodded as if things suddenly made sense. So it was Captain Daniel's order? Of course. That explains it. A newly commissioned second lieutenant couldn't possibly have acted so decisively on their own. Meanwhile, Daniel felt like his insides were burning. When did I tell her to fire warning shots? He wanted to protest, but technically, Lucy hadn't violated wartime security laws. Instead of scolding her, Daniel extended his hand. Lucy understood immediately and handed him her revolver. Opening the cylinder, Daniel confirmed that 2 rounds had indeed been fired. Unable to suppress a bitter laugh, he glanced back at Lucy only to hear her speak again. Captain, these individuals violated both civil assembly laws and wartime security laws. They broke 3 different statutes, including attacking soldiers dispatched for public security without just cause. If you give the order, I'll execute them on the spot. For a moment, Daniel wondered if he'd misheard her. Didn't these protesters share Lucy's anti-war sentiments? She's talking about killing her own people? Why, no, on second thought, it made sense. If Lucy wanted to avoid suspicion, siding firmly with the Imperial military was the best way to do it. What a heartless woman. Doesn't she feel the slightest sympathy for them? Daniel wanted to lecture her about morality, but there were too many eyes on them. Not only were Bendelin and the riot police watching, but curious citizens had gathered to spectate, and journalists with cameras stood just a short distance away. He had no choice but to maintain the image of a proper Imperial officer. No. Click. Daniel closed the revolver's cylinder and handed it back to Lucy. These people aren't even worth killing. Sergeant Bendelin. Snapping to attention, Bendelin replied nervously. Yes, Captain Daniel Steiner, sir. Interrogate them and find out the reason behind their protest. Make sure you uncover whatever seditious ideas drove them to defy the Imperial Court and incite the citizens. At once, sir. Visibly tense, Bendelin began issuing orders to his men, who swiftly moved to restrain and escort the ringleaders. Watching the scene unfold, Daniel squeezed his eyes shut. His plan to build a case against Lucy had failed spectacularly. The next morning, I woke up to my alarm and headed to the kitchen to make coffee, as usual. I poured boiling water over the coffee grounds and filled my mug before walking to the door to pick up the newspaper. Returning to the kitchen, I sat down at the table and took a sip of coffee. The rich, refined flavor brought me a moment of peace. Morning coffee really is the best. Satisfied, I opened the newspaper only to freeze in place. Staring back at me was a black and white photo of myself on the front page. It showed me kneeling in front of the 5 detained protesters, revolver in hand, inspecting the cylinder. To anyone looking at it, I would have appeared to be deciding whether or not to execute them. Cold sweat trickled down my back as I read the headline. Captain Daniel Steiner arrests illegal protest ringleaders. The headline was bad enough, but the article itself was even worse. Following interrogations conducted by the military police, it was revealed that 3 of the 5 ringleaders were paid by the Allied nations. With this discovery, suspicions about the Allied nations' involvement in organizing anti-war protests have turned into certainty. Sergeant Bendelin specifically credited Captain Daniel Steiner for his invaluable assistance. I folded the paper and picked up my mug. After taking a deep breath to calm myself, I sipped my coffee again. For some reason, it didn't taste as good anymore. This was a disaster. At the same time, in the Kingdom of Eldresia, Central Intelligence Bureau, Director's Office. Is it true that the ringleaders of the anti-war protest were captured? Standing in front of a massive world map hanging on the wall, Colonel Octavian Leopold, the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, couldn't hide his irritation. Crispin, the head of strategic analysis, and Phineas, the head of operations execution, swallowed nervously as they stood before him. After gauging the director's mood, Crispin finally mustered the courage to speak. Unfortunately, it's true. They failed to withstand the Imperial Military Police's interrogation and spilled everything. Phineas added, the Empire is now capitalizing on the situation, branding all anti-war advocates as puppets of the Allied nations and launching a public relations offensive. It meant that the Intelligence Bureau's plan to spark a civilian uprising through the protests had collapsed. Of course, the uprising would have been crushed eventually, but its primary purpose was to sow public distrust in the war and the military. Once negative sentiment started to spread, the Imperial Court wouldn't be able to ignore it. If that slowed down the Empire's offensives, Eldresia could buy time to rearm their defeated forces. But with the ringleaders captured, it had all gone up in smoke. Octavian let out a long sigh and glared at his subordinates. Who was it? Who thwarted our plan? This man. Crispin handed over a folder he'd been holding in his left hand. Octavian opened the folder and frowned at the photograph stapled to the top of the report. Him again. Dark hair. Dark eyes. His gaunt features and wolf-like gaze gave the impression of a predator ready to strike. Captain Daniel Steiner, Imperial Operations Staff Officer. He was already infamous among Eldresia's leadership for foiling the ambush in the Tebeta mountain foothills and killing Colonel Jeremy, the retreating Allied Corps commander, in a single moment. A marked man, Daniel Steiner was listed among high-priority targets for elimination. A wild card within the Imperial Army. He keeps interfering. Every single time. Octavian clenched his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to put a bullet between Daniel's eyes, but there was no way to reach him, at least, not yet. Grinding his teeth, Octavian turned to Crispin. What do our allies have to say about this? Well, they're condemning us for conducting unauthorized intelligence operations that only strengthened the Empire's unity. Condemning us? Did I hear that right? Are those lunatics out of their minds? They had eagerly invited Eldresia into the Allied nations when they needed help, and now they were turning their backs the moment it became inconvenient. Unbelievable. The kingdom has done its part? The Allied nations never expected us to win against the Imperial Army anyway. Our role was to tie down Imperial forces in the north. Octavian threw the folder onto his desk in frustration. They're the ones who failed to do their job? What have they accomplished on the Eastern Front? They're wasting time, caught in a cycle of victories and losses. Crispin and Phineas remained silent, their heads bowed under Octavian's furious gaze. After glaring at them for a moment, Octavian took a deep breath and raised his hand. No, it wasn't their fault. Wiping his face, he spoke with a grim expression. Damn it. There's only one option left. Unleash the hounds on the Imperial Court. Phineas paled and raised his head. But, sir, if we execute that operation, the agents we've planted in the Empire will be massacred. It's only a matter of time anyway. None of them want to end up like frogs boiled alive. At the very least, we need to break the Empire's fangs before it's too late. A heavy silence fell over the room. Understanding the director's intent, Phineas straightened up and nodded resolutely. Yes, sir. I'll inform the agents that the decisive moment has arrived. The following morning. Was there ever a day when I dreaded going to work this much? Thinking about Lucy's emotionless request to execute the protesters still sent shivers down my spine. But skipping work wasn't an option, so I dragged myself to headquarters. Before heading to the operations room, I stopped by my office to get organized only to find Lucy already there. She was eating a croissant, but the moment she saw me, she stood and saluted crisply. Good morning, Captain Daniel Steiner. I gave her a half-hearted nod. You're here early. And is that a croissant? Yes, sir. The one you bought yesterday was delicious, so I bought a few more. I also picked up some extras for you, sir. Feel free to have one if you're hungry. No, I'm fine. I walked to my desk, sat down, and placed my briefcase on top. But Lucy remained standing and stared at me expectantly. Feeling uneasy, I asked. What is it? I'm waiting for you to issue orders, sir. You'll receive those in the operations room. Chief of Operations said you could work from your personal office today. What? Why? Before I could process the information, Lucy elaborated. He said, Captain Daniel earned another commendation yesterday, and since there's nothing else to reward him with, at least let him have a relaxing day at work. Chief, please. Being stuck alone in an office with this woman is the furthest thing from relaxing? Suppressing the urge to scream, I nodded stiffly. Fine. Let's get started, then. I pulled out a stack of documents from my briefcase and handed them to Lucy. These need to be reviewed. You can start with these. Understood. Lucy took the documents without hesitation, returned to her seat, and began reading through them. Calmly blinking her crimson eyes, she reviewed the papers like a model adjutant. If I didn't know she was a spy, I might have showered her with praise. If she were just a regular spy, I might have tried to win her over by praising her work. But this woman is Lucy Amelia. For reasons I couldn't fathom, Lucy absolutely despised traitors. If I let slip my plans to defect and tried to befriend her, I'd probably end up dead. Honestly, she seemed completely unsuited for espionage. So why was she here? I didn't know, but my plan hadn't changed. Getting Lucy removed from my office was still my only path to safety. The fastest way is, I needed to prove to the higher UPS that Lucy was incompetent and unfit for her position. Luckily, she was currently reviewing documents. I remembered how overwhelmed I'd been when I first started, just trying to make sense of the military jargon. Lucy was bound to make the same mistakes. I'll make sure she experiences firsthand just how terrifying a superior officer can be. Go ahead and look forward to it, Lucy Amelia. I'll nitpick your work so much that you'll want to quit voluntarily. With that devilish thought, I flashed a smirk and picked up a book to pass the time while Lucy reviewed the documents. 4 hours later, Lucy approached my desk and placed the stack of files down. I've finished reviewing them, Captain Daniel Steiner. What? Already? It was enough paperwork to take at least 8 hours. She'd finished far too quickly. As expected. You're just another rookie. There was no way she hadn't missed something. I took the files and flipped through them, preparing to point out errors only to find myself stunned. Lucy's review was flawless. She hadn't just verified the accuracy of the data, she checked feasibility, resource allocation, risk management, and legal and ethical compliance. She'd even evaluated whether the requests aligned with the higher UPS intentions. To top it off, she'd calculated the projected outcomes of each operation, included numerical assessments, and created summary tables for easy comprehension. Frankly, it was perfect. So perfect that I couldn't find a single flaw to criticize. Even after going through the other files, it was the same. Unable to find fault, I gave a reluctant nod. Impressive. Thank you, sir. In that case, not so fast. There's one more. I opened a drawer and pulled out another stack of files. These are classified level 2 documents. Read through them and report back to me. Sir, but it's already. I won't accept any objections. Finish them before I return. Without waiting for a response, I left Lucy alone in the office. I headed straight for the operations room. There, I planned to monitor Lucy using the CCTV feed installed in my office. The documents I'd given her contained highly sensitive information, troop deployment plans and unit movements. If she was a spy, she wouldn't be able to resist tampering with them. Once I caught her, I'd report her to Ernst and finally get rid of her. This time, the plan has to work. Confident, I entered the operations room. Oh, Captain Daniel Steiner. Sir, I saw the newspaper. Another major accomplishment yesterday, I hear. I acknowledged the soldiers and junior officers with a few nods before knocking on Ernst's door. Ah, Captain Daniel? Come in. When I entered, Ernst was packing up for the day, which caught me off guard. After exchanging salutes, I asked, Sir, are you heading home? Yes. It's a light day, and I have an appointment with a royal court official. Terrible timing. But I couldn't let this opportunity slip away, so I spoke with determination. Apologies for interrupting, sir, but could you watch the CCTV feed from my office with me? For what reason? You'll understand when you see it, sir. I know you're eager to meet with the official, but I'd appreciate just a moment of your time. Ernst looked even more confused but eventually sighed. You do realize home is more peaceful when my wife isn't there, right? Seeing my blank expression, Ernst laughed. Don't tell my wife I said that. Anyway, fine. If it's that important, let's take a look. He pointed to the monitors displaying feeds from various offices, a security measure to guard against spies. New recruits wouldn't even know the cameras existed since they were hidden. I don't know what you're hoping to show me, but I'll humor you. I nodded and stepped up to the monitors with Ernst. We focused on the feed showing my office where Lucy was diligently reviewing the documents. 20 minutes passed without any suspicious activity. Just as I began to think it might be a wasted effort, Lucy put down her pen and stared at my desk. Is she about to steal more classified files? I'd seen her check the drawers earlier, so it seemed plausible. But instead of moving, Lucy simply parted her lips. Unable to make out what she said, I turned to Ernst. Sir, could we rewind and zoom in on that moment? Of course. Ernst replayed the footage, zooming in to clarify her words. Should I kill him? Seeing her mouth those words made my skin crawl. I instinctively covered my mouth to stop myself from shouting. Meanwhile, Ernst chuckled. This is your fault, Daniel. You gave her so much work that she's venting her frustration. Honestly, that workload would overwhelm any rookie. Not knowing Lucy was a spy, Ernst took it as an innocent complaint rather than a death threat. But I knew better. Sweating profusely, I forced a nod. I'll make sure to be more considerate next time. For the sake of my survival, I just have to handle the work myself from now on. Ernst, on the other hand, seemed to come to a completely different conclusion. He wanted to show me how hardworking his subordinate is. Who knew Daniel could be so human? Pleased by what he saw as a touching display of pride, Ernst gave a satisfied nod. With such dedication to his team, Daniel Steiner is bound to become an excellent leader. Unaware of my internal panic, Ernst smiled warmly. I heard an indirect death threat through the CCTV, so I returned to my office and ordered Lucy to stop working. Afterward, I took her out for lunch and showed her the facilities available to officers at the General Staff Headquarters before heading back to the office. I handled most of the afternoon tasks myself. The reason was simple. If I dumped more work on Lucy, I might actually end up dead. Of course, that was unlikely, but what if Lucy, pushed to the edge by overwork, suddenly drew the revolver at her hip and fired? That would be a disaster. So, from now on, I decided to proceed with tasks in a way that wouldn't provoke Lucy as much as possible. Captain. Just as I finished all the afternoon tasks, Lucy organized the documents and looked at me. It's time to leave work. Was it already that late? I looked up at the wall clock, and sure enough, the hour hand pointed to 6 p.m. As much as I wanted to hum a tune and walk out of the General Staff Headquarters, leaving work with Lucy was out of the question. Who knew what might happen? You go on ahead. I need to stay behind and review some. In that case, I'll stay and assist you, Captain. Or maybe not. Leaving sounds like a better idea. Let's go. I cleared my throat and stood up, draping my officer's coat over my arm and grabbing my document bag. Lucy also finished preparing to leave and stood up. As I stepped out into the hallway after opening the office door, Lucy naturally fell into step beside me. Carrying her own document bag, Lucy tilted her head curiously as she glanced at me. Captain, you don't look well. Is something wrong? It's because of you, you crazy woman? That thought almost escaped my lips, but I swallowed it with superhuman patience. It's nothing. My stomach just feels a little off. Don't worry about it. I kept my mouth shut after that and walked out of the General Staff Headquarters. We made it to the eaves when I slowed my pace. It was raining. Not a downpour, but a light drizzle. Thanks to that, Lucy, who had stepped closer to me, spoke with slight concern. It's raining. The weather service said it would be clear all day. Pathetic. Even the weather services of the distant future sometimes got forecasts wrong. Relying on today's predictions without bringing an umbrella was just foolish. An Imperial officer must always be prepared for adverse weather conditions. I pulled a collapsible umbrella from my document bag. After hesitating for a moment, I handed it to Lucy. Take this. I wouldn't want my direct subordinate to look like an idiot getting drenched on her way home. Pardon? But don't make me say it twice. Maintaining a professional relationship while showing just enough kindness was the key to survival. Lucy looked at me with surprise, then raised her hands and accepted the umbrella. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. But are you sure this is all right? If I take this, you'll have to walk home in the rain, Captain. There's a spare umbrella in my office. I'll go back and grab it. Of course, there was no spare. But I wasn't about to share an umbrella with a suspected spy as we walked side by side. Hence, the lie. Lucy shot me a meaningful look but soon nodded and opened the umbrella. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. After bowing her head slightly, Lucy walked off. Watching her retreating figure, I let out a sigh of relief. I survived. Sharing an office with someone who might kill me at any moment was incredibly exhausting. That aside, now I was stuck at headquarters until the rain let up. Since I was trapped here anyway, I considered getting a head start on tomorrow's work. Just then, a steam-powered vehicle with a long hood and a sleek body rolled in from afar. It resembled a Model E Double, a relic from the industrial era. Even in this day and age, it was considered outdated by at least 20 years. Frankly, anyone still driving one of those had to be either old-fashioned or miserly. And as far as I knew, the owner of that car fit both descriptions. Screech. The car came to a neat stop at the building entrance. The driver, as expected, was none other than my superior, Colonel Ernst. Ernst stepped out of the car and was about to enter the General Staff Headquarters when he spotted me. His face lit up with a smile. Oh, Captain Daniel? What a coincidence. I was just looking for you. You were looking for me. Yes. I mentioned I'd be meeting with some Imperial officials, didn't I? Well, I received some excellent news. You're going to be thrilled when you hear it. I was already starting to feel uneasy. Sweating nervously, I asked. What kind of excellent news? The Imperial family is hosting a banquet to celebrate the Northern Front victory. I've been invited, of course, but guess what? You've been invited too. What? Wait, why would they invite me to a banquet? I was genuinely asking, but Ernst took it as a joke and lightly tapped my side. He seemed downright giddy after receiving an invitation from the Imperial family. Don't be so modest. After all the achievements you've racked up, how could the Imperial family not invite you? So don't worry about it, just come along. This was bad. I wasn't joking, I really didn't want to go. From what I remembered, the banquet celebrating the Northern Front victory would be targeted by a terrorist attack. I didn't know the exact details, only that it was mentioned in the game's timeline as a single line of text. Either way, I wanted to stay far away from such unknown dangers. But there was no way a mere captain could refuse an invitation from the Imperial family. Was there any way out of this? Desperate, I looked at Ernst and said, Sir, I'm not sure if you'll believe me, but I have an allergy to the Imperial family. It gets worse when I'm near nobles or high-ranking officials. So, perhaps I could skip. Ernst frowned. His expression was the kind of mild disgust someone might show when hearing a dad joke for the first time. Captain Daniel. Yes, sir. Please don't spout nonsense. Yes, sir. Judging by the grim atmosphere, there was no way I could push the matter any further. Unfortunately, that meant my attendance at the banquet was now confirmed. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Eisencrone Palace second floor of the Royal Library, Your Highness, Selvia, who was seated at a desk surrounded by numerous open books and ancient manuscripts, raised her head. Standing there was Lieutenant Colonel Hartman Edelstein, an elderly man dressed in a uniform adorned with golden wing insignias, the chief bodyguard assigned to the princess. Upon confirming the identity of the person who called her, Selvia lowered her head and turned the page of the manuscript. What is it? Her tone was cold, clearly signaling that she was engrossed in deciphering the ancient text and did not wish to be disturbed. However, this time, Hartman couldn't simply let it go. The head maid, who is in charge of overseeing attire, has asked me to speak with you. She's struggling to prepare for tomorrow's banquet because Your Highness has shown no interest in dressing up and has been staying in the library. Selvia let out a low sigh. Then tell her that spending time studying tactics and strategies would be far more beneficial than dressing up. Your Highness. Hartman, I have no intention of being a spectacle for those attending the banquet. Honestly, celebrating a victory just because we managed to push back the Allied forces in the north. Trailing off, Selvia shook her head in disapproval. If it were up to me, I would have used the banquet's budget to strengthen national defense. I can't imagine what father is thinking. A faint smile appeared on Hartmann's lips. It was a remarkably humble statement, one hardly expected from someone born to lead. However, her distaste for social gatherings could lead to disadvantages in the long run. Your Highness, banquets are the foundation of diplomacy, and diplomacy is politics. A nation, at its core, is a collection of groups. Excessive diplomacy may alienate the common people, but a complete lack of it may turn the nobility into enemies. Historically, those admired by only one side never lasted long. To rule over both factions and keep them beneath your feet, that is what it means to be emperor, the sole leader who commands the world's most powerful military. Do you understand what I'm saying? While his words weren't wrong, Selvia still wasn't convinced. Seeing her silent defiance, Hartman suddenly spoke as if something had just come to mind. Ah, come to think of it, Captain Daniel Steiner will also be attending the banquet. Isn't he someone Your Highness is acquainted with? At the mention of Daniel Steiner, Selvia's shoulders flinched. If my death allows you to live, that's enough for me. After all, a soldier exists to protect the people of their nation. She still couldn't forget those words he had said to her. He was someone it wouldn't hurt to keep close. If possible, she wanted to have him on her side. Letting out a small cough, Selvia closed the manuscript. Very well. Summon the head maid. I suppose a bit of embellishment won't hurt. Though she spoke in a nonchalant tone, Hartman noticed the faint blush creeping up Selvia's ears. It seems Your Highness isn't particularly skilled at hiding your emotions. Was Daniel Steiner such an impressive figure in her eyes? With an amused smile, Hartman gave a small nod. The next day, after leaving the General Staff headquarters, I headed straight to a hair salon with Ernst. Honestly, I didn't want to go, but Ernst insisted that since we were entering under the imperial family's invitation, it was only proper to make at least a minimal effort to look presentable. I had no room to refuse. There, I adopted the Empire's latest trend, a slicked-back hairstyle, and then rode in Ernst's car to the Royal Banquet Mansion. A banquet mansion, can you even believe that? Just imagining how much wealth it must take to build an entire mansion specifically for banquets was beyond me. As I took in the grand sight of the mansion while walking up to the entrance, the staff member in charge of verifying the guest list spoke up. A beautiful evening, gentlemen. May I have your names, please? Before I could respond, Ernst answered first. My name is Ernst Bark, and this handsome young man next to me is, Captain Daniel Steiner, correct? There's no way I wouldn't recognize such a famous figure. Famous figure, huh? Ernst turned to me with a playful smile. It was probably his way of telling me I had more than earned the right to be invited, but honestly, it just made me uncomfortable. Colonel Ernst Bark, head of the operations staff, and Captain Daniel Steiner, operations staff officer. Your identities have been confirmed. Please enjoy the evening. The staff member stepped aside and bowed politely. Thank you. Keep up the good work. With that greeting, Ernst entered the banquet hall, and I followed closely behind him. Inside, the first floor bustled with waiters moving about busily. Let's head up. We ascended the red-carpeted staircase in front of us and arrived at the second floor, where the great hall unfolded before our eyes. The hall was massive, easily hundreds of square meters, and packed with people engaged in lively conversations. One detail stood out: most of the men were dressed in military uniforms similar to mine and Ernst's. In a wartime empire, serving in the military was likely a badge of great honor, and it seemed many were eager to flaunt it. At the same time, there were others dressed in formal suits or luxurious silk garments, likely wealthy financiers or nobles who funded the empire's army. As we walked through the crowd, a general-level officer spotted Ernst and approached us. The man had a scarred, wrinkled face, an unmistakable figure I knew all too well. Brigadier General Heinrich Schmidt, commander of the 1st Magic Mobile Corps. I couldn't forget him even if I tried. He was one of the first people I encountered after regaining my past life's memories. Colonel Ernst? So you were invited as well? And this here? He was a brigade commander and a brigadier general. Feeling the tension, I quickly saluted. It's an honor to meet you again, Commander. I'm Captain Daniel Steiner. Oh, I see you've already climbed another rank since we last met? Well, considering the achievements you've made, it's only natural. Isn't that right, Bender? Behind Heinrich, Captain Philip Bender nodded like a shadow. Indeed. Captain Daniel Steiner, I'm glad you're serving the Empire. If we had met as enemies, you would have been quite the formidable opponent. You're too kind, sir. To be honest, it really was excessive praise. Most of my achievements had been accidental rather than intentional, but Heinrich seemed to interpret my reaction as humility and gave me an approving smile. When we first met, I thought you were talented enough to work under me. The Imperial Army is planning to advance northward soon for an expansion campaign. Well, perhaps we should discuss this later. Ernst. What? What's with the sudden cliffhanger? Feeling uneasy, I waited as Ernst responded. Yes, sir. Go ahead. I need to speak with the Deputy Chief of Staff about the Empire's future, but before that, I wanted to hear your thoughts. If you don't mind, I'd like to find a quieter place to discuss this. Oh, of course. If the commander requests it, I'll gladly oblige. Apparently, the two were already on familiar terms, as they laughed and walked off together. Philip, who was about to follow Heinrich, paused and glanced back at me. Captain Daniel, since it's your first time at a banquet, just take a look around and grab something to eat to pass the time. The main event will start a bit later, so try to endure until then. I was genuinely touched by his words of concern. Was Philip actually an angel? I nodded, and Philip flashed a brief smile before following Heinrich. Left alone, I scanned the hall. For now, it seemed like the best move was to find a seat at one of the banquet tables and wait out the time. Standing around awkwardly would only attract unnecessary attention, and unwanted attention was the last thing I needed. With that thought, I slowly walked toward the banquet tables. Oh, I spotted an empty seat across from someone who had already started eating. Alistair, an intelligence agent of the Kingdom of Eldresia, pretended to enjoy his meal while carefully scanning the surroundings. It was, after all, a royal banquet. Just one glance revealed the sheer number of high-ranking officials packed into the venue. His mission was simple: relay the actual attendance list of the banquet guests to other agents. This information would make it easier for his allies to carry out targeted assassinations when they launched their planned attack on the banquet hall. For that reason, Alistair's eyes darted around the room, always alert. The sound of approaching footsteps suddenly caught his attention. Click, click. The slow, deliberate footsteps drew closer before coming to a halt. Swallowing nervously, Alistair lifted his head to see a man with black hair and equally dark eyes looking down at him. He instantly recognized the man. Captain Daniel Steiner. A monster who broke the notoriously tight-lipped Reginald in just one day of interrogation. Why was someone like him here? Had he been discovered? A cold sweat ran down Alistair's back as Daniel smiled and spoke. Are you alone by any chance? If you don't mind, I'd like to take this seat. Refusing him would only arouse suspicion. Forcing himself to stay composed, Alistair nodded. Of course. Please, have a seat. Thank you. My legs were starting to feel a bit tired. Cracking a light-hearted joke, Daniel pulled out the chair and sat down. Placing his uniform cap on the table, he let out a low breath as if finally relaxing. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is... I already know. Captain Daniel Steiner, correct. Daniel widened his eyes in surprise. You know me, of course. Who in the capital doesn't know Captain Steiner? Anyone who doesn't must be a spy. Wow, I wasn't aiming for fame, but it seems I've earned it anyway. Daniel sighed, then glanced at the food Alistair was eating and let out an impresto. Isn't that spätzle? And schnitzel on the side? You must be from the south. Wiping the corner of his mouth with a napkin, Alistair nodded. That's right. Spätzle was a staple in my hometown. Spätzle is a staple. You're from Baron Baytarjan's domain. Specifically, the Baltsach region, right? Alistair opened his mouth to reply, but Daniel raised a hand to stop him. Let me guess. Baltsach is the only area in Baron Baytarjan's domain where spätzle is commonly eaten. Am I right? After hesitating for a moment, Alistair nodded. Denying it now would only make the atmosphere awkward. Unbelievable? It's rare enough to meet someone from the south, but Baltsach? I'm from there too. Ever heard of Fee and Mary Village? Daniel's tone was filled with genuine excitement at meeting someone from his hometown, but Alistair felt like the man was steadily closing in on him, narrowing down his identity. His palms began to sweat. Forcing himself to remain calm, Alistair smiled. Of course. Fee and Mary Village. Isn't there a famous restaurant near there? Establishing a connection was the safest way to deflect suspicion. Daniel's face lit up even more, clearly thrilled to meet someone from the same area. Yes. Jack's restaurant. It was pretty well known back in the day. Honestly, it looked too shabby to even be called a restaurant, but I used to visit it all the time. Brings back memories. Snapping his fingers as if he just remembered something, Daniel leaned forward. If you know Jack's restaurant, that means you must have eaten there. Honestly, no one from Baltsach hasn't been to Jack's. Yes, of course. What was your favorite dish there? It was an innocent question, meant to spark nostalgia, but Alistair felt the weight of the interrogation crushing him. If he mentioned a dish that wasn't on the menu, the consequences would be catastrophic. Frantically running calculations in his head, Alistair recalled a dish commonly served in southern regions of the Empire. I really liked the apple strudel at Jack's. I even visited last year, and the flavor is still fresh in my memory. Apple strudel. Daniel clapped his hands and laughed. It's delicious, isn't it? That sweet and soft flavor is unforgettable, especially with vanilla ice cream or whipped cream on the side. Alistair finally let out a breath of relief. He had been lucky. Apple strudel was a widely recognized dish served in the Empire's southern regions, often as breakfast or dessert. Now all he had to do was make a smooth exit after a bit more conversation. But just as he was starting to feel safe, Daniel tilted his head. Something feels a bit strange. Strange? What was he talking about? Alistair froze, unable to respond, as Daniel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then Daniel slowly turned his head and locked eyes with him. As far as I know, Jack's restaurant stopped serving apple strudel 3 years ago. After an incident where a customer with an apple allergy had a severe reaction, it was taken off the menu. Daniel leaned forward, his pitch-black eyes unblinking. But you said you had it last year. For a brief moment, Alistair felt like the blood was draining from his body. Terror gripped him. My heart pounded wildly, and my breathing grew erratic. I forced myself to maintain a calm expression, but the corners of my lips trembled slightly. Calm down, think of an excuse. If I failed to answer now, Daniel's suspicions could solidify into certainty. Running countless simulations in my head in a split second, I finally managed to speak. Is that so? I had no idea. They were still serving it when I went, so I didn't know about such an incident. This was the best response I could devise after analyzing the situation. Judging by the fact that Daniel had started working at the General Staff headquarters immediately after graduating from the academy, it was highly unlikely he had visited Jack's restaurant last year. It was, essentially, a bluff exploiting a gap in his information. So you didn't know about the incident. Daniel lightly tapped the table with his fingers. That small motion and the faint sound felt deafening to me, amplifying my anxiety. I could feel Daniel's suspicion like a physical weight pressing against my skin. Meanwhile, Daniel himself wasn't actually thinking much of it. Maybe they started serving it again last year. It was a delicious dessert, so the owner might not have wanted to take it off the menu permanently. Besides, the incident had occurred because a customer with an allergy mistakenly ordered it, not exactly the restaurant's fault. Convinced by this line of thought, Daniel gave a slight nod and looked back at me. So it seems they started serving apple strudel again. Of course, I'd have to check with Jack's restaurant to confirm. Oh, and one more thing. Just as Daniel began to ask another question, the hall filled with the sound of classical music from the orchestra. Applause erupted as the gathered guests turned toward the grand staircase. The imperial family had begun descending slowly from the 3rd floor, holding on to the railing as they made their entrance. This signaled the start of the main event Philip had mentioned earlier. As an imperial officer, Daniel was obligated to pay his respects to the royal family, so he could no longer continue the conversation. Well, it seems we're out of time. I suppose we'll have to leave it here. Smiling, Daniel picked up his cap from the table and stood. I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Giving me a small nod, he tucked the cap under his arm and walked off toward the crowd. Relief flooded through me as I watched him leave. Thank God. If he had pushed just a little further, I might have been exposed. Feeling momentarily at ease, I glanced back at Daniel only to freeze. He was talking with what appeared to be the head of operations and occasionally glancing in my direction. Damn it. Daniel still hadn't let go of his suspicions. He was definitely telling his superior that I seemed suspicious. Suppressing a curse, I quickly stood and made my way to the restroom. After ensuring the room was empty, I raised my wrist and pressed the transmission button on the miniature radio disguised as a watch. Speaker, respond. This is Camera Shop. After a short pause, the device crackled to life. What's wrong? Is it time to report the guest list? I shook my head. No, I've been compromised. Security has likely been reinforced already. Abort the Mad Dog operation immediately. Spread the agents out to the Old City District. We're switching to Plan B. Compromised? The identity papers were flawless. Your disguise should have been undetectable even to Imperial officers. The situation turned bad. The one suspecting me is none other than Daniel Steiner. Daniel Steiner. Even through the radio, the weight of that name lingered. The response came only after a tense silence. Understood. Abandoning the current plan and switching to Plan B. We'll notify all agents immediately. Good luck. The transmission cut off. Staring at the watch for a moment, I slowly lowered my arm and pressed my fingers against my forehead. Damn it. Plan B. Unlike the original plan, Plan B had an exponentially higher chance of failure. Even if it succeeded, most of our agents would be slaughtered, and it would practically hand the Empire the justification it needed to launch an expansion war. But there was no other choice. With Daniel Steiner already suspicious of me, the original plan was no longer viable. Running my hands down my face, I clasped them together and whispered a quiet prayer. Dear God, please, watch over us. Alistair's frantic footsteps toward the restroom didn't escape my notice. Heading to the restroom, is he? That new friend of yours, Ernst remarked. Must have been urgent. I shrugged, feigning indifference, and Ernst chuckled lightly. Let's set aside talk of your hometown acquaintance for now and focus on the ball. The ball. Ah, that's right. This is your first time attending a royal banquet, isn't it? Once the banquet hits its peak, the royals traditionally open the ball with a dance. It's a way of preserving their legacy. I couldn't fathom how dancing related to preserving tradition, but I wasn't about to question the cultural practices of the imperial family. Nodding vaguely, I turned my gaze toward the central hall where the royals were preparing for the dance. The first person who caught my eye was Selvia. She wore an elegant amethyst evening gown with a daringly low-cut back. Yet, the blue-tinged necklace and earrings drew attention away, giving her an air of sophistication rather than vulgarity. Frankly speaking, she looked completely different from the Sylvia I'd met in the north. Maybe it was the light makeup, but after observing her carefully, I quickly realized the real reason for the change in her demeanor. She hates this. Sylvia wasn't smiling. The playful and confident smirks she often wore in the north were nowhere to be seen. Then again, if I were dressed up and paraded in front of strangers, forced to dance under their watchful eyes in the name of tradition, I wouldn't be thrilled either. But regardless of Sylvia's feelings, the banquet hall dimmed as the music announcing the start of the dance began to play. Smiling royals paired off with their partners and started to dance. Sylvia joined in as well, but unlike the others, her expression remained cold and detached. And yet, to me, even that stoic expression seemed captivating. I liked to think of myself as a rational man, but it seemed my rationality wasn't enough to overcome my shallow preference for appearances. Had it been anyone else wearing such a sullen look, I would have told them to cheer up. But with Sylvia, her beauty made even her indifference look like art. Truly, this was the dangerous power of beauty. A reminder to remain cautious. I crossed my arms and watched as the dance ended and the lights brightened. As if rehearsed, the crowd burst into applause, showering the royals with admiration. Sylvia, caught in the wave of applause, shifted her gaze around the room, clearly uncomfortable. Her eyes suddenly met mine. Her eyes widened slightly, and just as I was about to clap, "Don't." Sylvia's lips formed the word, stopping me in my tracks. Frozen mid-motion, I quickly dropped my hands, feeling slightly ridiculous as others continued clapping. Meanwhile, nobles began to approach the royals, engaging them in polite conversation. Sylvia wasn't spared, forced to greet each one with a practiced smile. I stared blankly at her, still wondering if I'd done something wrong earlier. Was clapping after making eye contact some sort of breach of etiquette? Before I could make sense of it, Sylvia politely excused herself from the nobles and began making her way toward me. I stepped aside to let her pass, but she kept coming straight for me. Stopping just a step away, Sylvia looked up at me with a faint smile. "It's been a while, Daniel. Or should I call you Captain now?" So she really did come to see me. Still processing her sudden approach, I nodded. "Yes, I've been promoted to Captain." "I see. Well, considering all the merits you've earned, it's no surprise. By the way, you changed your hairstyle." "Yes. I didn't want to, but my superior insisted." Sylvia let out a soft laugh. "You should thank that superior. It suits you, it makes you look more mature. I've always been an adult. Age alone doesn't make someone an adult. Especially when you look at those people." Sylvia glanced at the nobles she'd been speaking with earlier. They all think the Empire should start another expansion war. None of them have even considered what kind of consequences that would bring to the international community. Well, to be fair, this mindset wasn't unusual for the times. In this era, colonizing so-called lesser civilizations was often seen as a business opportunity or even an act of salvation. Rather than calling them ignorant, it was more accurate to say Sylvia was ahead of her time. It's inevitable. With the Empire gaining momentum, advocating for war is only natural. Not everyone can be as wise as. I stopped mid-sentence. Alistair, the hometown friend who'd gone to the restroom, was now running toward us. His face was deathly serious. Before I could process the situation, he reached into his coat. Sensing danger, I unlatched my holster and drew my revolver. He made a throwing motion, and I pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, and his head burst open. But the object he'd thrown was still hurtling toward us. "Your Highness." Acting on instinct, I grabbed Sylvia's wrist and pulled her into my arms, shielding her with my body. I turned away and shut my eyes tightly. Then, flash. A blinding light consumed everything. I took a slow, steady breath and cautiously opened my eyes. Darkness. This wasn't the banquet hall I had been in just moments ago. I waited, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light. Moving carelessly and making noise would be a bad idea. "Daniel. Quiet." I silenced Sylvia, who was fidgeting beside me, and continued observing my surroundings. A hotel. We were in a spacious living room adorned with luxurious furnishings. Glancing behind me, I saw a glass wall that overlooked the cityscape. That's when I pieced it together, the object that man had thrown. An Ethereum displacement grenade. It was a high-end tactical device designed to displace the targets it struck, effectively teleporting them to random nearby locations. Expensive and unreliable due to its lack of precise targeting, it was more of a gimmick than a widely used weapon. I'd heard of it being employed in special operations, but I never imagined I'd be on the receiving end of one. I said, "Be quiet." "It's not that." Sylvia squirmed slightly, pushing against me. It was only then that I realized I was still holding her tightly. Caught up in the tension, I hadn't even noticed my improper actions. I quickly released her, and she took a step back. Sylvia looked at me with mild irritation, but her ears were noticeably flushed red. Her breathing seemed slightly uneven too. "My apologies." As I offered a brief apology, Sylvia tucked her hair behind her ear and replied, "I understand you were trying to protect me, but next time, be more careful." And her tone shifted as she suddenly ducked behind the nearby sofa. "They're coming. I hear footsteps, 7, no, 8 of them." Footsteps? I crouched beside Sylvia and listened carefully. Sure enough, footsteps echoed nearby. It seemed they didn't know our exact location, but they were searching the area. I let out a quiet sigh. This just keeps getting worse. For now, I'll do my best to keep you safe. That won't be necessary. Sylvia lifted the hem of her evening gown. A holstered pistol was strapped to her thigh. I stared at it, momentarily speechless, before exhaling in disbelief. You carry a pistol with you at all times. You never know what might happen. It seems that between the two of us, your highness is the more mature one. Sylvia smirked faintly as she drew the pistol from its holster. Let's just say we both are. Fair enough. Now then. The footsteps drew closer. I glanced toward the door and spoke. Let's act like adults and protect ourselves. Click. Sylvia cocked her pistol, her expression brimming with confidence. Exactly what I had in mind. So this is what they meant by Iron Princess. Honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better ally in this situation. It was likely her first time being separated from the royal guard, yet she maintained her composure. I almost wanted to compliment her for it. However, the situation was far too urgent for idle chatter. The enemy was now so close that I could hear their footsteps even without straining my ears. Your Highness. They'll be storming this place any moment now. Sylvia nodded while looking at the door. Yes, I know. In that case, can you fire 2 shots toward the ceiling when they open the door? The ceiling. Not at the enemy? Sylvia looked at me with suspicion, but I remained serious. It doesn't have to be the ceiling. The point is to make noise with gunshots. Why on earth? No, I get it. She must have understood the urgency of the situation because she didn't question me further. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed closer. We waited in silence until the hinges of the door creaked open. I'll start now. The moment the door opened, Sylvia pulled the trigger twice as instructed. Flashes of light burst from the gun, and the deafening gunshots reverberated through the dimly lit room. The agents who had been about to enter immediately retreated outside. Then silence followed. They were likely pressed against the hallway walls, communicating through hand signals to decide how to proceed. Or more accurately, they're discussing how to kill us. Given the commotion at the banquet hall, they couldn't let us leave the Empire alive. That meant their mission wasn't to kidnap the princess, it was to eliminate her. But from their perspective, they had no way of knowing exactly where the princess was hiding. They had been startled by the gunshots right after opening the door. Behind the sofa? Behind the bookshelf? Under the desk? Or perhaps someone had fired from another room entirely. The possibilities were endless. And in situations like this, the usual conclusion involved grenades. Toss a grenade where they suspected we might be and gauge our reaction. I was waiting for that exact moment. As I nervously swallowed, focusing my senses. Click. The faint sound of a grenade safety pin being pulled brushed against my ears. Immediately accelerating my neural reactions, I stood up and drew my revolver. Through the door, I saw the agent tossing the grenade toward us, moving as if in slow motion. Failure wasn't an option. Holding my breath, I carefully aimed at the grenade and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet flew, and time resumed its normal flow. Boom! The grenade exploded midair, scattering shrapnel in all directions. Arg! Ugh! The agents hit by the shrapnel screamed, breaking the tense silence. I felt like throwing up from the strain of neural acceleration, but I couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Your Highness. I understand. Sylvia and I rushed out into the hallway, where an agent who was still alive reached for his pistol. Before I could act, Sylvia pulled the trigger first. Bang! The agent collapsed with a grunt, a bullet lodged between his eyes. Scanning the surroundings, I saw that the rest of the agents were already lifeless on the floor. We had taken out 8 of them in a flash, but it wasn't time to relax yet. Your Highness. The gunshots will draw more agents here. They wouldn't have sent only 8 for a mission like this. Then we need to get out of here as quickly as possible. No, it was already too late. Footsteps echoed again, this time from the central staircase. Upstairs? The Imperial Princess is upstairs. Gather everyone. Shoot on sight. Top floor of the hotel. Don't let them escape. My breathing grew heavy from tension. At this point, the only person I could rely on was Sylvia. This way. Grabbing Sylvia's wrist, I sprinted toward the end of the hallway. Still following me, Sylvia shouted in panic. Daniel, that's a dead end. It's not a dead end. The wall is made of glass, isn't it? What are you? Realizing my intent, Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief. You're planning to jump out of there? Yes. The stairs and elevators are occupied. This is our only option. That's insane. Suicide isn't a solution. Frustrated, I turned to face her. Your Highness, you can use spatial magic, can't you? How did you know? That's not perfect. It only works within line of sight. Exactly. And we're on the top floor, perfect timing. I wasn't sure whether the situation itself was absurd or if I'd finally lost my mind, but I let out a laugh. Still running, I raised my revolver without hesitation and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets shattered the reinforced glass wall, leaving cracks that spread like spider webs. At the same time, shouts erupted from the central staircase. There they are. Fire! Orders from above, kill them. I kicked off the ground and lunged toward the glass. Crash! The glass shattered, and shards flew in every direction. Holding Sylvia's hand, I leaped through the broken window with her. But soaring through the air only lasted for a moment. Eek! Gravity pulled us down, and we began plummeting toward the ground. The wind whipped through my hair and uniform, while Sylvia's dress billowed like a flag. It was white. Your Highness. My shout snapped her out of her daze. She took a deep breath and nodded. Watching the scenery of the old city rapidly approach, Sylvia chanted a short spell. A brilliant white light engulfed both of us. When I opened my eyes, Sylvia and I were still in midair, but the ground was close. Holding Sylvia tightly, I braced myself as we crashed onto the floor, my shoulder taking the impact. Pain shot through me, sharp but bearable. Before the pain even subsided, I scanned my surroundings and exhaled in relief at the lack of people nearby. All I could see were broken records and discarded furniture. It looked like a dumping ground for household waste. Ugh. Sylvia stirred in my arms and pushed herself upright. She seemed dizzy, likely due to the spatial teleportation magic she had just used. However, she quickly composed herself and looked at me. Are you all right? It was unexpected. I thought she would first ask if we had successfully escaped. Yes, I'm fine. I pressed my hands against the floor and stood up. Looking down at Sylvia, who was still sitting on the ground, I couldn't help but notice her disheveled appearance. Her carefully styled hair was a tangled mess, and her luxurious evening dress was smeared with dust and blood. Ironically, the sapphire earrings and necklace she wore still gleamed under the moonlight. Wait, moonlight? I glanced up to see that the ceiling had collapsed, leaving a gaping hole. The stars were clearly visible in the night sky. It seemed we had chosen this spot in haste, simply looking for any place to hide. I shook my head at our luck and extended my hand towards Sylvia. Let's get up. The floor is cold. Sylvia nodded and took my hand, rising to her feet. I leaned slightly closer to check her condition. Are you hurt anywhere? No, thankfully not. Wait. Her face flushed as she pushed my chest away. Her tightly shut eyes hinted at a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Don't you think you get a little too close sometimes? I was only concerned for your highness's safety. I know. I understand, but... Ugh. Never mind. More importantly, are we safe now? I believe so. They shouldn't be able to track us after the teleportation. Even if it were possible, the Royal Guard would arrive first. They would have been dispatched immediately after the Ethereum displacement grenade exploded and should have already entered the old city by now. Sylvia seemed to agree, nodding once before stepping away from me. An awkward silence settled between us. When we were in danger, we had joked and talked to ease the tension, but now that the crisis was over, an inexplicable awkwardness lingered. Adding to the discomfort was the nagging thought in my head: the closer I get to Sylvia, the further I might drift from my dream of leaving the Empire. After all, it wasn't proper to casually converse with someone as noble as the Imperial Princess. As I resigned myself to waiting for the Royal Guard, Sylvia suddenly spoke cautiously. Daniel, do you know how to dance? Dance? I shook my head. I've only ever watched others dance. I've never done it myself. As you know, I grew up an orphan and never learned those kinds of social skills. Why do you ask? I just thought dancing might be better than sitting here bored. The banquet won't be over for a while anyway. She wasn't wrong. The banquet wouldn't end until midnight. Your Highness, I'd love to oblige, but I doubt my skills. I'll teach you. It's not that hard. She was persistent, and refusing her outright felt impossible. All right, I'll give it a try. Good. Sylvia stepped closer and took my hand. Follow my lead. She lifted my hand slightly and began to step slowly. Her pace was deliberate, probably to accommodate my lack of experience, but even so, I struggled to keep up. When I stumbled a few times, Sylvia couldn't help but laugh. I felt my face heat up. Didn't I warn you I couldn't dance? You'll get better with practice. Come on, let's try again. Sylvia moved her feet once more, and I followed as best as I could. After several attempts, I finally managed to mimic her movements. It was crude, but it resembled a dance well enough. With the moonlight as our spotlight, we danced, our movements forming the rhythm of a waltz. Suddenly, the distant hum of a helicopter broke the stillness. Your Highness, the Royal Guard. Don't stop. I was about to tell her this wasn't the time to play around but stopped myself. Sylvia was smiling a soft, content smile unlike the composed expression she had worn at the banquet hall. For some reason, I didn't want to ruin that moment. So, I continued moving, and we danced until our steps completed the waltz. As I stood there, stunned that we had finished the dance, Sylvia released my hand and looked at me. Remember this. Knowing how to dance like this will ensure you're never underestimated anywhere. Before I could find the right words to respond, the helicopter noise grew louder, and the sound of its rotors roared above us. Your Highness. A sudden shout drew my attention upward. A grizzled soldier, nearing 60, stood in the helicopter's doorway, fully armed. He quickly grabbed the radio strapped to his shoulder and pressed the transmit button. Headquarters? This is Old City, Alter Market, Route 87, Waste Disposal Site. We've located Her Highness and Lieutenant Daniel. Both are safe, aside from minor injuries. Send reinforcements immediately. I repeat, this is Old City. For the first time, the tension drained from my body, and relief washed over me. Sylvia and I exchanged glances, and without knowing why, we both burst into quiet laughter. It was the end of spring. Following the terrorist attack at the banquet now referred to as the Ethereum Displacement Grenade Assassination Incident, the Imperial forces successfully tracked down and either eliminated or captured the perpetrators in the Old City. The surviving terrorists were handed over to the military police for interrogation. During this process, Cedric Bendel, the Deputy Chief of Operations in the Imperial General Staff, who attended to gather intelligence, overheard an interesting statement. It's because of that bastard. The reason we failed our mission. Ruckel, the leader of the captured terrorists, spoke abruptly while undergoing torture in the underground interrogation room. Judging by his dazed eyes, he didn't seem fully aware of what he was saying. However, what mattered was that after enduring torture in complete silence, he had finally opened his mouth. As the interrogators murmured among themselves, Cedric spoke up. Interrogator. Give him water. At Cedric's order, Bendelin nodded and brought a cup of water, pouring it into Rickle's mouth as he sat tied to the chair. Deprived of water for days, Rickle greedily gulped it down the moment it touched his tongue. That's enough. At Cedric's command, Bendelin pulled the cup away. Rickle cursed but could do nothing more than that, bound tightly to the chair. Watching him silently for a moment, Cedric smiled and said, I'd like to hear more details. For example, who this bastard you mentioned is. If you tell me, another cup of water isn't out of the question. Rickle finally seemed to snap back to reality and stared directly at Cedric. Upon recognizing the man speaking to him, Rickle's eyes widened. Imperial General Staff Deputy Chief of Operations / Brigadier General Cedric Bendel. Gaunt features and almost colorless eyes. Cedric was a high-priority assassination target for the Allied Kingdom's intelligence division. Rickle ground his teeth and trembled with rage, but as a defeated and captured agent, he no longer had the power to kill his adversary. Resigning himself, Rickle relaxed his body and let out a bitter laugh. So you didn't know? That means it wasn't an official order, just someone acting on their suspicions? Ridiculous. His laugh was filled with self-mockery. Daniel Steiner. That bastard figured out our plan. We had no choice but to change it. That's why we abandoned the banquet hall and waited in the old city instead. Daniel Steiner. Cedric had, of course, heard the name. After all, he was not only the man credited with saving the Imperial Princess but also someone who had achieved multiple military successes recently. But to think Daniel Steiner had been the first to detect signs of the banquet attack. And if Rickle's words were to be believed, Daniel's suspicions had forced them to abandon their original plan and take a disadvantageous approach. Impressive. Combat, logistics, strategy, intelligence, counterintelligence. Cedric had seen many young talents excel in one area. War breeds heroes, so it was natural for abilities to shine on the battlefield. But excelling in every domain? Daniel Steiner was the first he had seen. They say you can recognize the value of a precious gem even in its raw form. Cedric knew it was still too early to make final judgments, but he couldn't deny Daniel's capabilities. Perhaps Daniel Steiner would become the spearhead that led the Empire to victory. After unintentionally saving the princess, I spent the next week being dragged around. Even when I politely declined invitations, they practically forced me to attend. I had no choice but to pose for pictures with politicians and dine with nobles. By the time I finally returned to headquarters, I had greeted so many people I couldn't even remember who they were. Thinking I could finally relax. Where is Captain Daniel Steiner? Can someone tell me his location? Was wishful thinking. This time, a group dressed in the uniforms of the Royal Guard stormed into the operations office. Leading them was a man wearing the Golden Wing insignia, the mark of the chief bodyguard. I recognized him immediately. He was the man who had first rescued Sylvia and me at the waste disposal site in the old city. See, Captain Steiner is over there. The staff in the office were visibly flustered. Feeling guilty for the disruption, I stood up and said, I'm Daniel Steiner. What business do you have with me? Oh. The older man let out an amused sound and approached me. Nice to meet you, Captain Steiner. I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'm Lieutenant Colonel Hartman, Chief of the Royal Guard. How could I not recognize the legend of the battlefield? I sincerely thank you for your assistance the other day. Haha, thank me? That's absurd. I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, Her Highness was able to return safely. His voice matched his large frame, booming and commanding. Ernst, who had been working in the operations chief's office, peeked outside and froze in surprise. Lieutenant Colonel Hartman, Chief of Security? What brings you here? Despite holding a higher rank, Ernst seemed to be the one feeling nervous. I could understand why. If the Royal Guard suddenly stormed into the operations office, I would probably be sweating, too. Colonel Ernst? I'm here to carry out an order from His Majesty. At the mention of an Imperial command, Ernst visibly paled. The idea of the Royal Guard delivering orders from the Emperor rarely carried good news. Don't tell me, someone in the general staff has fallen out of the royal family's favor. Hartman blinked in confusion before bursting into laughter. Come now, don't be so harsh. It's quite the opposite. In fact, I'm here on behalf of His Majesty to bestow the Medal of Honor for National Service upon Captain Daniel Steiner. Medal of Honor? For me? Still dazed, I saw Ernst relax and nod. I figured he'd receive it eventually, but this is sooner than I expected. The sooner, the better. Rewards and punishments are the foundation of the Empire, after all. Ideally, His Majesty would have awarded it himself, but as you know, the Emperor is quite busy preparing for the Northern Campaign. I understand. Please proceed. Ernst gave me a thumbs up to congratulate me and then stepped aside. While I still struggled to grasp the situation, Hartman pulled out an imperial decree. It resembled a cylindrical scroll and looked expensive at a glance. With practiced hands, Hartman untied the ribbon and unrolled it. Hear the words of the ruler of the Empire, Captain Daniel Steiner. Hartman's booming voice echoed through the operations office. As if rehearsed, everyone in the room, myself included, dropped to one knee. According to the reports from Central Intelligence and the military police, you identified a spy at the banquet and maintained suspicion despite his efforts to deceive you. As a result, the enemy was forced to alter their plans, thereby preventing disaster before it could strike. When did I do that? Furthermore, your act of risking your life to protect my daughter, Sylvia von Amberg, the Empire's radiant light, is a deed worthy of the highest praise and recognition. Therefore, I hereby award you the Medal of Honor for National Service, Second Class, the Guxion Medal. The moment I heard Guxion Medal, a chill ran down my spine. To my knowledge, no officer of my rank had ever received it. That meant I would be the first, placing me under intense scrutiny. Even among senior officers, recipients of the Guxion Medal were exceedingly rare. It also meant that Allied spies would see my head as an even more valuable target. I glanced toward Lucy, only to find her wearing an emotionless expression. That scared me even more, and I quickly looked away. Rise, Captain Daniel Steiner. At Hartmann's command, I stood. One of the guards stepped forward, carrying an elegant case. When the case opened, it revealed a medal, a ribbon bar, and a golden badge. Hartmann picked up the badge, no larger than a fingernail, and affixed it to the left side of my uniform. Wear this badge proudly. Wherever you go, people will recognize you as a recipient of the Guxion Medal. It's a tremendous honor. It didn't feel like an honor at all, but I nodded anyway. Hartmann patted my shoulder and leaned in slightly. By the way, have you ever considered joining the Royal Guard? With your skills, I think you could rise to Chief of Security in no time. The moment I joined the Royal Guard, escaping the Empire would become nearly impossible. I forced an awkward smile. I think the Royal Guard is an honorable organization, but in times of war, I believe my place is on the front lines. Hartmann paused, then nodded as if he understood. I see. A capable young man like you certainly belongs on the battlefield more than in the Guard. Something about that didn't sound right, and I opened my mouth to clarify, but Hartmann had already stepped back with a grin. Congratulations, Captain Daniel Steiner, recipient of the Guxion Medal. With that, the informal ceremony concluded, and the staff in the room stood and broke into applause. Cheers rang out from all directions, but I felt nothing resembling joy. My eyes met Lucy's across the crowd. Her calm, steady gaze sent a chill down my spine. Sweat trickled down my back. No matter what, I needed to escape the Empire as soon as possible. My instincts were screaming at me. Something big involving Lucy was going to happen today. Not to brag, but my instincts were usually right. So, I spent the day carefully observing and staying on guard against Lucy. But contrary to my expectations, Lucy remained as composed and efficient as ever, quietly handling her work. It's time to go, Captain. From inside my personal office, Lucy finished organizing the documents and looked at me. It's already time to leave. I glanced at the wall clock. It was 6 p.m. Momentarily dazed, I cleared my throat and stood up. All right, let's head out. I stuffed a few documents into my briefcase and stepped out of the office, with Lucy following close behind. We descended the central staircase and exited the General Staff headquarters. Captain. Turning to see what she wanted, I found Lucy holding out an umbrella. This is the umbrella you lent me earlier. Thanks to you, I didn't get drenched in the rain. I intended to return it sooner, but you've been so busy that I didn't have the chance. Ah, right. I did lend her an umbrella. I'm glad it was useful. As I accepted the umbrella, Lucy blinked her crimson eyes and added, Congratulations on receiving the Guxion Medal. Given the favor you've earned with the higher UPS, it's only a matter of time before you're promoted to Major. Was that a threat? Unable to read her intentions, I froze. But Lucy simply bowed her head. Well then, I have another appointment, so I'll take my leave. With that, Lucy walked ahead and disappeared into the distance. Was my gut wrong? Nothing had happened after all. I stared blankly at her retreating figure before opening my briefcase and tucking the umbrella inside. Well, no news is good news. I closed the bag and glanced up at the sky, which was completely clear without a single cloud. Is it summer already? Even at 6 p.m., the sun hadn't set. The breeze that brushed past me felt warm and gentle. Taking a deep breath, I started walking lightly. I heard there's a new dessert shop on the outskirts of the city. Maybe I'll check it out. After getting caught up in one crisis after another lately, I felt like I deserved some kind of break. Boss, we've secured distribution rights in Raven Street, Block 23. We paid the patrol officers more this time, so they've agreed to turn a blind eye for now. Inside a dimly lit room with a rattling ventilation fan, Mafia boss Nickel let out a satisfied chuckle. See? What did I tell you? If they refuse once, just give them more money. That's how we expand operations and build a network of cells. Nickel bit into his cigar, and one of his subordinates rushed over to light it for him. After taking a few puffs and exhaling the smoke, Nickel waved the man away. Tapping the ash into a tray, Nickel grinned. Tell everyone to dress up. We're meeting with the customs inspector today. Greasing his palms should make smuggling opium a whole lot easier. Yes, boss. As his subordinate shouted in response and left the room, Nickel took another puff and heaved his massive body up. Shoving his creaky chair aside, he adjusted his clothes in front of a full-length mirror. His fingers, adorned with gold rings, glistened under the dim light as he admired his reflection with a greedy smile. This is too easy. Nickel had originally been a spy for the Allied nations. Smuggling opium had merely been a means of securing local funding. But as the scale of operations grew, and he amassed a crew of 30 men, Nickel's desire for wealth overtook his loyalty to his homeland. And so, he betrayed both his country and his network. Running an opium business in the Empire was far more comfortable and profitable than risking his life as a spy. Over a year had passed since he last responded to his handlers, and he felt no guilt about it. They treated me like disposable trash anyway. He no longer saw any reason to follow orders. Having finished justifying his actions, Nickel turned to leave for his meeting with the customs inspector. Click. The chilling sound of a silencer pressed against the back of his head stopped him. Confused, he looked at the mirror and saw the air behind him shimmer and distort. Optical camouflage. A high-level technique that used mana to bend and reflect light, rendering the user nearly invisible. Very few people either in the Empire or the Allied nations could wield such technology. So who was this person now deactivating their optical camouflage? Cold sweat dripped down his face as the figure slowly revealed herself, a woman with crimson eyes. Nickel's heart pounded violently. He had heard the rumors. The Red-Eyed Reaper, tasked with eliminating traitors to the Allied nations. But he had dismissed it as nothing more than an urban legend. Trembling, Nickel stammered. Wait. Killing me would be a mistake. I've been spreading opium in the Empire? Even if I betrayed the Allied nations, I've still been undermining the Empire. That's no excuse. Please? Look, I'll give you all the money I've earned. Lucy pulled the trigger. Pfft. The silenced gunshot echoed faintly, followed by the sound of Nickel's body thudding to the floor. Lucy looked down at the corpse dispassionately, brushed off her hands, and opened the window. It was a 3-story drop, but it didn't matter. She leaped down like a cat, landing lightly before slipping into a nearby alley. Weaving through the streets to avoid beggars and onlookers, Lucy finally entered an empty alley where she could change clothes. Feeling a sense of relief, she pulled out sunglasses from her coat's inner pocket and put them on. Her red eyes always drew attention, so it was better to hide them. After readjusting her wig and removing her blood-stained coat, Lucy turned her head and froze. A soldier had entered the alley. Worse, their eyes met. Initially, she just thought it was annoying to have another problem to deal with. But then she recognized him. Daniel Steiner. The black-haired soldier with sharp, wolf-like eyes was unmistakably Daniel Steiner. For once, Lucy's expression faltered. This is bad. Daniel Steiner wasn't just a skilled soldier, he was also infamous for exposing and interrogating spies. And his reputation for combat prowess, killing Colonel Jeremy in a single strike and taking out 8 Allied agents, was well known. Even if she could neutralize him, she'd never escape the fallout of killing a Guxion Medal recipient. Lucy made a split-second decision. She'd have to bluff her way out. Meanwhile, Daniel was thinking the exact same thing. I just wanted dessert and got lost, and now I've run into Lucy covered in blood. Fantastic. Despite her disguise, Daniel had caught a glimpse of her red eyes before she put on the sunglasses. She's definitely on some kind of mission. Revealing he knew could get him killed, so he reached a conclusion. I'll have to pretend I don't recognize her. The two locked eyes in silence, each thinking, I have to deceive him. I have to play along. Ironically, both were completely aligned, just in opposite roles. I swallowed dryly and adjusted the position of my uniform tie. For now, it's best to act as naturally as possible. Clearing my throat, I walked toward Lucy. I didn't expect to meet someone here, so I was a bit surprised. More importantly, there's blood on your coat. Did something happen here? Lucy hesitated for a moment before speaking nonchalantly. There was an incident. An incident, you say? Yes. To explain, I work as an emergency medicine specialist and surgeon at the Central Hospital. While walking home after my shift, I encountered a citizen bleeding from a mugging and got blood on my coat while administering first aid. Her tone was calm and even, almost unnervingly so. Not even 30 seconds had passed since we made eye contact and I asked my question, yet she rattled off a plausible explanation without hesitation. It was impressive, almost disturbingly so. So this is what a spy looks like. As I admired her performance, Lucy turned the tables and asked me a question. May I ask why you're here, Lieutenant? Unlike Lucy, I had no need to lie. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I heard there's a new dessert shop in the outskirts of the capital. I was taking a shortcut to get there and got lost. A dessert shop. Her skeptical response made me feel oddly ashamed. Judging by her reaction, it seemed men visiting dessert shops alone wasn't considered normal in this era. But giving up what I liked because of other people's opinions wasn't an option. Is there a problem with that? Lucy hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, I was just surprised. I wouldn't have expected Captain Daniel Steiner, the infamous man without blood or tears, to enjoy sweets fit for children. That stung a little. Watch your words. Desserts are not junk food. My apologies. In any case, if you're lost, I can guide you. A guide, huh? It was a little unsettling, but if we were only walking together until we left the alley, it should be fine. It wouldn't be proper for an officer to refuse a citizen's goodwill. I'll gladly accept your help. As you seem to already know, I'm Captain Daniel Steiner from the General Staff. Dr. Mirren Seabrith, surgeon at the Central Hospital. Lucy and I exchanged a brief handshake before walking down the alley. Following half a step behind, I stole another glance at her. Perhaps she thought discarding her coat in front of me would be suspicious. She had turned it inside out to hide the bloodstains and slung it over her arm. She carried a shoulder bag as well, and no matter how I looked at it, it seemed obvious that it held a pistol and other assassination tools. I can't let her open that bag under any circumstances. I had no idea what kind of carnage would unfold if she did. Lucy Amelia wasn't just a spy, her combat abilities were downright monstrous. She probably didn't realize it herself, but if she went all out, she could wipe out a small battalion on her own. That's precisely why I'd tried to avoid running into her, but now she was not only my adjutant but also pretending to be a doctor right in front of me. It gave me a headache. The only silver lining was that Lucy seemed just as uncomfortable being around me. Once we left the alley, we'd be able to part ways cleanly. This is it. As we emerged from the alley, the main street came into view with a streetcar rolling by. The sun had set completely, and the street lights had turned on. The cool evening breeze mixed with the gentle murmur of pedestrians, creating a pleasant atmosphere. I was about to bid Lucy farewell when I stopped short. Oh, Captain Daniel? Are you by any chance Captain Daniel Steiner? A man in a police uniform walking along the sidewalk had spotted me and was approaching with familiarity. He scrutinized me closely before exclaiming in admiration. Ah, it really is you, Captain Steiner? My God, who would have thought I'd run into the Empire's hero on the street? I had considered the possibility of being recognized, but running into a cop while I was with Lucy in disguise didn't feel like a good omen. And to make matters worse, that navy blue police uniform was one I recognized. Only members of the Security Bureau were allowed to wear it. The Security Bureau, commonly referred to as the Secret Police or Ideological Police, existed solely for counter-espionage. Judging by Lucy's slight shift in posture, she understood the situation as well. Of course, the officer, oblivious to our circumstances, smiled and extended his hand. It's an honor to meet you, Captain Steiner. I'm Senior Inspector Cartman Schultz from the Security Bureau. Ignoring him wasn't an option, so I smiled back and shook his hand. Captain Daniel Steiner, General Staff. It's not every day you meet someone from the Security Bureau on the street. Haha. This area isn't actually under my jurisdiction, but I made a reservation at a nearby restaurant. Since it coincided with the end of my shift, I came in uniform. Cartman, seemingly struck by an idea, snapped his fingers. It must be fate for us to meet like this. How about joining me for dinner? I'll pay, of course. And if it's all right with you, your companion is welcome to join us as well. This wasn't good. Should I deny knowing Lucy? No. That would only prompt him to ask why we were coming out of the alley together. Security Bureau officers were naturally suspicious of everything it came with the job. To avoid complications, I needed to play along and politely decline his invitation. I opened my mouth, searching for a natural excuse. I truly appreciate the invitation, but I got lost on the way here and wandered quite a bit. I'm feeling rather tired. Oh, no need to worry about that. The restaurant I'm heading to is just around the corner. Do you see it? Cartman pointed, and sure enough, the restaurant was only a block away. Realizing I couldn't refuse any further, I nodded. If you're going that far, then I won't decline. Let's go. I noticed Lucy nervously swallowing, but there was nothing we could do. It was force majeure. The restaurant we entered with Cartman was a high-end establishment frequented by the upper class. The luxurious tableware, elegant interior design, and impeccably dressed waiters were enough to feast the eyes. We were guided by a waiter to a window-side table overlooking the city. After placing a simple order, Cartman gave me a soft, friendly smile. It's truly fascinating no matter how many times I think about it. Seeing a hero I've only read about in newspapers and seen on TV right in front of me feels almost surreal. A hero? That's far too much praise. No need to be modest. In fact, many people in our Security Bureau are fans of yours. Myself included. Haha. I'll be bragging about this meeting for generations to come. As Cartman continued the pleasant chatter, he turned his gaze toward Lucy, who was seated beside me. His expression hinted at curiosity. Something didn't quite add up. But your companion hasn't removed her sunglasses. It's an indoor setting. There's no need to keep them on. He wasn't wrong. But if Lucy took off her sunglasses, her red eyes would be exposed. And once her identity was compromised, there was no telling what kind of chaos she might unleash. Not to mention, Cartman added, she hasn't said a single word. Surely she knows that remaining silent in such a setting could be considered rude. If her hands are occupied, I could help remove the sunglasses. Cartman reached toward Lucy's face. Sensing that she couldn't deceive both the Security Bureau officer and me simultaneously, Lucy began to move her hand under the table toward her shoulder bag. It was a powder keg waiting to explode. Breaking into a cold sweat, I hurriedly grabbed Cartman's wrist. Captain. Cartman looked at me, surprised, and I forced an awkward smile. Oh dear, I completely forgot to make introductions. This woman here served as a military doctor on the Eastern Front. Unfortunately, she sustained an eye injury from enemy forces. I'm sure you understand. Cartman's eyes widened, and he let out a sympathetic sigh. My God. I had no idea something so terrible had happened. My apologies. I nearly committed a grave offense by asking her to remove her sunglasses. But her silence. As expected of a Security Bureau officer, he didn't lower his guard so easily. Quickly running through my options, I spoke in a somber tone. She developed aphasia due to the trauma. She wants to speak, but she physically cannot. Cartman pulled back his hand, fidgeting with his fingers as guilt washed over his face. Hearing that, I realize I've been terribly rude. My sincerest apologies. I suppose it's my job to be suspicious of others. I think I'll step away to the restroom to clear my head. Cartman pushed back his chair and stood, offering Lucy a formal bow before heading toward the restroom. The moment he was out of sight, Lucy turned to me. She looked rattled, more so than usual. I cleared my throat and leaned slightly toward her, whispering just loud enough for her to hear. I know you're innocent, Doctor. But we're dealing with a security bureau officer here. You've heard of Special Arrest Authority, haven't you? They can detain you based on nothing more than suspicion. The priority was to dispel Lucy's suspicions that I might know her real identity. If he's already risen to the rank of senior inspector, you can bet he's thrown plenty of innocent people in prison. That's why there's a saying even an innocent man leaves the security bureau as a convicted spy. I shrugged. I'm just trying to keep you out of trouble, Doctor. What was it again? Mirren see something. Lucy said nothing, simply glaring at me. She seemed pissed. Seeing that, I snapped my fingers like I'd figured something out. That's right. You're Mirren Seabrith. And you've got aphasia. A perfect attitude, really. Until we're safely away from the security bureau officer, you need to stick with this role. Understood. Lucy remained silent. Her lack of response irritated me, so I pressed her further. Answer me. With actions, if not words. Clearly frustrated, Lucy turned her head away, biting down on her lower lip. This wasn't good. I needed a clear confirmation, so I tapped the table lightly. Answer. Finally, Lucy let out a low sigh and gave a small nod. She'd decided for now that following my lead was the safest option. Meanwhile, the Mafia members were thrown into chaos after confirming their boss, Nickel, was dead. Having barely recovered from the shock, they quickly began a serious discussion about who had killed him. During this process, a man who claimed to be a witness stepped forward. His name was Valdrin Mikalina. Valdrin stated that he had been smoking a cigarette by an open second-floor window when he saw a woman jump down from the third floor where the boss had been. At first, he thought he might have been mistaken. But after hearing that the boss had been found dead in his room, Valdrin became convinced the woman was the assassin. He relayed this information to the other members, and the furious Mafia quickly united under a single purpose: finding the woman and avenging their boss. And now, Valdrin furrowed his brows as he scanned the fifth-floor window of the restaurant through a foldable telescope. Brown hair, a white knit sweater, a brown coat draped over her knees, and a plain shoulder bag hanging by her chair. Black flats, too. And she's tall for a woman. Apart from the sunglasses, her appearance was an exact match with the woman who had killed their boss. After combing the nearby area, they had finally tracked down the assassin. That goddamn bitch. Grinding his teeth, Valdrin lowered the telescope. The sight of her casually enjoying a luxurious meal after murdering their boss was unforgivable. It felt like she was mocking their entire organization. Suppressing his burning rage, Valdrin folded the telescope, tucked it into his coat, and took out a radio. As he stared at the woman cutting into a steak, he pressed the transmit button. We've found the woman who killed the boss. Location is Dasabent Licht Restaurant, 22nd Raven Street. She looks like she'll finish her meal soon, so all units are to converge here immediately. After finishing the meal and stepping out of the restaurant, Cartman gave a polite bow. I truly apologize for the offense I caused earlier, miss. I have no excuse for my behavior. Please accept my sincerest apology once more. With Lucy remaining silent, Daniel responded on her behalf. There's no need to apologize further. Dr. Mirren fully understands. Isn't that right, Doctor? Prompted by Daniel's nudge, Lucy reluctantly nodded. Seeing this, Daniel smiled softly and spoke again. Well then, we'll be on our way. Of course. It was an honor to speak with you, Captain. The honor was mine, Inspector. It's not every day one gets to converse with someone so devoted to the Empire. Farewell. Daniel gave a slight bow, then turned and began walking away with Lucy. After putting some distance between them, Daniel glanced back. Cartman stroked his chin a few times before finally turning and heading in the opposite direction. Breathing a sigh of relief, Daniel relaxed. You can speak now. Regaining her voice, Lucy hesitated for a moment before muttering. You made me look like an idiot. I treated you like an aphasia patient, not an idiot. And as I said, I was only trying to save you from the Security Bureau. He wasn't wrong. Without Daniel's intervention, Lucy would have faced Cartman's suspicions head-on. While Lucy's pride was wounded by having to rely on an outsider, she had to admit the truth. I'll repay this debt someday. Hearing her whisper, Daniel broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't tell if she meant she'd help him or kill him. Since prying into her thoughts wasn't an option, Daniel gave a stiff nod. I appreciate the sentiment, but there's no need to repay me. More importantly, how about we go our separate ways now? He was already worried the dessert shop would close if they delayed any further. Daniel had been looking forward to treating himself, but Lucy shook her head. I'm afraid that won't be possible. What? Daniel blinked in confusion, a vague sense of unease creeping in. Lucy glanced around cautiously before explaining. Listen as we walk. We're being tailed. Behind us, across the street, and even a block ahead there are multiple eyes on us. Tailed? Daniel's eyes sharpened as he subtly observed the pedestrians. Just as Lucy said, several men in suits displayed suspicious behavior. Some had their hands tucked inside their jackets, clearly ready to draw guns at a moment's notice. Their movements were sloppy for spies, but they were undoubtedly organized, a sign they belonged to a criminal syndicate. If men in suits were openly carrying guns, there was only one explanation. Mafia members. Daniel furrowed his brows, already feeling a headache forming as he realized their target was Lucy. Doctor, what the hell did you do to have the Mafia chasing you? Lucy didn't answer. Instead, she quickly assessed the situation with her sharp gaze and gripped Daniel's hand tightly. Her hand was cold yet surprisingly soft. Captain, I'm going to dash into the alley 20 steps ahead. Since you're with me, they'll target you too. If you want to live, you'll follow me. She had no real intention of saving Daniel. But if he died, the Empire would investigate, and since Lucy had been with him at the time, she'd inevitably fall under suspicion. She couldn't allow that to happen, so she refused to let go of his hand. Wait, Doctor, if you have a plan, let's. The moment they reached the 20th step, Lucy spun around and took off. Daniel had no choice but to run with her as she dragged him along. Shit, they're running. That fucking bitch noticed? After them. Kill them both. Shouts erupted behind them, followed by gunshots. Whoosh! A stray bullet tore through the air, whizzing past Daniel's ear. He instinctively ducked his head, speeding up as he glared at Lucy. What the hell did she do? Kill a mafia boss or something? It wasn't the time to be asking questions, though. Left. Following Lucy's command, Daniel turned the corner of the alley. Halfway down the alley, Lucy suddenly dove behind a large industrial trash bin. Daniel had no choice but to follow her, panting as he tried to catch his breath. Why are we hiding? Are you planning to take on all of them here? Lucy nodded and pulled a detonator with a red button out of her shoulder bag. Apparently, she'd already planted bombs inside the walls of the alley in case of an ambush and now she intended to use them. Damn, she's terrifyingly prepared. Understanding her plan, Daniel held his breath and waited. They're trapped in a dead end. After them. Shoot on sight. Kill that bastard with her too. The gangsters charged into the alley, shouting threats. But to their surprise, neither Lucy nor Daniel was in sight. Clueless, they moved deeper into the alley, searching. What the hell? I saw them run in here. Did they climb the wall? No way, it's too high. Shit. Check behind the trash bins. As the gangsters' voices drew closer, Lucy pressed the button without hesitation. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the alley, flames bursting out as the walls blew apart. The ground shook so violently that Daniel squeezed his eyes shut on reflex. Shit, goddammit. His ears rang painfully. After taking a moment to steady his breathing, Daniel slowly opened his eyes. Finally regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and stood up. He turned to look at the aftermath of the explosion. Around 30 mafia members lay scattered among the rubble, bleeding and groaning in pain. Speechless, Daniel stared at the scene when the sound of footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. Thinking it might be reinforcements, he reached for his gun only to stop when he heard light, quick footsteps. Explosion? Did you hear that? What happened? Did a pipe burst or something? I don't know, but we should check it out. This could be a huge scoop. Journalists. Lowering his hand from the holster, Daniel let out a sigh. Do you have any idea what you just? He turned to Lucy, but she was gone. Had she escaped by climbing the wall during the explosion? That high wall? Letting out a hollow breath, Daniel watched as reporters poured into the alley. Their eyes widened at the sight. Almost 30 men were lying in pools of blood, and standing in front of them was a soldier in full uniform. The sheer intimidation froze them in place. One reporter glanced at the bodies and suddenly exclaimed, "Aren't these Nichols' men?" The hyena tattoos on their necks confirmed it. They were members of Nichols' mafia organization. As the realization spread, the journalist's eyes lit up with excitement. It's Captain Daniel Steiner. Wait, what? Holy shit, it really is Captain Steiner. While the journalists chattered excitedly, more civilians arrived after hearing the explosion. Seeing the bodies and Daniel standing there, the crowd started murmuring. Daniel's unease grew as he raised his hands. Everyone, I think you're misunderstanding something. I didn't. Gather around, everyone. Captain Daniel Steiner has struck again for the Empire? He wiped out an entire mafia gang. The reporter's voice drowned Daniel's explanation. Believing the announcement, the crowd erupted into cheers, shouting Daniel's name. Applause followed soon after, leaving Daniel no choice but to close his eyes in defeat. God damn it. At this point, it wasn't even surprising anymore. After dinner, Cartman didn't head home. Instead, he made his way to the Imperial Security Bureau. Once inside the building, Cartman entered Division 5, the department responsible for intelligence gathering and espionage operations. Noticing the footsteps, an analyst looked up and flinched when he saw Cartman, quickly standing from his desk. "Inspector Cartman? Didn't you say you were heading home?" Well, about that here, take this first." Cartman handed the analyst a cup of coffee. "Coffee?" The analyst accepted it with a puzzled look, prompting Cartman to explain. "I was on my way home when I suddenly got curious about something. You know me, I can't sleep until I find answers." The analyst nodded hesitantly. Cartman's reputation for producing results within the Security Bureau was well known. "So, could you look into something for me?" "What kind of investigation?" "I need a list of military doctors who served on the Eastern Front and suffered eye injuries that resulted in aphasia. Focus on those with brown hair." The analyst took a sip of coffee and frowned. "That's all? You do realize the Eastern Front is currently operated by multiple field armies, right? There are 17 corps under their command alone. You want me to check all of them? I know it's a hassle. That's why I brought a bribe. Inspector, would you agree to torture in exchange for a single cup of coffee?" Cartman broke into a nervous sweat. "Not 1 cup 100. And for the record, I had no choice but to ask under less than ideal circumstances." With a sigh, the analyst reluctantly nodded. "There's probably a reason you're asking. But it's going to take a long time. We'll also need cooperation from the Central Intelligence Department. No problem. It's not urgent. Shooting Cartman an exasperated look, the analyst sat down and began the search. Watching him work, Cartman stroked his chin as he reflected on last night's dinner. I don't want to suspect Captain Daniel Steiner, but still, it wouldn't hurt to be certain. The next day, before heading to the staff office, Daniel entered his personal office to prepare, and as expected, Lucy was already there. Naturally, she had taken off her wig and sunglasses. You're here, Captain. The same dry, emotionless greeting as always. It was almost hard to believe this was the same person who had set off explosives and leapt over walls the day before. Feeling a bit put out, Daniel made his way to his desk and sat down. Nothing unusual happened last night. He tried to sound casual as he opened a drawer, but Lucy didn't even look at him. She was busy reviewing documents. I returned to my quarters immediately after work and rested. Is that so? Meanwhile, I ran into a strange woman on my way to a dessert shop and ended up having a rough night. Interesting. Her disinterest was so blatant that Daniel couldn't help feeling annoyed. He had been dragged around all day, missed out on dessert, and now she was acting like it had nothing to do with her. Still glaring at Lucy, Daniel took out the day's documents and began sorting them by importance. While he was placing them in his bag, Lucy glanced at him and finally spoke. How strange was this woman? Was she testing him? After a brief hesitation, Daniel stood up and replied. She wore sunglasses indoors. And she couldn't speak properly, probably had aphasia. Her pride was ridiculous too. Even when I tried to help her, she refused multiple times. Honestly, I don't know how she survives in society. What a tragic woman. Lucy fell silent and stared at him. Or rather, she glared. The tension in the room was palpable. Daniel cleared his throat and turned away, pretending to focus on his papers. He could almost feel the heat of Lucy's sharp gaze drilling into the back of his head. The atmosphere turned ice cold. My chances of being assassinated were rising by the second. Sensing the danger, I cleared my throat and began walking toward the door. That's enough small talk. We should head to the staff office. We can't afford to be late. Understood. I left the office with Lucy and entered the staff room. I was about to head straight to my desk when I stopped in my tracks. The staff members were gathered around the central conference table, chattering excitedly. This is impressive, right? It's surprisingly well made for something so rushed. And personnel sure works fast. The article just came out yesterday. What the hell? Curious, I approached them. What's everyone looking at? Captain Daniel, the operations support officer, was the first to turn around. Oh, Captain Daniel? The star of the poster is here. Poster? What poster? I froze the moment I saw it. It was a poster featuring me. I was staring straight ahead, frowning, and pointing as if addressing the viewer. Beneath the image, in bold letters, was the slogan, "Your country needs you." What the hell? Am I Uncle Sam now? Speechless, I clicked my tongue. Who made this? And why? That pose, I only did it to stop the reporters from taking pictures? How the hell did they turn that into a recruitment poster? This is ridiculous. Captain, this was ordered directly by the personnel chief. My apologies. It's brilliant. Absolutely perfect. I quickly adjusted my attitude, nodding in agreement. Daniel chuckled at my reaction. Captain Daniel, I heard you're already on the early promotion list. Are you sure you're not working too hard? I never expected you to keep racking up achievements even after work hours. Another staff member chimed in. Captain Daniel, I doubt Captain Daniel is doing this for a promotion. He's practically the embodiment of imperial ideals. Of course he's working tirelessly to make the empire even greater. Ah, you're right. I misspoke. Compared to Captain Daniel, my salaryman mindset is far too shallow. I wanted to scream that it was all because of a sunglasses-wearing lunatic who blew up a gang, but with Lucy standing right there, I couldn't say a word. Not that anyone would have believed me even if I did. You flatter me, I said, feigning humility before making my escape. I headed to my desk, pulled out a chair, and turned to Lucy. Lieutenant, do you have today's paper? Yes. Here you go. Taking the newspaper she handed me, I skimmed the front page to see what kind of nonsense the reporters had written and why personnel had turned me into a propaganda tool. Sure enough, my photo dominated the front page. Captain Daniel Steiner strikes again? Mafia organization destroyed. I felt a headache coming on. Suppressing a groan, I read further. Following his heroic act of saving Her Highness from a terrorist attack, Captain Daniel Steiner has once again made headlines with his incredible accomplishments. According to reliable sources, Captain Daniel single-handedly carried out a secret operation to eliminate the mafia organization plaguing the capital. I clenched my teeth and kept reading. After his triumph, Captain Daniel humbly told the gathered citizens, "This wasn't my doing alone. It was the result of everyone working together for the empire." His words left the crowd cheering in admiration. I felt my temples throbbing. They had twisted my words and fabricated details to make me look like some patriotic saint. Unable to read any more, I folded the newspaper and tossed it onto the corner of my desk. Lucy, who had been watching me, spoke up. Thanks to you, Captain, several corrupt officials connected to the mafia have also been arrested. Most of them were accepting bribes to facilitate the mafia's opium smuggling. Was that in the paper too? Lucy nodded, making me feel even more uneasy. This is bad. If the higher UPS start getting ideas because of this. As if summoned by my thoughts, the door to the staff office burst open, and Ernst walked in. Daniel? Captain Daniel? Are you here? He looked so excited that I wanted to pretend I hadn't heard him. But ignoring him wasn't an option, so I stood and saluted. Ah, there you are. Ernst returned my salute and strode toward me. Captain Daniel? Congratulations? I just came from a meeting, and the Deputy Chief of Operations wants to see you when you have time. You know what that means, right? The Deputy Chief of Operations was the second most powerful person in the General Staff, just below the Chief himself. Why the hell would someone like that want to meet me? Unease crept down my spine. Captain Daniel. Lucy's voice drew my attention. She was smiling rare for her and said, "It looks like you're moving up the chain of command. Congratulations." She was probably just playing the role of a loyal adjutant, but to me, that smile felt mocking. "Thanks," I muttered, my voice dripping with reluctance. I turned to the window, hoping to escape the suffocating tension. Unlike my grim mood, the sunlight streaming through the glass bathed everything in beauty. It was shaping up to be a hellish summer. Hearing the dreadful news that he had gained attention from higher UPS, Daniel resolved that this time, he absolutely needed to visit a dessert shop for some healing. Taking care of one's mental health amidst a busy and stressful work life is a commendable thing to do. With that in mind, Daniel immediately took a shortcut after work and arrived at the Golden Rose Bakery, a newly opened shop on the outskirts of the capital. Judging by the overwhelming aroma of pastries and bread wafting out, there was a high probability this was a proper dessert shop. Because of that, Daniel was quite pleased. If not for the strange woman standing beside him, he might have even started humming in satisfaction. "This is the place, isn't it? The one you suggested, Captain." When Lucy looked up at the bakery's sign and spoke, Daniel quietly let out a sigh. Why the hell did she tag along? Looking back, as he was leaving the General Staff headquarters after work, Lucy had approached him and started a conversation. During the exchange, the topic of the dessert shop had come up, and Daniel, purely out of courtesy, had mentioned she could come along if she wanted. Of course, he thought she would decline. But Lucy had instead accepted, saying she wouldn't refuse a superior's offer. For Daniel, this was deeply uncomfortable. "She's keeping an eye on me." It was obvious what Lucy's intentions were, but Daniel didn't let it show and simply nodded. "Let's go in, then." When Daniel pushed the bakery door open and stepped inside, Lucy followed right behind him. The employee sitting at the counter immediately stood up with a bright smile upon seeing them enter. "Welcome, this is the Golden Rose Bakery, where we bring you happiness. How many in your?" The employee stopped mid-sentence. Not only had two uniformed officers walked in, but their sharp, intimidating gazes made it feel like the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. In reality, both of them were just expressionless. But the employee had no way of knowing that. Terrifying. Holding back the urge to cry, the employee forced a stiff smile. "Two guests, I see. Do you already have something in mind?" "Yes, I do." Daniel took off his cap, tucked it under his arm, and smiled faintly. "I heard this place is famous for the Dream Parfait. It's impressive that so many people are already coming here despite it being a new shop. 2, please." When they'd been expressionless, they'd been scary. But now that Daniel was smiling and speaking gently, there was an unexpected charm to him. An unexpected side, perhaps. Momentarily distracted, the employee quickly nodded. "I'll prepare them right away. Please take a seat by the window if that's all right." Acknowledging the suggestion with a small nod, Daniel walked over and sat by the window. Lucy also sat across from him, setting her briefcase down on the empty seat beside her. She studied Daniel carefully. He seemed so relaxed, idly glancing around as if dessert shops were familiar to him. So he wasn't lying about heading to a dessert shop yesterday. If it had been a lie, that would mean Daniel had known her identity from the start and had been tracking her. And to cover for that, he would have fabricated a hobby like going to dessert shops. But it seemed too natural. As if this really wasn't his first time visiting a place like this. Was it really just a coincidence that we ran into each other? Lost in thought, Lucy suddenly found herself making direct eye contact with Daniel. "Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" Damn. She'd been too deep in thought to manage her gaze. Lucy let out a small cough, about to make an excuse. "Here are your dream parfaits." A cheerful voice interrupted as the employee arrived with 2 parfaits and set them down in front of them. "Enjoy your desserts, and have a wonderful day." After a slight bow, the employee retreated to the counter. As Daniel naturally reached for his spoon, he paused. Lucy was glaring at the parfait in front of her. Well, it wasn't surprising. This was Lucy's first time seeing a dessert like this. She had spent her entire life eating nothing but rations from the military and research labs. Daniel still remembered the time, shortly after she was assigned as his adjutant, when Lucy had eaten a freshly baked croissant and been inwardly amazed. If even a croissant had impressed her, then it was only natural that such an extravagant dessert would leave her completely bewildered. The parfait, layered in a tall glass with ice cream, biscuits, fruits, whipped cream, and chocolate syrup, looked almost grandiose. "How the hell are you supposed to eat this?" As Lucy sat there, panicking behind her poker face, Daniel smirked. He had already figured out what was going on. "All right, let's give it a try." Acting like he was talking to himself, Daniel dug his spoon into the ice cream, carefully scooping up some along with a sliced strawberry and whipped cream. Putting it in his mouth, the flavors spread smooth, sweet, and tangy all at once. Pleased, Daniel set his spoon down with a faint smile. Lucy followed suit. Not that she had high expectations. After all, what could an imperial dessert possibly offer? But the moment she put the spoonful of ice cream into her mouth, Lucy's eyes widened. HHNGH. Lucy let out a strange, almost obscene gasp and set her spoon down, blinking blankly. The overwhelming sweetness swirling in her mouth felt divine, something out of this world. It was incomparable to the rations she had endured in the military. Of course, it made sense. Military food prioritized nutrition over flavor. Having lived a life sustained by those rations, tasting a dessert designed purely for pleasure had left her in shock. Watching her reaction was immensely satisfying for Daniel. Yesterday, she had the nerve to dismiss it as junk food. Turns out she's never even had anything like this before. Smirking to himself, Daniel spoke with a smug air. So, how is it? Does dessert suit your tastes? Lucy snapped out of her daze, narrowing her eyes at him. The realization that she had let a single dessert crack her composure filled her with shame. To make matters worse, it wasn't just any dessert but one from the Empire. Feeling humiliated, Lucy's cheeks flushed faintly as she mumbled, "It's edible." The slight tremor in her voice betrayed her true feelings. Edible, huh? Good to know. Daniel casually pulled out one of the biscuits stuck in the parfait and bit into it. The satisfying crunch paired perfectly with the dessert's sweetness. As he savored the parfait, Daniel gazed out the window, momentarily lost in thought. My adjutant is a spy, and things haven't exactly been going my way lately, but maybe he should be grateful to be stationed in such a peaceful rear-line position. After all, the front lines were locked in a brutal struggle as they spoke. No way in hell would anyone be eating parfaits on the battlefield. More than anything, Daniel hoped to stay in the rear for as long as possible, because throwing his life away in combat was the last thing he wanted. Meanwhile, at the General Staff Headquarters, in the Deputy Chief of Operations office, Russell, surrounded by stacks of classified documents, Brigadier General Cedric Bendel calmly flipped through a newspaper. His sharp, pale eyes scanned the articles with rapid precision. In less than 30 seconds, he had finished reading and set the paper down. Wiped out a mafia organization, huh? The article described how Captain Daniel Steiner had single-handedly obliterated an entire mafia syndicate. Why? Cedric found himself questioning the motive. Daniel Steiner had already earned multiple commendations and was on the fast track for an early promotion. If he simply kept his head down for the next 2 years, he would be promoted to major without issue. Surely, Daniel was aware of this. And yet, he had gone out of his way to hunt down a mafia group after hours, acting completely alone. Slowly blinking, Cedric mulled over the situation and quickly came to a conclusion. So he can't afford to wait 2 years. In the current war, even a year was enough to render prior intelligence obsolete. From Daniel's perspective, someone deeply committed to serving the Empire, it must have been infuriating to be stuck in his current position. No matter how celebrated he was as the hero of the capital, a captain's authority was still too limited to make any real impact. So Daniel had taken matters into his own hands, wiping out the mafia as a statement to his superiors. I get it. He's saying he doesn't want to rot away at headquarters, he wants to be deployed to the front lines. It was obvious Daniel was aiming for a special promotion to major, and he knew that only battlefield achievements would make that happen. Once promoted to field officer, his authority would increase dramatically compared to his current rank. Cedric could already picture Daniel thriving on the front lines, wielding that newfound influence to further the Empire's cause. A bold young man, like a flame burning brightly. With the Empire embroiled in internal strife over succession and under constant attack from the allied nations, talents like Daniel Steiner were worth their weight in gold. This works out perfectly. I was just considering sending reinforcements to the Northern Front. If a capable young officer wanted to rise through the ranks, it only made sense to give him the opportunity. After all, it would ultimately benefit the Empire. Good. Captain Daniel Steiner, I'll place my faith in you. Now go ahead and tear up the battlefield. Wait. I was just collecting stamps as a hobby, but then my wife came home spouting nonsense and scolded me for wasting money on this stuff. Can you believe that? As usual, I found myself strolling in front of the headquarters building after lunch, listening to Ernst's endless complaints. Incidentally, my adjutant, Lucy, had also gotten roped into this conversation and was now forced to endure Ernst's rant about his home life. All I do for fun is fish and collect stamps? Just those 2 things. And now she's trying to take one of them away? Does that even make sense to you? Honestly, the more I listened, the more I had to agree it seemed a bit unfair. It does sound like she's being too harsh. It's not like you neglect your family, you always head straight home after work. Exactly. That's why I get along so well with you, Daniel. Meanwhile, Personnel Affairs had the nerve to say I spend too much money on stamps. Are there any hobbies out there that don't cost money? Something felt off. Sir, may I ask which stamps you've bought recently? Oh, right. I spent a little on the limited edition stamps from the Burghausen Museum. Wait, the Burghausen Museum's limited edition stamps? Even someone like me, who didn't care about stamps, knew those were ridiculously expensive. Didn't they sell for 100,000 credits each? Considering the average monthly wage for a laborer was between 30,000 and 60,000 credits, that was no small purchase. Suddenly, I completely understood why Ernst's wife had been so furious. I decided to keep my mouth shut. After all, there's an old saying, silence is golden. I didn't even touch the emergency funds. I bought them with my own allowance. How am I supposed to live if she complains about that? Honestly, this woman, Letting Ernst's grievances wash over me, I suddenly noticed something strange. What's going on? I spotted unfamiliar junior officers and non-commissioned officers bustling around the front of the headquarters building. In this place, it was more common to see high-ranking officers than low-ranking ones. So seeing so many unfamiliar second lieutenants and first lieutenants milling about felt out of place. Sir. Ernst paused his complaints and turned to look at me. Something you want to say? Well, doesn't it seem odd that there are so many new faces around the headquarters today? I don't recognize any of them. Oh, that. Personnel Affairs called in officers heading to the Northern Front for operations support. Looks like they've just arrived. Operations support for the Northern Front? Feeling a bit curious, I asked. I thought the Northern expansion campaign was going smoothly. Aside from a few areas, I heard the Kingdom of Eldresia was already on the verge of collapse. Those few areas are the problem. As you know, if we don't crush them before winter sets in, this could turn into a prolonged war. That's why we're sending reinforcements. I sipped my coffee and tilted my head in confusion. Judging by their ranks, it seems like the units being sent are at the company level. But will adding a company really make much of a difference in a battlefield dominated by corps-level operations? Ernst chuckled softly at my question. That's not the point. The company is just there to escort competent staff officers. They can't risk getting ambushed by guerrillas on the way to the front. That makes sense. It seemed the General Staff's plan was to deploy skilled staff officers to the front lines to tip the balance of the war in the Empire's favor. Desperate enough to borrow even a cat's paw, Well, from the Empire's perspective, it made sense to wrap up the war quickly and shift focus to the Eastern Front. Once winter set in, the harsh cold would cripple supply lines and slow advances, dragging the conflict into a war of attrition. So they were likely pushing to finish the job before summer ended, even if it meant stretching themselves thin. Still, it had nothing to do with me. I don't know which poor staff officer got picked for this, but they're in for a rough time. Poor bastard. I couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for them. Anyone suddenly reassigned from a warm, safe desk job to the front lines would probably cry bloody tears unless they were some kind of war fanatic. But hey, what could they do? That was their lot in life. Captain Daniel. Lost in my own amusement, I turned to see Ernst awkwardly scratching his cheek. When I stared at him, wondering what was up, he cleared his throat and said, "Sorry about this, but I completely forgot to mention it earlier. The staff officer heading to the Northern Front for operations support is you." What? For a moment, my brain short-circuited. I almost dropped my coffee cup, barely managing to keep my grip. After staring blankly for several seconds, I finally found my voice. Me. That's right. The Deputy Chief of Operations seems to think highly of you. He's giving you the chance to prove yourself in the field. With a 200-man company under your command, you'll even be able to lead small-scale operations yourself. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. Taking a deep breath, I asked again, just to be sure. Are you absolutely certain it's me? There's no mistake, so no need to ask twice. What's this? Are you so happy you're speechless? Seeing that look on your face makes me feel good too. Ha ha ha, go give it your all. I wasn't happy, I wanted to throw up. While I was still reeling from the shock, Lucy suddenly spoke up. Congratulations. While Captain Daniel Steiner is active on the front lines, I'll take care of matters here at headquarters. Ernst tilted his head in confusion. What are you talking about? Of course, you'll be going with him. For once, Lucy visibly faltered. I even saw her pupils tremble. But, Colonel, if I leave headquarters as well, the operations office will be overwhelmed with work. That's what overtime is for. Let's not forget we're at war. Compared to what you two will be doing on the front lines, our struggles here hardly count as struggles. Lucy fell silent, cold sweat trickling down her back. She must have realized not even the Allied Nations Intelligence Division could have predicted this scenario. But honestly, Lucy's predicament wasn't my problem right now. Shit. Things had spiraled out of control faster than I'd expected. I sighed quietly and then froze. A woman walking toward the General Staff headquarters looked oddly familiar. Wavy, light brown hair swayed softly with each step, and her dark brown eyes glimmered faintly in the sunlight. It was Freen, the girl who would one day be called the Saint of the Empire. What the hell is she doing here? At this point in time, she should still be attending officer training at the military academy. Perplexed, I excused myself from Ernst and approached her. "Cadet, stop right there." Hearing my voice, Freen turned around. Her face immediately lit up with a bright smile. "Lieutenant Daniel Steiner, wait, my apologies? You're a captain now." She sounded genuinely thrilled to see me. Of course, I didn't share the sentiment. I kept my face expressionless. "I'm not here for small talk. Answer the question, why is a cadet hanging around the General Staff headquarters? Shouldn't you be at the academy right now?" "Oh, I saw the Northern Front operations notice and sent a letter to Personnel Affairs. It looks like they decided to grant my request." I frowned. "A letter?" "Yes. I submitted a support application, explaining that I'd worked under Captain Steiner during a previous operation, and the personnel office reviewed that letter and added you to my company." "Exactly. Serving under you again is the greatest honor my family could ever ask for." If the General Staff had already made their decision, there wasn't much I could do about it, but something felt off. The fact that she could smile so brightly despite being deployed to a war zone left only two possibilities. Either her loyalty to the Empire was burning out of control, or she'd completely lost her mind. And honestly, loyalty and madness often look disturbingly similar. Freen, I understand your feelings, but aren't you a bit young to be heading to the Northern Front? No one would blame you if you withdrew your application. Think carefully before making this decision. I was trying to nudge her toward reconsidering, but she shook her head and gently placed a hand over her chest. I've already made up my mind. I vowed to repay the debt I owe you, Captain Steiner, with my very life. I won't back out now. Debt? What debt? As far as I remembered, all I'd ever done was exchange a few words with her. So I'll follow you, Captain. And before long, you and I will see it together, a perfect, ideal nation free of worries and fears. An ideal nation. Yes. One empire, one emperor, one people. We'll build God's kingdom on this land, free from those wretched rats in the allied nations. Freen smiled serenely. It was the kind of gentle smile you'd expect to see in a religious painting, calm, warm, and full of devotion. And that's when I knew. She's fucking insane. I didn't know why or how, but Freen had clearly crossed the line between devotion and outright lunacy. Swallowing nervously, I wiped the sweat off my palms. I need to talk to the deputy chief. I have to get her reassigned. It probably wouldn't work. But I had to at least try because standing in front of me was a wide-eyed lunatic, and she scared the hell out of me. Knock, knock. Cedric looked up from his desk while eating a sandwich and reviewing documents. The wall clock showed the hour hand already pointing at 5 p.m. Then this must be Captain Daniel Steiner. Earlier around noon, Daniel had requested a meeting regarding support for the northern operations. Cedric had been wanting to see him anyway, so he told him to come at 5 p.m., and now Daniel had knocked right on time. Come in. At Cedric's permission, Daniel opened the door to the office. Seeing the Deputy Chief of Operations office for the first time, Daniel was overwhelmed by a subtle sense of intimidation. The room was strangely devoid of unnecessary items. No matter where he looked, all he saw were a coat rack, bookshelves, a fountain pen, a telephone, a desk, and stacks of documents. Most people would at least have a golf ball, stamps, or some hobby-related items lying around, but there were no such traces here. Only the bookshelves along both walls were stuffed with files containing classified documents. You're here. It was a low but sharp voice. Cedric, seated behind a luxurious mahogany desk, glanced briefly at Daniel and continued eating his sandwich. Watching this, Daniel nervously walked to the center of the office and saluted. I apologize for interrupting your meal, sir. However, I came despite the discourtesy because I have something urgent to discuss. Cedric finished his sandwich, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and then looked at Daniel. His cold, pale eyes silently demanded him to speak. I'll be direct, sir. I would like to request the removal of my adjutant, 2nd Lieutenant Lucy Amelia, and Cadet Freen from the Northern Support Deployment. To Daniel, both of them were unsettling presences, and he wanted to keep them as far away as possible. However, Cedric, who had no knowledge of Daniel's thoughts, could only find the request puzzling. Swallowing the last bit of his sandwich, Cedric asked, why? Oh, how Daniel wished he could simply say, Lucy is a spy, and Freen is out of her mind. Suppressing a sigh, he quickly thought up a plausible excuse. My adjutant and Cadet Freen are both barely adults. I cannot bring girls who still have traces of youthfulness to such a dangerous battlefield. 2nd Lieutenant Lucy might be one thing, but didn't you have Cadet Freen with you even back when you were just enlisted? That was for operations to defend our own territory. Compared to the current northern operations, which involve penetrating deep into enemy lines, those missions carried far less risk. Caught off guard by the unexpected answer, Cedric blinked once. Surprising. He had assumed Daniel was so cold-blooded that he wouldn't care about trivial matters as long as they didn't hinder his promotion. Yet here he was, stepping forward to protect his subordinates, showing a surprisingly human side. Even a hedgehog loves its own offspring. Caring for subordinates was one of the most important virtues of a commander. Cedric found himself liking Daniel even more, but he still couldn't grant this request. I must refuse. The Empire's ideology is based on meritocracy. It emphasizes equal opportunity above all else. Denying deployments simply because they are young women would contradict that principle. Daniel had already anticipated this much. In that case, I ask that at least Cadet Freen be excluded from my unit. She is still undergoing military academy training. I fail to see why I should have to take an untrained cadet with me. It was a reasonable argument, not much point in bringing an untrained cadet to the front lines. However, Cedric saw limitless potential in Freen's uniqueness. Captain Daniel, she is no ordinary cadet. You should know this, having fought alongside her. Freen's mana differs from regular soldiers, it has color. Daniel couldn't deny it. He had witnessed Freen imbue her bullets with mana and fire them when they killed Colonel Jeremy. Freen's mana is pitch black, a stark contrast to ordinary mana, which is either transparent or tinged with faint blue light. It's an anomaly, a mutation of sorts. Cedric took off his monocle and set it on the desk. Let me digress for a moment. Black has long been regarded as an omen of misfortune, a symbol of the devil. Superstitions about black cats and crows bringing bad luck stem from that belief. Cedric interlocked his fingers on the desk and leaned slightly forward. It's nothing more than superstition, of course. In this day and age, if someone accused you of being cursed just for having black hair or black eyes, they'd be called crazy, wouldn't they? That's true, sir. But mana is different. Especially if a child born into a family of clergy displays black mana, they're bound to face religious condemnation. Daniel began to grasp the point Cedric was making and nodded slightly. Cadet Freen didn't enlist voluntarily, did she? I assume there was external pressure involved. You're quick on the uptake. That's right. Cadet Freen was abandoned by her family. They sent her to the army, forcing her to demonstrate her patriotism as proof she's not Satan's child. Essentially, they sent her to die in battle. And the reason you're suddenly telling me all this is... Cedric opened a drawer and pulled out a letter. It was Freen's deployment request for the Northern Front. Cadet Freen, who's been living in denial about being cast aside by her family, has found someone new to rely on. That someone is apparently you, sir? I'm absolutely not someone Freen can rely on. Oh, according to this letter, you comforted her quite a bit while she was in the detention cell and didn't discriminate against her use of black mana during operations in the north. Daniel felt dumbfounded. He had only chatted with her out of boredom in the cell, and the reason he hadn't flinched at her black mana was because he'd already known about it from the game. But from Cedric's perspective, Daniel's intentions hardly mattered. Captain Daniel Steiner, let me make this simple. Black mana may be condemned religiously, but in the military, it deserves praise. It has strategic value, plain and simple. Do you understand what I'm saying? Black mana, which absorbed light, could easily be dispersed to create natural cover and concealment. In other words, Cedric was telling Daniel to train Freen into a soldier suited for combat based on her strategic worth. Why does it have to be me? Daniel wanted to push the responsibility onto someone else more qualified, but Cedric's sharp gaze left no room for argument. If he dragged this out, he might end up provoking Cedric's anger unnecessarily. In the end, Daniel had no choice but to grit his teeth and salute. I will follow your orders, sir. Satisfied, Cedric returned the salute. Good. If that's all, you're dismissed. Daniel lowered his hand, turned around, and walked out of the office, closing the door behind him. Watching him leave, Cedric leaned back in his chair and let out a low chuckle. He reminds me of the old chief of staff. Nervous in front of superiors but still bold enough to say what needs to be said. Cedric knew well that men like Daniel could never be controlled by authority. It had been a long time since someone this promising had come along. At the same time, Freen and Lucy were gathered in Daniel's private office. Lucy was there to organize documents since it was close to the end of the workday. As for Freen, Daniel had told her to wait in his office while he discussed matters with the deputy chief and promised to relay the results afterward. Russell. Leaning against the wall, Freen stole a sideways glance. She watched Lucy, who was seated at her desk skillfully sorting through papers, and felt a twinge of envy. I should have been Captain Daniel's adjutant. For some reason, it felt as though the position had been taken from her, leaving a sour taste in her mouth. Sensing the gaze directed at her, Lucy paused her work and looked up. Their eyes met. In the heavy silence, it was Lucy who spoke first. What's weighing on your mind so deeply? Her tone was professional, almost indifferent. Freen responded curtly. Just wondering why you applied to be Captain Daniel's adjutant, Lieutenant Lucy. No particular reason. If I had to give one, it would be for the glory of the Empire. It was an immediate answer. In truth, she had applied because the role was perfect as a cover for her work as a spy, but that wasn't something she could admit. Though Lucy managed to conceal her true intentions flawlessly, Freen tilted her head in suspicion. Something about Lucy's words felt dishonest. It wasn't logic, more of a gut feeling. It was Freen's unique sense of discernment, often imprecise but remarkably accurate. Lieutenant Lucy, I was raised by my father, a priest. I attended Mass every day, without fail. After the service, there were always people who wanted to confess their sins. They would follow my father into the confessional booth. Lucy, puzzled by the sudden topic, paused her work. So as a child, I made a game out of predicting who would go in for confession. My accuracy was surprisingly high. No matter how devoutly someone prayed, if they were hiding a sin, there was always a shadow on their face. Thud. Lucy closed the folder in front of her and fixed her gaze on Freen. Freen, too, did not avoid Lucy's eyes and met her stare head-on. Tick. The sound of the clock's second hand echoed clearly in the tense silence. Then, Freen walked over to Lucy's desk and placed her hand firmly on top of it. And yet, something seemed strange. Lowering her head slowly, Freen stared straight into Lucy's face. Their emotionless eyes locked, freezing the air between them. In that icy tension, Freen quietly parted her lips. The shadow that lingers over your face, Lieutenant. Lucy's instinct screamed a warning. The woman standing before her was dangerous. Those eyes, as if peering straight into her soul, carried a hint of madness. But Lucy didn't lose her composure. So what if she was being suspected? Nothing would change. Be clear about what you're trying to say, Cadet Freen. Are you implying that I've committed a crime? Or perhaps that I'm lying? Freen's pupils quivered. She had only been fishing for a reaction, but she hadn't expected Lucy to respond so calmly. Straightening herself, Freen forced an awkward smile. Lieutenant, I was merely sharing a personal anecdote. And according to my experience. I see. Experience is important in all things. It helps establish a framework for judgment. But what kind of experience teaches someone to accuse others without any basis or evidence? Though polite, Lucy's words bristled with thorns. She was questioning whether Freen's rudeness toward a superior officer was also based on her so-called experience. In doing so, Lucy had insulted Freen's upbringing and subtly belittled her character. Freen understood Lucy's intent all too well. Her forced smile twitched ever so slightly. Tick. The clock's ticking filled the suffocating silence. The tension in the room was so thick it felt as though something could snap at any moment. Then came the sound of familiar footsteps, the sharp click of boots approaching. Freen instinctively turned toward the door just as Daniel entered the office. "Captain, you're here." Freen brightened as she saluted, and Lucy rose to her feet, mirroring the gesture. Daniel returned their salutes, ready to deliver Cedric's message, but hesitated. "What's this?" The atmosphere in the office felt unnervingly heavy. Is it just my imagination? Though unsettled, Daniel decided it wasn't the time to dwell on it. "Cadet Freen, I've discussed your situation with the deputy chief. Normally, cadets aren't deployed to active battlefields, but this time they're making an exception as part of your training." Freen showed little surprise. She had already anticipated this outcome, knowing the personnel office had approved it beforehand. Still, hearing Daniel confirm it in person wasn't unpleasant. "I'll do my best, Captain Daniel." Freen spoke with enthusiasm, but Daniel only looked at her with mild reluctance before turning to Lucy. "And Lieutenant Lucy, your assignment to the Northern Front as my adjutant has been finalized. Both of you should pack your belongings and prepare to move out immediately once the unit is assembled." The two women saluted sharply in acknowledgement. After returning their salutes, Daniel watched as Freen slowly shifted her gaze toward Lucy. "Well, it seems we'll be spending quite a bit of time together, Lieutenant Lucy." Lucy didn't flinch. She met Freen's gaze and narrowed her eyes sharply. "Yes, it seems so. Quite the coincidence." The palpable tension between the two made Daniel break into a cold sweat. "What the hell is wrong with you two?" He had no idea why they were practically baring their teeth at each other like predators. As soon as the company gathered at the General Staff headquarters, I gave a brief speech, introduced myself to the junior officers who would be serving under me, and immediately set out for the Northern Front. To be honest, I had been worried about Lucy and Freen getting into fights along the way, but fortunately, they managed to avoid any direct clashes. Of course, there were occasional minor disputes, but I kept a close eye on them and intervened whenever necessary to prevent their bickering from escalating into something more serious like a firearm incident. The real issue, however, was that even after a month of marching toward the northern outpost, the tension between them showed no signs of easing. "If you're tired, why don't you get some rest? I can handle Lieutenant Lucy's duties well enough. I must commend you for attempting to imitate a swan despite being born a sparrow." Seated in the passenger seat of the officer's vehicle, I glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Despite the barbed words they exchanged, both wore calm expressions. Freen even had a gentle smile on her face. But simply overhearing their conversation was enough to make my chest tighten. Even the driver beside me kept sneaking glances in the mirror, his face clearly asking, why are they even fighting? This is hopeless. I was already growing tired of having to mediate their arguments. Sighing, I looked out the window and noticed the sun beginning to set. "Stop here." At my command, the driver hit the brakes and asked, "Are we camping here for the night, sir?" "Yes." The officer's vehicle gradually slowed to a halt. Stepping out, I surveyed the area. Surrounded by clusters of bare trees, I spotted a clearing large enough to accommodate about 200 soldiers. There was even a nearby stream, making it a decent spot for water supplies. More than that, though, the chill in the air seemed to cut right through my officer's winter coat. I exhaled a breath tinged with cold and furrowed my brow. It's summer, yet it feels no different from winter here. The only noticeable difference from my last trip to the north was that some of the snow had melted. No wonder the military leadership wanted to finish the war before summer ended. If it was already this cold now, the soldiers would be dropping from frostbite before they even had the chance to face the enemy once winter arrived. Even among my own troops, 2 soldiers had already nearly collapsed from the cold during the march. They were fine for now, but still, turning my head slightly, I saw the 200 soldiers in imperial uniform standing at attention behind the military vehicles. The driver relayed my orders to the platoon leaders. After receiving the orders, one of the platoon leaders turned and shouted commands to the troops. In perfect unison, the soldiers began moving, filing into the clearing. Once inside, they dropped their gear and started setting up military tents. Several soldiers unloaded rations from a transport truck that had essentially become a mobile pantry to prepare for dinner. With my hands clasped behind my back, I watched them work until 2 platoon leaders strode toward me. Perfect timing. I had instructions to give. "Lieutenant McCall, take 2 fast-footed soldiers and scout the surrounding terrain. There's a tall hill nearby. Climb it and survey the area." "Yes, sir." "Understood." Lieutenant McCall saluted sharply, called over 2 soldiers who had been setting up tents, and disappeared into the woods. I had been thinking about how to kill time until he returned, but Sergeant Glendy wasn't about to let me off the hook. "Captain, isn't it a bit early to be setting up camp?" Judging by his youthful appearance, he must have been promoted to sergeant fairly recently. He still looked like a boy. His features hadn't completely shed their innocence yet. Despite the dissatisfied expression on his face, I answered him as calmly as possible. "Sergeant, don't you know that preserving soldiers' stamina is the most important factor on the battlefield?" "I understand that, sir, but we were originally supposed to reach the forward outpost 5 days ago. We're already 5 days behind schedule, and I'm not sure we can afford to be so relaxed." I gave him a slight nod, signaling for him to continue. Glendy hesitated, his confidence wavering, but eventually clenched his fists and spoke. I couldn't understand why we were so delayed, so I checked our location using map coordinates. "This area isn't directly along the path to the outpost. I believe, Captain, that you've been deliberately taking detours. Of course, I had been. Even when we could have taken the main road, I led us through back routes, and even then, I picked the roughest paths. The reason was simple. The later we arrive, the later we get thrown into the front lines. The sooner we joined the battle, the sooner we'd die. Wasn't this obvious? Then again, Glendy was the type to willingly die for the Empire. He wasn't as fanatical as Freen, but his mind was still clouded with patriotic fervor. I couldn't help but laugh at the thought, which only made Glendy bristle. Captain, do you think this is funny? I wasn't going to bring this up, but the men are already doubting you. They're saying you're just some desk jockey from headquarters who's too cowardly to face the battlefield. That was the best thing I'd heard all day. The lower my reputation, the less likely headquarters would assign me to critical operations. Of course, I couldn't admit that, so I decided to deflect with something vague. People who focus too much on the trees can't see the forest. No matter how much I explain the forest to someone who's fixated on a single tree, they won't understand. That's your limitation, Sergeant Glendy. What does that even? Before Glendy could finish, McCall returned from the woods. He was visibly flushed, his excitement practically radiating off him. McCall strode up and spoke with trembling urgency. Captain, we've found them. An enemy supply unit is setting up camp nearby. From what I know, intelligence hasn't even identified their supply routes yet. You were circling the area deliberately, weren't you? You were looking for this. What? An enemy supply unit? Here? I was stunned, but before I could react, Glendy's eyes lit up. Is that true? Captain, don't tell me you've been planning this from the start. The resentment on Glendy's face melted into awe. I am sorry, I've spoken out of line. Watching Glendy bow his head and apologize left me completely dumbfounded. Things were spiraling out of control. To make matters worse, I locked eyes with Freen, who was standing nearby. The reverence in her gaze was suffocating. Even the two platoon leaders were looking at me like I was some kind of tactical genius. It felt like I had crossed the Rubicon. If I told them not to attack now, this pack of nationalist zealots might actually beat me to death. Reluctantly, I adjusted the brim of my cap. Relay this to all units. I pulled my cap low, letting out a quiet sigh. Prepare to exterminate the rats. Sergeant Glendy returned to the troops with a face full of loyalty and began issuing orders. Of course, he couldn't resist adding nonsense about my incredible foresight while doing so. While the soldiers prepared for battle with grim determination, I climbed a nearby hill with Lieutenant McCall to confirm his report. Captain Daniel, you never act without a plan, do you? For some reason, Freen had tagged along, but I didn't bother stopping her. Ignoring her chatter, I reached the hilltop and took the binoculars McCall handed me. There, sir. I turned the binoculars in the direction McCall indicated and spotted a clearing in the distance. Soldiers in Kingdom uniforms were diligently setting up camp. I zoomed in and scanned the area. Several transport trucks were parked in the clearing, loaded with supplies. I saw stacks of food, fuel, ammunition, medical supplies, and military equipment. There were also barbed wire, sandbags, mines, and concrete blocks for fortifications, not to mention radios and batteries. Definitely a supply unit. The number of soldiers exceeded 300, roughly a battalion. But, for supplies of this scale, it would have to be supporting at least a brigade, possibly even a division. The only kingdom force of that size in the region was the Ironclad Division, tasked with defending the coastal city. But that area was already surrounded by Imperial forces. How were they supposed to deliver these supplies? The situation didn't make sense, but it wasn't my priority right now. Lowering the binoculars, I turned to McCall. They don't seem very experienced in combat. Am I right? Yes, sir. Judging by their ranks, most of them are recruits. The veterans have either been sent to the front lines or killed in action. The kingdom doesn't have much choice left. That should make this easier. Cadet Freen. Freen's eyes lit up as she looked at me. Honestly, it was a little overwhelming. You said you trained in vocals, didn't you? Yes, I was part of the church choir when I was younger. I even performed as a soloist. A soloist someone recognized for exceptional vocal skill and technique. It wasn't surprising, considering Freen's future self would use magic-infused songs to enhance soldiers' abilities in battle. Of course, I couldn't expect her to demonstrate such techniques right now. Even Freen herself probably didn't fully understand her powers yet. For now, I had to make the most of what was available to tip the odds in our favor. If we can't avoid this fight, minimizing casualties is the only option. That was directly tied to my survival, after all. Calculating the odds in my head, I gripped Freen's shoulders. Cadet Freen, your role in this ambush is absolutely critical. Can I trust you to follow my lead? Freen was briefly stunned, then broke into a bright, almost radiant smile. Yes, I'll do anything for you, Captain. Don. Talium, a kingdom soldier standing guard with his comrades, paused mid-yawn. A faint singing voice was drifting from beyond the forest. At first, he thought he had imagined it, but the song grew steadily closer. He stared in the direction of the voice, trying to make sense of it, before suddenly raising his rifle. Imperial troops. His shout prompted the other soldiers on watch to raise their weapons as well. But no one fired. What the hell? She's alone? And unarmed. Approaching them, singing with her eyes closed, was a woman dressed in an Imperial uniform. There was no mistaking it, she was with the Empire. But her uniform was covered in dirt, and the hems were tattered. A deserter. Not sure, but damn, that's a beautiful voice. Freen was singing, performing a hymn with the practiced precision of a trained vocalist. With each step she took toward them, her melodic voice praising divinity resonated through the clearing. For soldiers deprived of any form of entertainment, her performance was captivating. Before they realized it, the soldiers had lowered their rifles and begun listening. Some even crossed their arms, abandoning their weapons entirely. It wasn't the sort of behavior expected of sentries, but no one pointed it out. After all, she was just a fragile, unarmed woman, likely a deserter. What threat could she possibly pose? The soldiers snickered and joked amongst themselves. Reminds me of church back home. My parents used to take me every Sunday to hear hymns like this. Yeah, God, I can't wait for this damn war to end so I can go back. What do we do with her, though? Did she come here to surrender or what? Who knows? Should we have a little fun with her before we report this? She's not bad looking. The guards chatted and laughed as the distance between them and Freen grew smaller. Talium joined in briefly but suddenly felt something was wrong. Was the forest always this dark? The area behind the approaching woman seemed unnaturally dark. Normally, even under moonlight, faint outlines should be visible. Yet this darkness was like a veil, completely obscuring the view. Uneasy, Talium nudged the shoulder of the soldier beside him. Hey, don't you think something's off? It's way too dark up there. The soldier just scoffed. Come on, Talium. You're such a dim coward. It's just the clouds covering the moon. That's why it's darker than usual. No, that couldn't be it. He had stood guard enough times to know better. Growing increasingly anxious, Talium scanned the other soldiers, but they were all lost in conversations about home and women. By then, Freen had reached the edge of the camp and finished her song. The sentries fell silent, their attention fixed entirely on her. Soldiers of the kingdom allied with the coalition. Freen's voice, sweet yet chilling, rang out as she smiled. May you all burn in hell. At that moment, Freen dispersed the veil of black mana that had hung behind her like a curtain. Revealed behind her were 200 Imperial soldiers, standing in formation with their rifles aimed at the kingdom troops. Only then did Talium understand. Freen had used magic to amplify her voice, masking the sound of 200 soldiers advancing under the cover of darkness. But by the time the realization struck, it was already too late. As Talium and the other sentries froze in panic, Daniel's dry, detached voice broke the silence. Fire. Before the word even fully left his lips, the Imperial soldiers' rifles erupted in a blinding storm of muzzle flashes. Tat tat tat. Bang. The sudden bursts of gunfire jolted Lieutenant Colonel Henry Fuhr awake. What was that sound? He waited for his adjutant to burst into the command tent with a report, but no one came. Blinking in confusion, he realized the gunfire wasn't stopping. Ha, ha. Snapping out of his daze, Henry scrambled to put on his uniform, grabbed his pistol, and rushed outside. What he saw froze him in place. Flames and smoke billowed everywhere. Amid the chaos, Imperial soldiers in black uniforms had already seized control of the camp. Some of Henry's men staggered out of their tents in response to the gunfire, only to be cut down in an instant too quickly to even cry out. What the hell is this? Had their supply route been discovered? How? Why? His thoughts were a tangled mess. Scanning the battlefield in desperation, Henry spotted a man approaching the command tent. Even as screams and gunfire echoed around them, the man strode forward with unshaken composure. Black-haired. An Imperial officer. There was something unsettlingly familiar about him. Then Henry caught sight of the golden Dixion medal pinned to the officer's chest. Daniel Steiner. The so-called hero of the Empire. Terror gripped Henry. He raised his pistol and pointed it at Daniel. Stay back, you monster. Daniel halted. The two men stood in silence, locked in a tense standoff. Then Daniel spoke slowly. If you wish to kill me, go ahead. I won't stop you. You think I won't pull the trigger? No, I believe you can. Daniel's tone remained calm, but his words twisted like a knife. But what happens to your soldiers if you kill me? Henry's hand trembled. He understood exactly what Daniel meant. A headless Imperial force would rampage like wild animals. They'll slaughter every last kingdom soldier here. But we can avoid that outcome. Daniel's voice felt like the whisper of the devil. Lieutenant Colonel, order your men to surrender. I'll give the command to cease fire immediately. Think of your subordinates, their families, and the grief they would endure. Save them while you still can. Henry gritted his teeth. It wasn't wrong. If he let pride cloud his judgment and demanded a desperate last stand, everyone would die. Henry wasn't a brilliant officer, but he wasn't completely incompetent either. Letting out a low sob, he lowered his pistol. There was no choice left. Surrender. His fingers loosened, and the pistol fell from his grip. We surrender. After Henry, the enemy commander, declared his surrender, the battlefield was quickly brought under control. The kingdom's soldiers, caught off guard by the unexpected ambush, dropped to their knees, completely demoralized. Even their officers, seemingly convinced that the situation could not be overturned, resigned themselves to captivity. Hurry up, you goddamn rats. You should all be dead right now. Be grateful to our merciful company commander. As was typical of soldiers in the aftermath of victory, they barked harsh orders at the prisoners. Why are they creating such a hostile atmosphere? Daniel frowned, contemplating whether to intervene, but before he could step in, Lieutenant McCall approached. Sir, the head count is complete. All right. What about casualties on our side? Out of 207 men, we have 16 casualties. 4 dead and 12 with minor injuries. 4 deaths after defeating an entire battalion, an astonishingly favorable exchange rate, even considering the success of the operation. He couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. This is troublesome. Securing such a major achievement while merely supporting operations was undoubtedly problematic. At this rate, the General Staff would continue assigning Daniel as a commander in every tactical deployment, something he wanted to avoid at all costs. Though Daniel's bitter smile was one of self-deprecation, Lieutenant McCall interpreted it differently. He's still not satisfied after achieving something this impressive. To McCall, it was a mindset so advanced that he could hardly comprehend it. It became clear to him why Daniel had earned his reputation as the staff headquarters ace and the Empire's hero. As McCall gazed at Daniel with a mix of awe and admiration, Daniel let out a quiet sigh. Prepare to move out for the forward outpost. Inform the troops we'll depart after a short break. Truthfully, he would have preferred to stall for a few more days before joining up with the main force. However, with prisoners now in their custody, there was no room for delays. If even one prisoner managed to cut their restraints and escape, it would spell disaster. In the worst-case scenario, the kingdom might send a rescue force to retrieve their captured supply battalion. Moving quickly to the forward outpost for safety was the better option. Yes, sir. I'll relay your orders immediately. Saluting energetically, Lieutenant McCall hurried off to the gathered soldiers. Left alone, Daniel absent-mindedly turned his gaze and spotted Freen leading the kingdom soldiers. Freen was speaking softly with a smile, but the kingdom soldiers looked pale and were panting in fear. What kind of horrifying things is she saying to the prisoners? He was genuinely concerned that she might end up violating the laws of war. Just the previous day, during the planning stage of the ambush, Freen had suggested dressing like a civilian to better deceive the enemy. Of course, disguising oneself as a civilian to attack the enemy was a blatant war crime. When he explained this, Freen had asked, with a disturbingly sincere expression, if they've sided with the Allied nations, doesn't that make them less than human? Why would it count as a crime? Her words had sent a chill down his spine. At least she's on our side. Facing an enemy with Freen's level of fanatic nationalism would have been a nightmare. Turning his attention away from Freen, Daniel's eyes settled on Lucy. Lucy was, as always, handling the prisoners with cold efficiency, just like she had back at headquarters. He had worried that she might object to attacking the kingdom's forces, given the kingdom's alliance with the Allied nations, but she seemed completely unbothered. In fact, when one of the prisoners lashed out and charged at her, she knocked him unconscious with the butt of her rifle without so much as flinching. Whether she was simply acting composed or genuinely indifferent to the kingdom's downfall, Daniel couldn't say, but it was reassuring for the time being. At least I don't have to worry about Lucy shooting me anytime soon. After all, even from the perspective of the Allied nations, the kingdom was little more than a disposable pawn. There was no reason for them to waste resources defending it. Feeling slightly relieved, Daniel raised his head as the world around him began to brighten. From beyond the ridgeline, the sun slowly rose, casting its light over the battlefield. It was the dawn of a new day. Forward base near the coastal city of Nordia. Temporary operations headquarters of the Division Command. It's strange. Aerial reconnaissance reports show no signs of their supplies running out. Indeed, by now, their provisions should have dried up. Seated around the large operations table in the command center were 3 regimental commanders, 1 brigade commander, and several battalion commanders along with staff officers. They had all been summoned under the pretext of a tactical meeting by the division commander, the highest authority in the division headquarters. Commander of the 7th Magic Armored Division / Major General Felderham. Felderham, seated at the head of the table with a solemn expression, listened intently to the discussions. At the same time, his thoughts were consumed by one question: why had they failed to capture the coastal city of Nordia? The Northern Front's advance was progressing smoothly. Within just half a month of launching the offensive, we had occupied nearly 30% of the kingdom's territory. It had been nothing short of a blitzkrieg. Convinced they could crush the kingdom entirely, the Imperial High Command poured resources into the campaign, leading to a series of victories. But now, the Imperial Army had hit a wall. The kingdom's forces had begun resisting fiercely, halting further advancement of the front lines. Thus, in their deliberations, the Imperial staff ordered the capture of Nordia. The strategic plan was straightforward: seize Nordia, a critical coastal stronghold, to facilitate naval operations. With control over both land and sea, they could assault the kingdom from 2 directions. It was an excellent strategy. With no objections raised, Felderham led his division to encircle Nordia successfully. Once the encirclement was complete, he focused his efforts on severing the kingdom's supply routes leading to the city. The reasoning was simple. A besieged city, once cut off from supplies, would quickly succumb to fear and exhaustion. Not only would military and civilian morale plummet, but societal order would also collapse, spreading disease and epidemics. If things went as planned, they might even force the enemy commander to surrender. It was, by all accounts, a strategy that promised maximum victory with minimal losses. But things were not going as expected. Despite the siege, the kingdom's armored division stationed in Nordia showed no signs of supply shortages. This baffled Felderham. The Imperial Air Force had already secured aerial dominance, sinking several of the kingdom's supply ships. On the ground, his armored division maintained an impenetrable blockade tight enough that even an ant couldn't slip through. And yet, the kingdom's armored division continued to receive supplies on time. Plagued by this inexplicable situation, Felderham turned to Brigade Commander Heinrich. Heinrich, do you have any idea what's going on here? Unfortunately, Heinrich shook his head. I have no idea how their supply lines are holding, sir. However, I heard headquarters sent a staff officer to assist us. We might want to wait and see what he has to offer. A staff officer? Ha, don't tell me you're talking about Daniel Steiner. Felderham, who had spent years in the northern front lines, was well aware of the name Daniel Steiner. It would have been stranger if he didn't know. After all, Daniel had caused quite the uproar in the capital. But Felderham didn't trust Daniel in the slightest. He found it suspicious that someone could rack up so many achievements in just 6 months. No doubt the capital fabricated a hero for propaganda purposes. It was most likely a ploy to boost recruitment rates by manufacturing a poster boy. Sure, some of Daniel's accomplishments might have been real. But to believe every single one of them was genuine? That defied common sense. The High Command's motives to secure more soldiers were understandable. But wasn't there excessive praise of Daniel taking things too far? And to make matters worse, what they needed at headquarters right now wasn't some smooth-talking staff officer, but a proven and competent warrior who could deliver results. And yet, the best support headquarters could send is some rookie staff officer. Felderham was about to let out a disappointed sigh when, "See, Commander, sir." It was the communications officer who had been monitoring the radio. Turning his head to see what the fuss was about, Felderham noticed the soldier's bewildered expression as he spoke. "Captain Daniel Steiner's company has arrived at this location, sir. But there are casualties. Out of 16 reported casualties, 4 are dead and 12 suffered minor injuries." What? 16 casualties from nothing more than a march? Even if it had been a forced march, this was beyond comprehension. On top of that, they'd arrived 6 days late from their expected arrival date, and yet they managed to sustain 16 casualties? What an incompetent commander. This was exactly the type of officer who should never be deployed to the battlefield. Felderham was already planning to reprimand Daniel and have him reassigned to the rear when, and also, the communications officer swallowed nervously, as if struggling to believe the words he was about to speak. Captain Daniel Steiner's company encountered and neutralized an enemy supply battalion en route to the divisional headquarters. Out of 327 enemy personnel, 135 were killed, and 192 including the enemy battalion commander were captured, sir. The operations room fell into stunned silence. What did he just say? Faced with such an absurdly outstanding report, Felderham and every officer present in the command center stood frozen with their mouths agape. Daniel arrived at the divisional headquarters of the forward base, leading the captured prisoners. After sending his wounded soldiers to the medical unit, he began unpacking his belongings. He had barely settled in when he considered pouring himself a glass of the officer's supply whiskey to ease his fatigue. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time. "Captain Daniel Steiner, the division commander requests your presence." Without even a moment to rest, Daniel nodded and followed the adjutant toward the temporary operations headquarters. Although the building's exterior appeared intact, the interior hallways were scattered with debris, broken stones and splintered wood. It was a stark contrast to the pristine and elegant hallways of the General Staff headquarters in the capital, which resembled luxury hotels. Well, this was originally occupied by the kingdom's forces before we drove them out and seized the building. It wasn't exactly fair to complain about the lack of cleaning. After all, only a madman would demand cleanliness in a battlefield riddled with bullets. With such idle observations in mind, Daniel made his way to the operations room on the 3rd floor. The adjutant knocked and announced Daniel's arrival, prompting a voice from inside to call him in. The adjutant gave Daniel a nod before opening the door, revealing Major General Felderham seated at the head of a massive table. Felderham's large frame made the expansive table seem small. With his thick eyebrows furrowed, he stared directly at Daniel, radiating a sense of authority. The atmosphere was intimidating, and it wasn't just Felderham. The table was lined with high-ranking officers. The lowest-ranking officer present was a major. It was a gathering of the division's most formidable leaders, a collection of military elites. Daniel could feel the weight of their gazes pressing down on him, making it slightly difficult to breathe. Heinrich raised his hand slightly in acknowledgement, but to Daniel, the gesture only added to his discomfort. Suppressing a sigh, Daniel stepped forward and saluted crisply. "Commander, sir, I was informed you requested my presence." Felderham gave a faint smile and returned the salute. "Yes, I called you here to verify the radio operator's report. According to the briefing, you attacked an enemy supply battalion, killed 135 men, and captured 192 including their battalion commander. Is this true?" Standing at attention, Daniel maintained his composure as he replied. "It was merely good fortune, sir. Let's skip the false modesty. Luck alone doesn't account for results like that. More importantly, Captain Steiner, have you uncovered the enemy's supply route?" Their supply route? Daniel had only ambushed the battalion during transit. He hadn't learned their route. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't know the exact route." "What about the captured battalion commander? Can we extract the information from him?" "I've spoken with him, sir. He's a resolute man. Even under extreme interrogation, I doubt he'll reveal anything." The room filled with disappointed murmurs. Given their desperation to uncover the kingdom's supply lines, Daniel's report was far from satisfying. However, no one dared openly criticize him. His achievements thus far shone too brightly to be overshadowed by a few unsatisfactory answers. "I like your honesty. It's a refreshing change from all the other smooth-talking staff officers. After scanning the room, Felderham turned his sharp gaze back to Daniel. Now then, Captain Steiner, if you were to hazard a guess about the enemy's supply route, what would it be? Even speculation is welcome at this point. We need to consider every possibility. The entire room fell silent, all eyes focusing on Daniel. In the suffocating quiet, Daniel's thoughts raced. Wait a second. If I say something stupid here, it wouldn't just disappoint the division commander, it could leave a bad impression on every senior officer in the room. This was a golden opportunity to tank his performance review and get himself reassigned to the rear. An opportunity like this wouldn't come again. Taking a deep breath, Daniel decided to throw out the most absurd idea he could think of. Underground tunnels. In other words, burrows. The room immediately erupted into murmurs. One of the colonels, presumably a regimental commander, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Captain Steiner, are you joking? The distance from the ambush site to Nordia is approximately 58 kilometers. Are you seriously suggesting there's an underground tunnel that long? The colonel's skepticism was understandable. Even if tunnels existed, the idea of one stretching such an immense distance seemed implausible. If these officers knew that Vietnamese soldiers had built underground tunnels stretching over 250 kilometers, they'd probably faint. But for those who had never experienced the Vietnam War, the idea of such long-distance underground tunnels seemed less like strategy and more like fantasy. It's hard to believe that a tunnel stretching 58 kilometers could exist. But the enemy hasn't received any naval or aerial reinforcements. Yet they're still being supplied right under our supposedly impenetrable siege. Underground tunnels explain everything. No matter how tight the siege, there are bound to be gaps. Moving through those gaps is far more realistic. The officers around the table broke into heated arguments. Daniel, who had unintentionally sparked the debate, could only stand awkwardly in silence. As the discussion grew louder, Felderham raised his hand, signaling for silence. Enough. Let's hear more from Captain Daniel Steiner. Do you have any reason to be certain the enemy is using underground tunnels? Of course not. But if he had to, Daniel could fabricate one on the spot. The enemy soldiers were all lightly armed, as if they didn't expect to encounter any opposition. If they were breaching our siege to deliver supplies, they'd have deployed heavily armed guards instead. That's hardly conclusive evidence. True, sir. However, every enemy soldier we encountered was equipped with portable flashlights as if they expected to move quickly through dark areas. Flashlights? While it wasn't unusual for soldiers to carry them, the kingdom's supply troops didn't typically include flashlights as part of their standard gear. Felderham tapped his fingers on the table, his curiosity piqued. Daniel pressed on. If the enemy is using underground tunnels to move supplies, we need to order an immediate search operation. This is a golden opportunity, sir. And why do you believe that? Daniel's eyes sharpened as he answered. When we inspected the supply battalion, we found radios but all their batteries had been removed. It seemed like an intentional effort to avoid signal interception. Everyone in the room knew that Imperial intelligence had cracked the kingdom's communication codes. The kingdom's forces had been avoiding radio transmissions as a result, preferring more secure methods. But why did that make this an opportunity? Felderham pondered the question and then came to a realization. Their supply route could become our invasion route. Delays in resupply were common in war, often lasting days or even weeks due to unforeseen complications. Given the radio silence, Nordia's armored division likely knew only that the supply battalion had departed and had no idea it had been wiped out. This gap in information was a golden chance. If they could locate the tunnel and send in the first magic mobile corps, while simultaneously advancing the rest of the division toward Nordia, victory. Felderham could already envision Nordia's fall. Caught between internal sabotage and an external assault, the kingdom's armored division wouldn't even have time to mount a proper defense before surrendering. The brilliance and sheer cruelty of the strategy sent shivers down Felderham's spine. Though his hands trembled with excitement, he quickly regained his composure. The plan is perfect. But it all hinges on possibility. For this plan to work, every detail Daniel provided would need to be true. Felderham couldn't bring himself to fully trust the word of a mere captain. And yet, it was a gamble worth taking. Very well. Captain Daniel Steiner, I'm willing to trust your judgment. I'll order every available reconnaissance unit to search the area near the enemy's supply route immediately. It's an honor to have earned your trust, sir. Daniel delivered the line with conviction, though inside, he was smirking. Underground tunnels? What a joke. To be perfectly honest, Daniel agreed with most of the officers at the table. Relying on long-distance underground tunnels for supply lines was far from reasonable. It was, without question, an absurd idea. The more logical explanation was that there was a breach somewhere in the siege line, allowing the enemy to transport supplies over land. Even if by some miracle there is an underground tunnel, the kingdom's forces weren't fools. If such a tunnel existed, they would have hidden it meticulously, making it nearly impossible to find. And if this wild speculation turns out to be wrong, Daniel would inevitably be blamed as the one who threw the Imperial forces into chaos. His performance review would plummet, and he'd quickly earn the disdain of the division commander. If things went well, this supposed competence he'd stumbled into so far could finally be buried under accusations of incompetence. Hell, he might even get himself discharged from the military. Smiling faintly at the thought, Daniel suppressed a chuckle. Felderham, however, nearly gasped at the sight. He's smiling? Does he truly have that much confidence in this plan? Even the most talented staff officers usually showed signs of anxiety, worried their guesses might be wrong. But Daniel? He was smiling calmly, almost cruelly while discussing the massacre that would follow the plan's success. Felderham felt his perception of Daniel shift entirely. An elite strategist from the capital? The Empire's hero. Those labels suddenly felt laughable. Felderham's lips curled into a fierce grin as he studied Daniel. To his eyes, Daniel Steiner wasn't some decorated officer propped up by propaganda. No, he was a bloodthirsty warrior, ready to spill as much of the enemy's blood as it took to win. Late night. Reconnaissance battalion under divisional headquarters. Are we really supposed to believe there's an underground tunnel around here? I don't know. Orders are orders. Honestly, though, this feels ridiculous. Grumbling, the reconnaissance soldiers pressed forward. Headquarters had abruptly ordered them to search the area where the enemy supply battalion had been captured. They'd already been scouring the surroundings for 6 hours. But so far, there wasn't even a hint of an underground tunnel or even an animal burrow, for that matter. Just how long were they supposed to keep up this nonsense? That's when it happened. Thud. The faint clang of metal beneath a boot sent vibrations through the air. Startled, the soldier glanced down, but the ground was covered in branches and dead leaves, making it impossible to see what he'd stepped on. What the hell? Why did you stop? Wait, didn't you hear that? I think I just stepped on something. A landmine. What? Shit, don't move. Keep your foot planted. Slipping his rifle onto his back, the other soldier knelt and began brushing away the leaves and branches around his partner's foot. And then it appeared not a mine, but a massive iron door. The soldiers froze, exchanging wide-eyed glances before instinctively stepping back. Is this what I think it is? Silence hung in the air. Nodding grimly, the two men cautiously reached out and gripped the handles protruding from the metal surface. With a groaning creak, the door opened, revealing pitch-black darkness inside. Flashlight. Turn it on. One of them nodded, pulling out a flashlight and flicking it on. Click. The light fanned out, cutting through the darkness and illuminating a set of stairs descending deep underground. The soldiers stood frozen, their breaths caught in their throats. There was no room for doubt. It was the underground tunnel. The one the divisional headquarters had sent them to find the kingdom's hidden supply route. Early morning. Lucy entered the tent at dawn. Captain Daniel Steiner. I have urgent news. She halted mid-sentence as her eyes fell on Daniel, who was lying on a cot near the edge of the tent. His blanket was haphazardly draped over him, and his exhausted state was apparent. It made sense. While the other soldiers and officers had taken the opportunity to rest upon reaching the forward outpost, Daniel had been dragged to the operations command center at the division commander's orders and had only just returned. That means, right now, Daniel Steiner was completely defenseless. After confirming the absence of anyone else in the tent, Lucy stepped closer. She gazed down at him as he slept. The Guxion medal pinned to the left side of his uniform glimmered faintly. Daniel Steiner. The man in front of her had been building up a terrifying string of victories lately. Even within the Allied nations, interest in him was growing steadily. Yet, no orders had come down to assassinate him. Her mission from the Allied nations remained simple: monitor Daniel Steiner closely and report his every move. But when would he stop being a surveillance target and become an assassination target instead? If the order came to kill him, Lucy would obey without hesitation. Or at least, that was what she told herself. Would she really be able to act without doubt? Putting aside his dedication to the Empire, Daniel Steiner was an undeniably decent man. He had shared his rations with her, lent her an umbrella, and even invited her to a dessert shop, claiming it was to share a hobby. There was also the time she had disguised herself as a doctor he had prevented the Security Bureau police from cornering her and getting her exposed. She couldn't deny she owed him. And that small debt made her waver, no matter how slightly, under the burden of being a spy. What if they had met as ordinary people instead of a spy for the Allied nations and an officer of the Empire? Caught up in useless daydreams, Lucy shook her head firmly. It was a foolish, unproductive thought. She couldn't afford to waver, not after the favor the Allied nations had granted her. No matter how good a man Daniel Steiner seemed, he was still an Imperial officer. And those who strengthened the Empire were enemies of the Allied nations and enemies of her own personal grudge. Memories of the past resurfaced, and Lucy clenched her fists before letting out a slow breath. Feeling sorry for herself was pointless. How pathetic. She didn't need to overthink this. All she had to do was perform her duties as Daniel Steiner's loyal adjutant until the next orders arrived. Resolving herself, Lucy gave a small nod and turned to leave. She was just about to step outside when she paused. For some reason, the way Daniel's blanket was carelessly draped over him bothered her. Maybe it was her obsessive streak, or maybe it was something else entirely. After a moment's hesitation, Lucy leaned down and straightened the blanket, tucking it neatly over his chest. Then, brushing her hands off lightly, she murmured, "Sleep well." With that, she turned and left the tent. It was only after Lucy had fully exited that Daniel's eyes slowly opened. Confirming that the tent was empty, he sat up abruptly, his breath coming out in short bursts. What the hell was that? The truth was, Daniel had already woken up earlier. When he sensed someone approaching, he had barely cracked his eyes open to see Lucy standing over him. Terrified, he'd decided to keep pretending to sleep. No real reason, he was just scared. "I'm still alive, right?" Daniel ran his hand over his neck and sighed in relief when he found no injuries. As he sat there regaining his composure, his senses snapped to attention. The sound of 2 jeeps pulling up outside was quickly followed by the heavy footsteps of soldiers approaching. What now? Before he could make sense of the situation, 4 soldiers entered the tent and split to either side. Then a stocky figure stepped inside Brigadier General Heinrich Schmidt. "Oh, you're already awake." Daniel jumped to his feet and saluted immediately. "Brigadier General? To what do I owe the honor, sir?" Heinrich chuckled as he returned the salute. "Congratulations, Captain Steiner." "Congratulations? For what, sir? Your theory was spot on. We just received a report from the reconnaissance battalion a few hours ago. They've found the kingdom's underground tunnel network." The news hit Daniel like a hammer. They found the tunnels? The very same day I suggested the theory. It wasn't logically impossible, but the odds were nearly zero. And yet, the kingdom had indeed been using underground tunnels for supply runs, and the reconnaissance battalion had uncovered the network in a single night. The absurdity of it all left Daniel momentarily dazed, but Heinrich waved him over. "We'll talk more on the way. Time is of the essence." "Understood, sir." Still unable to fully process the situation, Daniel followed Heinrich out of the tent. 18 kilometers north. Daniel followed Heinrich to a forest clearing, 18 kilometers north of where the enemy's supply battalion had been discovered. The first thing he noticed after stepping out of the jeep was the soldiers of the Magic Mobile Corps Brigade. Fully geared except for their backpacks, they stood motionless among the trees like an army of iron statues. Their intimidating presence sent a chill down his spine until Heinrich placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "There it is, the kingdom's underground tunnel you mentioned." Following Heinrich's gaze, Daniel spotted a massive iron gate, wide open. "We sent reconnaissance scouts to check it out. Turns out, this tunnel connects directly to the city. Incredible, isn't it? If it weren't for you, we never would have known it was there." Heinrich let out a hearty laugh, but Daniel was too stunned to respond. He opened his mouth, about to object, when the distant thunder of artillery fire echoed from the division headquarters. "It started?" Heinrich removed his hand and turned to address the brigade's soldiers. "I just heard the goddess of victory call for us to charge? And I know you all heard it too, didn't you?" A faint smile spread across the soldiers' faces. It was terrifying. The kingdom army joined hands with the vile allied nations to invade our lands and humiliate our fallen comrades? Remember their screams, their suffering, their shame. Stepping forward, Heinrich's voice rose to a thunderous roar. "Today, we will repay them 100-fold? Rip open the bloated bellies of those gluttons who drank the blood of our brothers? Forward, elite soldiers of the Empire." The brigade erupted into deafening cheers and immediately began marching toward the underground tunnel. Forming perfect lines, the soldiers advanced into the tunnel with mechanical precision, a testament to their rigorous training. Watching the scene unfold, Daniel approached Heinrich. "This is a diversionary attack. While the division advances on the front lines with artillery fire to draw the enemy's attention, the tunnel will let us strike directly at the city." A decisive victory, Heinrich finished for him. The kingdom army has been hiding because they know they'd lose in a frontal battle. Once they realize Imperial forces have infiltrated the city, they'll be paralyzed with fear. Daniel had to admit the city's fall was now only a matter of time. It wasn't the outcome he had envisioned, but as he watched the soldiers disappear into the tunnel, he felt a surprising sense of relief. They won't send a staff officer into the heart of enemy territory. Survival came first. As long as he lived, he could figure out his next move. Heinrich, however, seemed to notice Daniel's gaze lingering on the soldiers and chuckled. "Envious, aren't you? A devoted officer like you must be itching to crush the enemy yourself. I was the same when I was your age." Not even close, but Daniel decided to play along. "Of course, sir. But as a staff officer, I believe it's just as important to protect our rear lines. I'll have to leave the glory of the front line to the soldiers." A commendable mindset. "But if you wish, you don't have to sit back and watch." Heinrich's smile turned sly. "In fact, you won't have a choice." "Wait, what?" Something about the conversation felt off, and Daniel gave Heinrich a wary look. Beaming, Heinrich delivered the news as if it were a gift. "The division commander ordered your entire headquarters unit to assist the Magic Mobile Corps in the city assault." "Excuse me? With all due respect, sir, my company would be more of a hindrance than a help." The division commander thought the same at first, but after speaking with you, he changed his mind completely. Heinrich leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "Off the record, he called you a bloodthirsty wolf." Daniel's jaw dropped. "I beg your pardon. He said to let you loose and see how much damage you could do." "You're sure he meant me?" "Absolutely. The division commander doesn't hand out compliments lightly. Consider this an opportunity to prove yourself." Daniel was speechless. How the hell had he earned a reputation like that? But orders were orders, and there was no point in resisting. Suppressing a sigh, Daniel turned to Heinrich. "Sir, did he really call me a bloodthirsty wolf?" "Haha, you like the nickname, huh?" It was half a joke, but yes, he said it. Daniel groaned internally. One thing was now abundantly clear: his life was spiraling further out of control. Orders are absolute. As a soldier, orders must be followed. That included me. Refusing wasn't an option. And so, with no other choice, I led my company, who had arrived late, forward as the rear support unit for the brigade, advancing toward the enemy base. We marched through the dark tunnel, relying on flashlights, until we spotted light filtering through cracks in the ceiling. Emerging cautiously, we found ourselves in the middle of the enemy's supply base. It was a massive warehouse packed with supplies. The soldiers guarding it, however, were strewn across the floor, lifeless bodies riddled with bullet holes. Clearly, the work of the brigade soldiers who had breached the area first. The stench of blood made me grimace just as the rest of my company's officers and soldiers climbed up after me. Well, what a grand celebration they've thrown here. Lieutenant McCall was the first to speak. I nodded vaguely before stepping outside through the wide-open doors of the warehouse. The dim tunnel lights gave way to bright sunlight, illuminating the entire area. A quick glance around revealed a scene no different from inside. The Allied soldiers guarding the base were all dead. Strangely, there were barely any Imperial casualties in sight. Even if this had been a surprise attack, the difference in skill was staggering. I almost felt sorry for the kingdom's forces. Clicking my tongue in irritation, I flinched as a sudden explosion echoed nearby. Turning my head, I saw artillery shells raining down on the city. Fortunately, it wasn't indiscriminate bombardment. The strikes were concentrated on military installations, sparing civilian areas. It was proof that the Empire was still adhering to wartime international law, though whether the soldiers themselves would abide by such laws remained questionable. Through the warehouse's open doors, I could already see Imperial soldiers butchering their enemies. Kingdom soldiers were tumbling out of shattered windows in nearby buildings, their bodies hitting the ground with sickening thuds. The urban warfare unfolding before me was almost too efficient an overwhelming display of Imperial dominance. So this is the Magic Mobile Corps, the Empire's so-called elites. I couldn't help but be impressed when a light brown-haired woman suddenly appeared beside me. It was Freen. A gruesome sight, she said. Surprised to hear something rational from her for once, I turned to see her standing in a solemn, almost prayerful posture. They must have been human once too. How could they not realize that shaking hands with beasts would turn them into beasts themselves? They deserve divine punishment, but their sins are still tragic. Right. Of course, Freen wasn't actually being reasonable. As I stared at her with mild exasperation, Lieutenant McCall spoke up. I knew this operation would be one-sided, but I didn't expect it to be this overwhelming. It almost feels wrong, like we're bullying children. His dark humor earned a laugh from Sergeant Glendy. Perfect analogy, sir. Still, thinking to reverse engineer their supply routes and infiltrate like this, our captain really does see several steps ahead of the battlefield. It was just luck, I muttered. Ha ha ha, modesty, too? Captain, how can I not admire you? So, are we joining the brigade next? Were they insane? They actually wanted to charge into that hellscape of artillery fire and urban slaughter? I turned to look, only to find not just Glendy but also the rest of my officers and soldiers practically itching to fight like rabid dogs straining against a leash. Lucy, who remained her usual unreadable self, was the only one who seemed remotely sane. Bunch of war-crazed lunatics. I felt goosebumps crawl up my arms. Too bad for them, I had absolutely no intention of granting their request. We're heading to the coast. The coast? Freen looked puzzled. Captain, didn't the enemy concentrate their forces on the front lines and the city center because of our diversion? The coast should just have civilians evacuating. You're not suggesting we attack civilians, are you? What the hell did she take me for? The coast was simply the safest bet. Fewer enemies meant a higher chance of survival. Since avoiding battle entirely wasn't an option, minimizing combat was the next best thing. Of course, explaining that logic to this bloodthirsty crowd would just invite criticism, so I brushed it off. I have a plan. Just follow orders. I didn't actually have a plan. I just knew the word plan worked like magic to shut people up. As expected, Freen and the others saluted without question. Perfect. Now I just had to let the brigade handle the fighting while I passed the time staring at the sea. All units, move out to the coast immediately. Keeping my real thoughts buried, I calmly issued the order and led the way. The front lines have been breached. We've lost contact with the central forces in the city. Retreating through the chaos, Major General Lafuna of the Kingdom's Steel Division was bombarded with reports of defeat. He had braced himself for bad news, but he hadn't expected the city to fall this quickly. Grinding his teeth, Lafuna shot a glare at his radio operator. Order them to hold their positions and resist the Imperial assault for as long as possible. But, sir, that will lead to massive casualties. That's an order? We need to buy time for our escape if we're to get another chance at this war. Soldiers were expendable, but if the army's leadership was wiped out, replacing them would be nearly impossible. That was Lafuna's core belief. In truth, however, it was nothing more than a self-serving excuse to justify his own retreat. Boom! The ground trembled under another artillery strike, nearly toppling Lafuna. He managed to steady himself and pressed forward, scowling. Damn it! How much farther is it? One of the officers at his side responded calmly. Just around this alley, sir. The evacuation point is disguised as a fishing vessel. The Imperial forces won't target it. Lafuna nodded grimly. The Empire was known for observing wartime laws, at least in most cases. That meant civilians weren't being targeted. As long as they disguised themselves as refugees and blended into the evacuation, they could slip away unnoticed. But, sir, are you really going through with this retreat? The kingdom's forces without their leadership were as good as dead. Everyone knew it. The officer voiced his concern, but it only made Lafuna's blood boil. We were finished the moment we got surrounded. The only reason we lasted this long was because our supply lines were intact, but now those bastards turned our own routes against us. Do you seriously think we still have a chance? No, sir. But if we were to make a last stand? Don't be ridiculous. Staying in a losing battle is idiotic and suicidal. He didn't say it out loud, but the same didn't apply to his soldiers. They'd be left behind. Understood. Seeing no hope of changing La Funa's mind, the officer fell silent. With a final glare, La Funa rounded the corner and froze. The coast. It was just within reach. Victory wasn't possible, but survival? Survival was right there. But as soon as La Funa and his men stepped out of the alley, they came to an abrupt halt. What? Before them stood a unit of Imperial soldiers dressed in black uniforms. Roughly 200 of them. At the head of the formation was an Imperial officer, sunlight glinting off the Guxion medal on his chest. La Funa swallowed hard. The elite bodyguards he'd brought for protection barely numbered 50. He'd deliberately kept the group small to avoid attracting attention, but now that decision felt like a death sentence. But how? How had the enemy anticipated this escape route? La Funa hadn't dared send any communications, fearing interception. This had to be impossible. Then again, Daniel Steiner standing at the front of the Imperial troops was just as confused. Why the hell is the Steel Division's command staff here? He'd come to the coast hoping to avoid battle entirely, yet somehow he'd stumbled onto the enemy's leadership. Unfortunately, his soldiers didn't seem to share his bewilderment. Click. As one, the Imperial troops raised their rifles, aiming directly at the Kingdom officers. Sergeant Glendy grinned, raising his weapon along with the others. Captain. Was this your plan all along? Honestly, I'm starting to find you terrifying. Terrifying? Daniel felt the same. The weight of yet another victory sinking into his shoulders made him want to groan, but he couldn't let it show. Arrest them, he ordered coldly. La Funa's soldiers hesitated, their grips on their weapons faltering. If anyone resists, shoot them? Daniel's icy command sent shivers down their spines. One by one, the Kingdom soldiers dropped their weapons. It was the unspoken acknowledgement of their defeat and the fall of Nordia. Lieutenant McCall carried out Daniel's orders, tying up the enemy leadership and soldiers with the help of their men. Some of the officers grit their teeth in humiliation, their expressions dark, but no incidents occurred. Daniel's earlier command, shoot anyone who resists, hung over them like a blade. These cowards, who had prioritized their own survival by blending into the evacuation, weren't about to risk their lives now. After securing the prisoners, McCall ordered the radio operator to report the situation to the Imperial headquarters. The operator complied, and the headquarters acknowledged the message. They also promised to dispatch an escort unit to the coordinates immediately. Everything was proceeding so absurdly smoothly that McCall let out a dry laugh. And now, the Imperial headquarters would spread the news in real time that the commander of the Steel Division had been captured. Imperial morale would skyrocket, while the enemies would plummet. Some Kingdom soldiers, still unaware that their commander had fled, would panic and try to confirm the truth, creating chaos and fear. This was the final blow to the already unbalanced battlefield. The one who led this entire operation from start to finish. McCall's eyes turned to Daniel Steiner, who stood alone by the pier, gazing at the shoreline. I thought he was just another desk officer when I first saw him. But now, he looked like a terrifyingly brilliant strategist with a mind sharper than any blade. As McCall watched Daniel with growing respect, Sergeant Glendy approached. Isn't this unbelievable? Finding the enemy's supply routes was impressive enough, but then he suggested turning them against them, and now he's captured their entire command staff? Honestly, I still can't believe it. McCall smirked and nodded in agreement. Same here. Who would believe that all these strategies came from one man? Maybe we're witnessing history in the making. History. Yeah, think about it. The Battle of Nordia is enough to be recorded in the history books. Ordinary officers like us might not be remembered, but the captain? His name will definitely make it in. Glendy let out a laugh. Thinking about it like that, it's almost exciting. We've fought under someone who might be celebrated as one of the Empire's greatest heroes. Makes for a great story to tell later. An Imperial hero. The thought seemed far-fetched, but seeing Daniel's accomplishments, it didn't feel entirely impossible. There's an even better title for him. Glendy and McCall flinched as Freen suddenly appeared between them. Before they could react, she spoke. To me, Captain Daniel Steiner isn't just a hero. I think he's a saint, sent by God to protect the Empire from the beasts of the allied nations. Freen's eyes narrowed as she gazed at Daniel, her lips curling into a faint, almost reverent smile. With Captain Steiner leading us, those beasts will burn in hellfire. Only the Empire and those who follow it will remain. Her fanatical words sent a chill through McCall and Glendy. They wanted to see the Empire victorious and the allied nations defeated, but wiping out everyone except Imperials? That was insanity. They'd suspected it during the earlier battles, but there was something undeniably unhinged about Freen's gaze. Still, they couldn't outright criticize her. Her loyalty, no matter how twisted, was unquestionable. Breaking the tension, Glendy cleared his throat. Anyway, what do you think the captain's thinking about while he stares at the sea? McCall followed his gaze, looking at Daniel again. He'd just captured the enemy's leadership, a massive victory, and yet his eyes remained distant, almost melancholic, as he stared out at the water. He really was impossible to read. How could ordinary men like us ever understand a genius's thoughts? But if I had to guess, he's probably already planning how to handle the aftermath. Yeah, that sounds like him. As the two watched Daniel in awe, he remained motionless, gazing at the seagulls drifting over the waves. Letting out a faint sigh, he thought to himself, I just want to go home. Daniel wished only for peace. News of the Steel Division's leadership being captured quickly spread across the battlefield. With their morale shattered, the kingdom's forces surrendered one by one. Thanks to the enemy's complete loss of fighting spirit, the Imperial army easily marched into Nordia. They seized the city's major buildings, took down the kingdom's flags, and replaced them with the Empire's banners. Major General Felderham, having solidified Imperial control over Nordia, ordered the establishment of supply lines and the transport of key figures from the Steel Division back to the mainland. During this process, I found myself buried in post-battle tasks. Felderham, who had come to place full trust in me, assigned responsibilities such as selecting defensive positions in certain districts, maintaining security, and protecting classified information. Nearly 2 weeks passed when Heinrich suddenly summoned me to the city hall. Feeling uneasy but unable to disobey orders, I headed there. Of course, calling it a city hall was inaccurate. It now served as the headquarters where the garrison commander conducted official business. Imperial soldiers stood guard everywhere. Entering required identity verification. Climbing the stairs and sensing the tense atmosphere, I passed the soldiers stationed at the entrance. Captain Daniel Steiner, sir, it's an honor to meet you. You may proceed. Nodding briefly, I entered and made my way up to the 3rd floor. I walked through a Gothic-style corridor and arrived at the garrison commander's office. I knocked. Come in. Hearing permission, I opened the door and stepped inside, finding Heinrich and his adjutant, Philip, waiting. I entered and saluted. Brigadier General, sir. I was told you called for me. Heinrich returned my salute, a faint smile on his lips. Yes, you've been so busy with post-battle work that we haven't had a chance to talk. I felt guilty, considering how much you've contributed. Switching to parade rest, I answered firmly. Sir, soldiers simply follow orders. I believe it's wrong to expect rewards for results. A commendable attitude. I wish more soldiers shared your humility. But the Empire operates on a principle of merit and punishment, so we can't ignore your achievements. Heinrich's smile widened. You're aware that the division commander and I will soon leave for the Northern Front, correct? With Nordia secured, there's no reason for us to stay. Yes, sir. But I'm not sure why you're telling me this. There's only one reason I would. I want you to take over as the interim garrison commander here. I felt sweat trickle down my back. Sir, I'm just a captain under the general staff. I quickly pointed out that I was nothing more than a subordinate officer, but Heinrich remained unfazed. We know that. Headquarters has already approved it. Until a permanent garrison commander is appointed, you'll fill the role. What? I struggled to keep my composure and forced a smile. I appreciate the offer, but that's completely unrealistic. Even as an interim position, the garrison commander oversees at least a battalion. I lack both the rank and the authority. And I can't command a battalion as a junior officer. Nor can I be entrusted with administrative authority over a city this size. Please reconsider, sir. I was dead serious, but Heinrich's smirk only grew. Of course, we wouldn't appoint a junior officer to such a position. Wait, was this a joke? Relieved, I relaxed and tried to act casual. That's good to hear. Then I'll start preparing to. Philip. At Heinrich's call, Captain Philip stepped forward, carrying a small box wrapped in the Empire's flag. A box? Congratulations, sir. What? Why was Philip addressing me so formally? My unease spiked as Philip unwrapped the flag and opened the box. Inside were a polished major's insignia and shoulder boards. No way. Before I could react, Heinrich burst out laughing. Congratulations, Major Daniel Steiner. I'm honored to witness the promotion of the youngest major in the Empire. Ah, should I pin them on for you? Major? Me? Still stunned, I barely managed to nod. Grinning, Heinrich pulled the insignia from the box. Consider this an honor. According to reports from the capital, even His Majesty has taken an interest in you. With that, Heinrich removed my captain's insignia and pinned the major's badge onto my uniform. I watched his hands move. 2 days to speak. Staff officer under the General Staff. 2nd class National Service Medal recipient. Labeled a bloodthirsty wolf by the 7th Magic Armored Division's commander. Key architect of the Nordia invasion. Youngest major in the Empire. Interim garrison commander of the occupied territory. The weight of all those titles crashed down at once, and my lips twitched involuntarily. Wait. This. No matter how I looked at it, I had just become the perfect candidate for a war crimes tribunal and a swift execution. Being promoted to major in occupied territory felt like a dream. To be more precise, it was closer to a nightmare. What was even more horrifying was that the series of events I was currently experiencing weren't a nightmare at all. This was reality. Congratulations on your promotion, Major Daniel Steiner. Lucy's voice echoed hollowly within the office. As you know, the General Staff has entrusted you with the position of interim garrison commander. The division commander is leading the unit out of the city, so you'll be in charge of managing it from now on. I knew. Looking out the office window, I could see the tanks and artillery of the armored division leaving the city alongside the soldiers. Heinrich, the one who pinned this major badge on me, was also leading his brigade out. So today was the day they were leaving to join the northern front lines. Isn't this too much? Handing over the position of garrison commander on the day they're leaving. I wanted to protest, but no matter how loudly I yelled, Heinrich wouldn't hear me now. A sigh escaped me. How many troops did the division leave under my command? A battalion-sized force. The total strength is 950 soldiers. At least the division had left behind a battalion close to full strength. Nordia wasn't a particularly large city, so this number should be sufficient to maintain security. But that wasn't the real issue. I gained too many achievements too quickly. Thanks to my rapid accumulation of military merits, I had been promoted to major in no time. An officer of field rank whose authority far surpassed that of company-grade officers. It wouldn't take long for the Allied nations to catch wind of this news. Once they did, I'd be branded as one of the key figures of the Imperial Army's leadership. If we lost the war, I'd be destined for the gallows after a war crimes tribunal. Should I bet my life on the Empire's victory, then? No. The odds were far too low. In a direct, all-out war, no country in this era could defeat the Empire. But war wasn't a fair competition fought under the rules of a referee. Just look at how the Allied nations had roped the kingdom into their alliance. The Empire, enraged by the kingdom's refusal to remain neutral, was now striking it down with full force. But what would happen when the kingdom, bleeding profusely under that blow, collapsed? The great powers would think, is the Empire about to become the dominant global force? Terrified by that prospect, they would start pouring support into the Allied nations. The leading examples were the Socialist Republic to the south and the Velika Federation to the northeast. The moment they joined the war, a global conflict would become inevitable, and the Empire would suddenly find itself fighting against the Republic, the Federation, and the Allied nations on 3 fronts, with only the sea at its back. Betting on the Empire's victory under those circumstances was no different from a gambler staking their entire life on a long shot. The stakes are my life. So I need to be careful. Things were spiraling out of control, but nothing had fundamentally changed. Unless the Empire experienced a series of miraculous events capable of reversing its unfavorable prospects. I had no choice but to find a way to escape it. Of course. With my name already gaining notoriety, defecting through conventional means wouldn't be possible. Even if I could find a place to accept me, there was no guarantee they'd protect me. But if I could offer the Allied nations a deal they simply couldn't refuse, that might change things. Major. Lost in thought, I flinched and turned around. Lucy was looking at me with her red eyes, blinking silently. I had momentarily forgotten that Lucy was a spy for the Allied nations. Now that I was a major, the odds of being assassinated had probably increased. Breaking out in a cold sweat, I tried to hide my unease as Lucy tilted her head slightly. Apologies for interrupting your thoughts, but I believe it's time we began drafting the city's development plan. Ah, right. Clearing my throat, I clasped my hands behind my back, trying to appear as natural as possible. Development plan? Isn't the focus simply maintaining order? Strengthen patrols in high-crime areas and stick to the existing administrative practices. I trailed off mid-sentence. I suddenly understood why Lucy had emphasized the need for a development plan. Don't tell me the administration has collapsed. Lucy nodded. That's correct. Most civil servants escaped on fishing boats, and the higher-ranking officials, including the mayor, fled the war altogether. So we'll need to rebuild the administrative system. I paused to think before speaking again. Restoring basic public services should be the priority. Distribute military supplies to organize food rations, recall any remaining doctors to revive medical services, and maintain order through cooperation between the garrison troops and local police. Also, I cut myself off mid-sentence. Wasn't it a bad idea to execute the General Staff's orders as efficiently as possible? If my operational abilities were deemed too competent, I might be assigned similar tasks at the front lines in the future. I already had to deal with assassination threats back in the capital. Leading operations in remote regions would only increase my chances of dying. In that case, it might be too late, but I had to start sabotaging my own evaluation now. If the city administration's revival was mishandled, citizens would grow dissatisfied. And if that dissatisfaction erupted into protests or riots, my incompetence would become apparent. The General Staff would decide I wasn't fit to serve as garrison commander, appoint someone new to replace me, and send me back to the capital sooner. I'd lower my evaluation and hasten my return. 2 birds with 1 stone. Good. Forming a thin smile, I gave my next orders. Select those without specific occupations and assign them to military labor. The battalion alone won't be enough manpower. They'll understand if we order them to handle chores and assist the garrison. Forcing the conquered population to support the occupying troops, dissatisfaction would undoubtedly explode. Not only the conscripts but also their families and friends would share in that resentment. We'll also need to reassess the city's tax rates. What were the previous rates? I'm afraid we don't know. It seems the officials burned all related documents before fleeing, likely anticipating defeat. However, we could conduct surveys to get an estimate. No need for that. In fact, this was better. It meant I could impose taxes as I pleased. Starting now, impose an income tax of 30% on Nordia's citizens to fund the war effort. For high-income earners, raise the rate to a maximum of 50%. Currently, the Empire's standard income tax for laborers stood at 22%. Considering we were at war, it was already higher than usual, though it had originally been just 12%. Even so, there were murmurs of dissatisfaction in the capital about the increased rates. But setting the base income tax at 30% in occupied territory distinctly higher than in the Empire, dissatisfaction would undoubtedly explode. Also, post-recruitment notices to fill administrative vacancies with capable individuals. However, make sure the selection follows imperial standards, not the kingdom's. This effectively removed the kingdom's previous hiring customs, a form of cultural suppression in its own right. It was more than enough to provoke resentment among the citizens. After listening to my orders, Lucy saluted crisply. I'll relay the directives immediately. Acknowledging her salute, I turned back to the window. The Imperial Magic Armored Division was nearly done withdrawing from the city. On the streets, citizens stared at the scene with emotions too complex to describe. Watching them stirred a faint pang of guilt. I'm sorry, citizens of the kingdom. Life is about to get much harder for you. But there was no malice in it. I was simply doing what I had to in order to survive. Late night. Black Crow Council, Underground Tavern. As you're all aware, Nordia has fallen into the hands of those Imperial bastards. The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table spoke, and the room nodded grimly. Hamthel, the Black Crow leader, his dark skin illuminated by dim light, continued in the somber atmosphere. It's been 10 years since we started fighting for freedom and equality. We've endured countless hardships, but losing our city to war, this pain is new to all of us. He slammed his fist on the table. But we have not given up on this city. If we eliminate that monster Daniel Steiner, we might be able to take it back. Don't you agree? Yes. Voices of agreement rang out, echoing Hamthel's determination. Just as he looked around in satisfaction, the door burst open. It was Tarky, a young man acting as one of the Black Crow's informants. He was holding a stack of papers. Everyone, the garrison announced their plans for the city today. That bastard finally made his move. Let's hear it. No one had expected the garrison commander to let the city run freely under its old ways. As Tarky scanned the documents, the room fell silent. At first, they're conscripting the unemployed for military labor. They want us to work for the Empire? Unbelievable? What's the public reaction? Actually, it's not bad. They're offering proper wages double the average worker's pay, once you account for exchange rates. People are lining up to enlist. Proper wages? Caught off guard, the room fell quiet as Tarky continued. Next, the tax rates. Huh? Taxes? Of course. How much are those scum raising them by? Well, they're imposing a 30% base income tax, and up to 50% for high earners. They actually lowered the tax rates. Everyone in the council stared, dumbfounded. The kingdom's old rates had been 45% for base income and up to 70% for high earners. With the war, even higher increases had been expected, leaving the citizens drowning under taxes. But Daniel Steiner, the Imperial commander, had just lowered them. As the council struggled to process this, Tarky scratched his cheek and spoke again. Lastly, about the administrative recruitment. They're switching to Imperial standards. Of course, now they'll only hire those loyal to the Empire. Not exactly. They're scrapping the kingdom's old recruitment perks like bonus points for being nobility. In other words, candidates would be judged purely on merit. The council members exchanged uneasy glances. Now should have been the time for revolutionary fervor to ignite. Yet they remained silent, their tongues tied. After the awkward silence dragged on, a man hidden under a hood finally spoke hesitantly. I'm not sure if I should say this, but... Fidgeting with his hands, he looked at Hamthel. Doesn't it kind of feel like life's better than before? Ironically, no one could bring themselves to refute him. 10 days later, I was patrolling the outskirts of the city under the pretense of inspecting security, accompanied by officers and soldiers. Why the outskirts? Because I figured it was the best place to hear the raw complaints and dissatisfaction of the citizens far from the center where the garrison was stationed. But there was nothing. I walked carefully, straining my ears, but no one voiced complaints about the garrison. At most, a few citizens gave me strange looks before bowing their heads slightly and walking past. This is definitely. It looked like people were keeping their mouths shut out of fear that complaining about the garrison might get them arrested. Or maybe word had spread in advance that the interim garrison commander was patrolling today. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that there was no backlash against the tyranny I had imposed. Coming to terms with the situation, I nodded once and turned to Lucy. Lieutenant, what's the general sentiment of the Nordia citizens toward the garrison? You've been out in the field more than I have these past 10 days, so you'd have a better grasp. Lucy paused for a moment before responding. There is some dissatisfaction, but overall, the citizens seem to tolerate the occupation. Tolerate? The garrison? Yes. Thanks to your swift actions, public services were restored quickly, and the paralyzed administrative system is steadily getting back on track. Reports also indicate that crime rates have dropped below pre-occupation levels. I had ordered strengthened patrols and expedited public service restoration, so that part made sense. But the citizens tolerating the occupation? That was another matter entirely. In most occupied cities, the early days were filled with resentment and anger. And in any normal city, they should be outraged by the tax rates I set and the forced conscription, right? I was about to ask Lucy if I had overlooked something when. This is outrageous. My wages dropped again compared to yesterday. A young man's loud voice drew my attention. He was arguing with a supervisor, a middle manager by the looks of him, near a watchtower construction site. The manager crossed his arms, clearly annoyed, and scowled. Listen, you should be grateful you're even being employed. Or would you rather lose even what you're getting? I'm grateful, but this is unreasonable. If you take half my wages, how am I supposed to feed my family? The situation seemed tense. Curious, I approached them. If you want to feed your family, work overtime. Don't yell at me. Hearing my footsteps, the manager turned and immediately froze. Seeing me flanked by armed soldiers and officers, he quickly bowed his head. "See, Commander? What brings you to such a humble place?" "I don't consider this place humble. My hometown was worse off than this. Now, what's going on here? Why are you arguing with the worker?" "Well, you see, Commander, this man keeps demanding full wages." The manager shot a glare at the worker, making me tilt my head. "You were appointed as a supervisor to ensure wages were properly distributed. So why aren't they?" What? "And no, that's not it. He's actually a diligent worker. Then why aren't you paying him in full?" "Well, Commander, it's because he's black." "What?" The words came so naturally from his mouth that I thought I'd misheard. After a moment of silence, I asked again just to be sure. "You're withholding wages because he's black?" "Yes, sir. Exactly. His father was a slave, yet his son acts like a free citizen. It's absurd. Historically, colored people have been third-class citizens in the kingdom." I raised a hand, cutting him off. I didn't need to hear more. What a repulsive thing to say. Are you seriously citing kingdom law while serving under the Imperial Army? Or are you insulting His Majesty, who outlawed discrimination based on status and race? The manager's eyes widened in horror. Trembling, he clasped his hands together. "No, that's not what I meant. I was just..." "Shut your filthy mouth. Not only did you disobey my order to pay wages properly, but you also defied the Emperor's sacred law. Soldiers, arrest this man." "Yes, sir." 2 soldiers stepped forward, kicking the man's knees out from under him. Ugh. Forced to kneel, the manager's arms were twisted behind his back and bound with rope. "Commander, please, I didn't mean it." The manager pleaded desperately, but I didn't even spare him a glance. I let out a low sigh and turned to the black worker, who was sweating nervously beside me. "You." Snapping to attention, the man stood stiffly. He looked terrified, as if he expected to be arrested next. The way he reacted, despite doing nothing wrong, told me all I needed to know about how he had been treated. "From now on, you're the supervisor of this area." "What?" "Commander, I am not qualified for such a high position." "And who are you to decide that?" The man hesitated before speaking cautiously. "What the manager said earlier is true. My father was a slave, and while I'm a free citizen, I'm still the son of a slave. Not to mention, I'm black, so discrimination is." "You really don't get it, do you?" I asked who you are. Blinking in confusion, the man finally answered nervously. "Daniel." "Good. Daniel, I don't care in the slightest that you're a person of color or that your father was a slave. What matters is that you worked diligently and still weren't paid what you were owed. I'm here to fix that." I placed a firm hand on Daniel's shoulder. "This is an order. From now on, you'll oversee the workers as a supervisor. Make sure wages are paid properly. And if anyone gives you trouble, don't hesitate to request assistance from the garrison." Tears welled up in Daniel's eyes. Trying to contain his emotions, he bit his lip and bowed deeply. Thank you so much, Commander." I gave him a single nod and turned to leave, then stopped abruptly. The officers and soldiers watching me were smiling faintly. Something about it sent a chill down my spine, and I quickened my pace. "Let's head back. It's getting cold." I took the lead, and the others followed. I tried to ignore them, but I could still hear their murmurs behind me. The commander is truly impeccable. Who knew his loyalty to the Emperor was this strong? Well, there's a reason His Majesty awarded him the Medal of Honor. He's the model soldier. Just being under his command feels like an honor. It was Sergeant Glendy and Lieutenant McCall. Major Steiner is practically a saint sent by God. Honestly, most Imperials wouldn't even bother with something like this. Don't you agree, Lieutenant Lucy? I have to admit. That was Freen and Lucy. Encouraged by Lucy's agreement, Freen clasped her hands together and added excitedly, "I hate racists and allied nations' citizens the most. Both are practically animals if you ask me. When will she finally realize she's insane?" Meanwhile, at the Black Crow hideout, the third floor of a building disguised as a general store was crammed with telex machines and radios for transmitting coded messages. Members of the Black Crow hurried back and forth, managing operations, while their leader, Hamthel, sat at a desk pressing his fingers into his temples. Daniel Steiner is the enemy commander who occupied this city. He must be eliminated. But the citizens had begun accepting the garrison. Their anger, once boiling, had cooled after hearing about Daniel Steiner's city reforms. Hamthel wasn't immune to those feelings either. Looking at Daniel's policies, he couldn't help but question, does he really need to be eliminated? But he's still the leader of a foreign army. No one could tell when he might drop his mask and start oppressing the people. So eliminating him remained the logical choice. Steeling himself, Hamthel opened his desk drawer and pulled out a revolver. He checked the ammunition, but before he could close the cylinder, hurried footsteps approached. Looking up, he saw Tarky, the young man who had delivered intelligence at the council meeting the previous night. Panting from his rush, Tarky struggled to catch his breath before speaking. "Hamthel, the garrison just issued a new order to the citizens." "An order? What kind of order?" If it was an attempt to oppress the people, there would be no more hesitation. Tension filled the air as Tarky spoke. "They announced that any acts of racial discrimination within the city will be punished under imperial law." Hamthel froze, revolver halfway closed. "Ban racial discrimination." "Yes. Apparently, they even appointed a black man as one of the local supervisors assisting the garrison." Hamthel's hand trembled, and the revolver fell to the desk with a thud. Unbelievable. For the past 10 years, Hamthel had fought to dismantle the racial hierarchy enforced by Nordia's nobility. The Black Crow itself had been founded in protest against that very discrimination. But despite his efforts, nothing had changed. Even after managing to bribe a politician into becoming mayor, the man betrayed them, abandoning their cause and acting as just another tyrant. Still, Hamthel hadn't given up. He continued fighting for freedom and equality. And yet nothing ever changed. Now, the seemingly unreachable dream he had chased for a decade. Daniel Steiner had achieved it. Conflicting emotions swirled inside Hamthel, leaving his mind in chaos. Breathing heavily, he wiped his face with one hand. Thank you for the report. It seems I'll need to observe Daniel Steiner personally. You're going to reveal yourself. No, I'll just watch. I need to determine whether these policies are genuine or nothing more than a temporary facade to pacify the people. If it was the latter, then Daniel Steiner still needed to be eliminated. But if it was the former, then Daniel Steiner wasn't here as a conqueror. He might be the liberator who had freed this city from the kingdom's oppression. There were no signs of riots or protests in Nordia. More than that, it was completely peaceful. Looking out the window of the office, I could even see a few citizens smiling and chatting with the garrison soldiers on patrol. Shouldn't they be scared of us? It had already been 15 days since I was appointed as the interim garrison commander. And yet, not even a hint of trouble had occurred, leaving me feeling somewhat deflated. I shifted my gaze away from the scenery outside and examined the file I held in my hand. It was the Garrison Satisfaction Survey that Lucy had handed me this morning. Garrison Satisfaction Survey Statistics. Sample group, 100 citizens surveyed from each district of the city. Respondents, approximately 5,700 people. Question, what do you think of the garrison's urban planning? Frequency analysis. Doing very well, 2,365, 41.5%. Doing well, 1,254, 22%. Unsure, need to observe further, 684, 12%. Disappointing, 855, 15%. Very disappointing, 542, 9.5%. Note, all surveys were conducted by local collaborators, not garrison soldiers, to ensure objectivity. The first time I saw it, I thought I must have misread it. After all, the statistics showed that 63.5% of the city's population supported the garrison. It was also an indicator that violent protests or riots were unlikely to occur. I wonder what the General Staff Headquarters will think when they read this report. I let out a sigh, but there was no denying the reality presented by the data. Turning away from the window, I tossed the file onto my desk and slumped into my chair. Half resigned, I leaned back against the chair's backrest and looked over at Lucy. Just like when we were at the General Staff Headquarters, Lucy was seated at a desk in the corner of the office, buried in paperwork. Seeing how focused she was, with no attention spared for me, I felt a small sense of relief. And besides, it had already been 15 days since my promotion and appointment as interim commander, yet no assassination attempts had been made. That likely meant the Allied nations hadn't given any orders yet. Given how little had gone according to plan, this was a rare piece of good news. Still, I kept my guard up, watching as Lucy finished her paperwork and stretched briefly. Raising her arms and letting out a soft groan, Lucy lowered her arms with a sigh. She stared blankly ahead with sleepy eyes, then turned to look at me, perhaps sensing my gaze. Our eyes met unintentionally. While I broke into a nervous sweat, Lucy blinked her red eyes a couple of times. Major, did you need something? What excuse could I give? After a quick mental scramble, I replied as casually as I could. Did you finish your work? Yes. I still have a few documents to handle this afternoon, but it's not much. That's good. Make sure to get plenty of rest once you're done. You've worked hard supporting me lately. I have worked hard. Unlike you, Major, I spent most of my time moving around in the field. She's not even trying to deny it. Anyway, it looks like you'll have some time to rest today too, Major. Ah, right. I was actually thinking of visiting Nordia's famous dessert shop today. As soon as I said it, I realized my mistake. Lucy's eyes lit up with a sparkle. Come to think of it, she really enjoyed parfaits back at the capital. That look, she was definitely waiting for me to invite her along. After a brief silence, I cleared my throat awkwardly. If you're interested, would you like to come with me? Desserts aren't really to my taste, but if you're inviting me, Major, I suppose I can't refuse. Huh? Seriously? She ate that parfait so enthusiastically before, and now she's pretending otherwise? How shameless. Raising an eyebrow, I said. Then I'll just go alone. I wouldn't want to interrupt my adjutant's break. Lucy's fingertips twitched slightly. Her expression remained as impassive as ever, but her actions betrayed a hint of disappointment. Still, I had no intention of offering again. Feigning indifference about desserts was practically an insult to them. But if my adjutant were to admit that she likes desserts, then that would be a different story. Lucy's eyes wavered slightly, as if she were debating her next move. In the end, however, she chose her pride, secretly clenching her fist. I don't like them. So that's how she wants to play it. Feeling a sudden surge of stubbornness, I decided to show off. The dessert I'm going to have today is an éclair. Have you heard of choux pastry dough? It's made with water, butter, flour, and eggs as the base ingredients. When baked, it puffs up lightly. When it comes out of the oven, it already smells delicious. The savory flavor fills your mouth. But if it stopped there, it would just be bread, not dessert. The essence lies elsewhere. I leaned slightly toward Lucy. Once the choux pastry is baked, it's filled with rich vanilla cream. Then, it's topped with a thick chocolate glaze. Can you imagine how that tastes? Lucy swallowed audibly. At that reaction, I snapped my fingers. Sounds amazing, right? The smooth cream and the savory dough blend perfectly, dancing on your taste buds. And with chocolate on top? Even an atheist would praise the heavens after tasting it. Of course, no matter how much I explain, you won't really understand until you taste it yourself. But I can't force you. After all, you're someone who doesn't like desserts, aren't you? I prodded her one last time, and her lips twitched slightly. I thought I was about to see her surrender when… Ring ring. The telephone in the office rang, interrupting the moment between us. Wondering who it was, I picked up the receiver. This is the interim garrison commander speaking. A nervous voice came through the receiver. Commander? This is Lieutenant McCall. I'm calling to report something strange we found while patrolling the ruined munitions factory. Something strange? My curiosity piqued. I pressed for details. Explain in more detail. Yes, sir. We discovered what appears to be an underground base built beneath the factory. It seems to be some sort of research facility, but you'll need to see it in person to understand the layout. An enemy research facility? Why would they hide something like that? Frowning, I nodded to myself. I'll come check it out personally. Stop the search and wait for me at the entrance. After hearing McCall's acknowledgement, I hung up the phone. When I stood up, Lucy pretended to be busy with her work, her lips pressed tightly together. It looked like she had been about to admit defeat but missed the timing and decided to stick with her pride instead. I stared at her for a moment before walking toward the door. They say the eclairs are made by a master baker, must be delicious. I caught Lucy clenching her teeth. Enjoying her reaction, I stepped out the door but after counting to 3, I turned back and re-entered the office, standing in front of her. This is your last chance. Are you really not coming to the dessert shop? Lucy seemed to struggle internally for a moment. Then she half closed her eyes and looked down. I'd like to. What was that? Speak properly. After taking a short breath, Lucy finally parted her lips. I want to go. Only then did I nod in satisfaction. You should have been honest from the start. I'll tell you the location, so let's go together after work. Understood. Lucy's voice was small, and her face had turned slightly red. She really was fun to tease. But I reminded myself not to push too far, because that could actually get me killed. And I wasn't joking. Imperial General Staff Headquarters. Operations Deputy Chief's Office. Knock, knock. At the sound of knocking, Cedric Bendel put down the document he had been reading and looked up. Come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a warm demeanor entered. It was Colonel Ernst Bark, the head of the Operations Staff Department. Ernst walked to the center of the room and saluted. Although Ernst usually maintained friendly relations with his superiors and often skipped formalities, he found it impossible to do so in front of the Operations Deputy Chief. Something about those crow-like eyes staring at him sent a chill down his spine. Deputy Chief, I'm here to make a report. It's been a while since you've visited my office. What's the matter? I wanted to speak with you about Major Daniel Steiner. Daniel Steiner. Cedric had already heard about his remarkable performance in the north. After all, it was Cedric himself who had appointed Daniel as the interim garrison commander. However, assigning a newly promoted major to such a critical position may have been a mistake. Ruling is always more difficult than conquering. That's why Ernst had likely come to report incidents or accidents that had occurred in Nordia. Did something happen in Nordia? A civilian uprising or violent unrest, perhaps? No, sir. According to the telegram, the majority of Nordia's citizens are satisfied with the garrison's urban planning. Intelligence even suggests that some residents claim life has improved compared to before the occupation. Cedric's eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't often that Ernst saw Cedric this taken aback. They've stabilized public order. And in just 15 days since appointing him as interim garrison commander? Stunned by such an unexpected achievement, Cedric remained silent for a moment before letting out a dry laugh. Well, it seems I've underestimated Daniel Steiner. No matter how talented someone was, prolonged time on the battlefield inevitably wore them down. Cedric had assumed Daniel Steiner was experiencing the same hardships. Yet, considering his stellar performance, it seemed Daniel was far from exhausted. If anything, he was thriving. He's acting as if the front lines are his own backyard. Raising his evaluation of Daniel Steiner by another level, Cedric spoke. We need to quickly select a permanent garrison commander and dispatch them to Nordia. Caught off guard by the unexpected response, Ernst blinked in confusion. Deputy Chief? Is there really a need to rush? Major Daniel Steiner is seamlessly integrating the occupied territory into Imperial control. You're too short-sighted. Do you really think Daniel Steiner will be satisfied with a mere garrison commander position? Cedric's hollow, dark eyes grew even colder. He's looking much higher. He's waiting for the Empire to entrust him with a mission of far greater importance. Watching the sweat form on Ernst's forehead, Cedric's lips curled into a chilling smile. And I intend to grant him that wish. After informing Lucy of the dessert shop's location, I left the headquarters and boarded a jeep, heading toward the munitions factory that Lieutenant McCall had reported. Roughly 30 minutes into the drive, the driver gently pressed the brakes. The jeep gradually slowed down before coming to a complete stop at the entrance of the ruined munitions factory. "We've arrived, Commander." I gave the driver a nod, opened the door, and stepped outside. Passing through the partially collapsed gate, I spotted a group of patrol soldiers gathered not far away. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the soldiers and Lieutenant McCall turned their heads toward me. Upon recognizing me, they quickly snapped to attention and saluted. "Commander, we've been waiting for you." Acknowledging their salute with a brief nod, I approached. "Where's the laboratory?" "Ah, this way, sir." McCall gestured toward the ground. Following his direction, I spotted a staircase leading underground through an open iron door. An underground base, huh? Those kingdom bastards really have a thing for building underground. Indeed. Must be because they're allies of the allied nations, they behave just like rats. McCall's joke drew faint chuckles from the surrounding soldiers. I allowed a slight smile before turning back to McCall. "Your sense of humor's improved. Now, how far did you search?" "We only made a preliminary assessment of the area. It doesn't seem like any traps were set, so you should be able to look around freely. If you'd like, I can accompany you." "No, I'll go alone. Stay here and guard the entrance with the men." "Yes, sir." After receiving his response, I descended the stairs leading underground. With each step downward, the surroundings grew darker, so I pulled out the flashlight I had prepared in advance and switched it on. Click. The beam of light illuminated the passage ahead. At the bottom of the stairs, there was another iron door, already opened likely by McCall earlier. I carefully stepped inside, revealing a floor coated with epoxy resin. The polished floor gleamed under the light, lined with long tables and a variety of laboratory equipment. Flasks, microscopes, and other instruments cluttered the area. Some devices were so oddly shaped that I couldn't even guess their purpose. What exactly were they doing here? I wanted to figure out the situation, but it seemed any samples from their research had been cleared out. Aside from the scattered tools, the lab had been wiped clean. Surveying the dusty air, I noticed an automatic sliding door left ajar. Beyond it stretched a wide corridor. Both sides of the corridor were lined with iron bars, dividing the space into cell-like rooms. Each cell had a single bed and a set of dishes. It looked like a prison, but there were no people. All the cell doors were open, suggesting the occupants had been taken away. Taking a deep breath, I pressed forward. At the end of the corridor was another iron door. Reaching the door, I grabbed the handle and pulled. Screech. The door budged slightly before getting stuck. I steadied my breathing, tightened my grip, and gave it a forceful tug. The door swung open, releasing a cloud of ash into the air. Ash. Perplexed, I peered inside to find the floor covered in soot. They burned something. And a lot of it. Given the quantity, it was likely paper records and documents related to their research. But it's sloppy. There are signs they left in a hurry. They must have built this underground lab for research that couldn't be exposed. Logically, they should have destroyed all equipment, beds, and dishes before leaving. The fact that they didn't suggested they had evacuated in a panic, without enough time to clean up. They never expected Imperial forces to breach the city so quickly through the supply routes. They likely burned the records hastily and fled without confirming whether the documents had been completely destroyed. Scanning the area, I quickly spotted several half-burned sheets of paper. Though their edges were scorched, the content remained legible enough to piece things together. I picked up a few sheets, brushed off the ash, and began to read. The ultimate goal is to develop an advanced combat weapon capable of turning the tide of war. By merging magic and science, we aim to create human weapons. If successful, not only could we crush the Empire's ambitions, but the kingdom could rise as a global power. Large portions of the text were burned, leaving gaps. I turned the page. Although many forms of magic have been lost, some proven techniques remain effective. While most soldiers can use magic bullets and temporary physical enhancements, advanced techniques like optical camouflage and gravity field manipulation require exceptional talent. I flipped another page. What if talent could be artificially created? Imagine ordinary soldiers possessing strength comparable to the Empire's elite guards. This experiment began with that question, injecting enhancement materials into unidentified volunteers with high magical affinity. Another page. In conclusion, all attempts have failed. Subjects exhibited abnormal magical reactions, including vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, delirium, hallucinations, and self-harm. The enhancements were negligible and unsuitable for combat. Furthermore, it remains doubtful whether individuals who endured such suffering would remain loyal. One more page. According to recent data provided by the Allied nations, a successful specimen has been confirmed. Its magical enhancements far exceed expectations, making it the only one of its kind. In recognition of this achievement, our research team has named the upcoming project after this specimen. My eyes narrowed sharply as I read the final line. We name it the Lucy Project. Lucy Project. That's how it was written at the bottom of the report. I collected the report, left the laboratory, and strictly instructed Lieutenant McCall to keep the discovery of the research facility classified. Afterward, to clear my thoughts, I patrolled the surrounding area before heading to the dessert shop where I had promised to meet Lucy in the afternoon. As I stepped into the shop, soft classical music filled the air, creating a calming atmosphere. The Gothic-style interior drew my admiration as I scanned the room. Near the window, someone raised their hand energetically. "Major, over here." I turned to see Freen. For some reason, Lucy was sitting next to her. Surprised by this, I approached and asked, Cadet Freen, I didn't expect you to be here with my adjutant. I came here for dessert and just happened to run into Lieutenant Lucy. When I heard you'd be coming too, I decided to wait. Oh, and I already ordered the menu, so you can just sit down. The menu? You ordered it? Yes. Lieutenant Lucy mentioned that you were practically singing praises about eclairs, so I figured I'd save you some time and ordered them in advance. I see. It wasn't a bad idea, so I nodded and sat down across from Freen. Then, I glanced at Lucy. An experimental subject? Lucy. Even in the game, Lucy's past was never revealed, so this was the first time I'd learned about it. Moreover, human weapons like Lucy never appeared in the game not until the very end. Well, technically, there was one exception in the enemy nation, but that person was purely gifted rather than artificially enhanced. In other words, the enemy's advanced weapon development project was doomed to failure even in the distant future. But still, if Lucy had been an experimental subject of the allied nations, how could she remain so loyal to them? Was there something else I didn't know? As questions swirled in my mind, Lucy's gaze suddenly met mine. Her crimson eyes, like pools of blood, felt even more unsettling today. Major, do you need something? Scrambling for an excuse, I forced a playful grin. Nothing. I just thought you looked especially beautiful today. Unexpectedly, Lucy blinked a few times before giving a slight nod. Thank you. Relieved that I dodged the issue, I let out a quiet sigh. But then I felt Freen's gaze burning into me. She clearly didn't like the compliment I had given Lucy and stared at me with visible disapproval. Before I could ask what her problem was, a server approached our table carrying a tray. Thank you for waiting. Who ordered the eclair and coffee? That's me. I raised my hand, and the server smiled, placing the eclair and coffee in front of me. Next, she set down mint chip ice cream in front of both Freen and Lucy. Lucy froze for a moment, then looked at the server. Excuse me, I think there's been a mistake with my order. Pardon? That can't be. Let me check. The server looked flustered, but Freen cut in before she could leave. It's correct. You can go now. With Freen's bright smile, the server awkwardly nodded and walked back toward the counter. Once the server was out of earshot, Freen kept her cheerful expression as she explained. Lieutenant Lucy, you left the menu choice up to me, remember? Since you didn't mention wanting anything specific, I thought mint chip ice cream would suit you. I figured you'd like it. Shouldn't she have at least asked first? I felt that Freen had gone too far and turned to check Lucy's reaction only to break out in a cold sweat. Lucy was glaring at Freen as if she were ready to kill her. It was a tense situation. Daniel watched nervously as Lucy let out a low sigh, calming her anger. After all, it was true that she had allowed Freen to handle the order and hadn't specified that she wanted anything else. But still, from Lucy's perspective, who had wanted to try the eclair that Daniel had praised so highly, there was no denying the lingering disappointment. Half closing her eyes, she stared down at the mint chip ice cream in front of her. The bright turquoise color gave no hints about how it would taste. If it turned out to be terrible, it would completely ruin the rare moment of relaxation she had been looking forward to. Unwilling to let that happen, Lucy scrutinized the ice cream as if trying to judge its worth. Freen, meanwhile, squinted at her reaction. That's a pretty bad expression. What could be the reason? She didn't need to think too hard to figure it out. She must be upset that her date is being interrupted. Lucy had probably hoped to spend some quiet, intimate time with Daniel, only to have an outsider butt in and ruin the mood. Of course, the real reason was that Freen had ordered the mint chip ice cream without asking, but Freen remained oblivious to that fact. After all, mint chip ice cream was delicious. In Freen's opinion, it was the perfect dessert impossible to dislike. Sure, there were a handful of people who despised mint, but they were such a minority that she didn't think it was worth worrying about. Anyway, Freen didn't like seeing Lucy cozying up to Daniel, someone she practically revered as a saint committed to destroying the allied nations. While Freen personally respected Lucy's competence, this was an entirely different matter. Freen knew all too well how many great figures in history had suffered because of women. Love blinded judgment and clouded reason. She couldn't just stand by and let Lucy seduce Daniel. If it were a normal relationship, I wouldn't interfere, but Lucy was hiding something. Others might not notice, but Freen could sense the deep darkness within Lucy. And since it was impossible to predict how that darkness might affect Daniel, Freen remained wary. If Lucy was using her charms to approach Daniel for some ulterior motive, Freen would never forgive her. I just wanted an eclair. Meanwhile, Lucy simply wanted to eat the eclair. After hesitating for a moment, she considered asking Daniel to cut her a small piece but quickly dismissed the idea. It was too rude to make such a request to her superior officer. Resigning herself to the mint chip ice cream, Lucy picked up her spoon. She scooped a small bite and placed it in her mouth only for her eyes to widen in surprise. A sweet yet refreshing flavor spread across her tongue, opening up an entirely new world of taste. Pulling the spoon from her mouth, Lucy murmured quietly, "It's good." Hearing that, Freen looked slightly surprised before breaking into a genuine smile. "Lieutenant Lucy, you like mint?" "Yeah, I think I do. If that's the case, you should have told me earlier. I know a few great places in the capital want to go together sometime." Lucy blinked a few times, looking flustered, then glanced at Daniel as if asking for permission. Reading her silent question, Daniel took a sip of coffee and said, "Do as you like. Once we return to the capital, the headquarters will recognize our efforts and grant us plenty of time to rest." Lucy gave a small nod of acknowledgement. Seeing this, Daniel took another sip of coffee and smiled subtly. Looks like she's completely fallen for desserts. He almost felt sorry for the allied nations. The Lucy who once dismissed desserts as junk food no longer existed. I just stole your elite spy's taste buds. How do you feel about that? Beliefs may be corrupt, but taste buds never lie. Feeling satisfied, Daniel was about to take a bite of his eclair when he noticed Lucy sneaking glances at it. It made sense. After all, he'd gone on and on about eclairs back in the office. It was only natural for her to be curious. Understanding her feelings completely, Daniel picked up a knife, sliced the eclair in half, and placed one portion on a small plate before offering it to her. Lucy looked surprised and turned to him. Major, this isn't my portion. It is now. I'm already full. Thank you. Lucy accepted the plate respectfully and carefully cut into the eclair with her fork. The moment she took a bite, her pupils dilated. She was even more shocked than when she had tried the mint chip ice cream. Though Lucy quickly composed herself, her flushed cheeks betrayed her reaction. Watching her, Daniel chuckled softly. As I thought, she's terrible at hiding her emotions. If Lucy had a tail, it would probably be wagging furiously right now. Imagining the scene, Daniel cut another piece of eclair and popped it into his mouth. Oh, it really was good, so good that he immediately understood Lucy's reaction. Lucy stepped out of the dessert shop, sending Daniel and Freen ahead. She claimed to have other business to attend to. Though puzzled, the two nodded and walked off into the distance. After confirming they were far enough, Lucy approached a man leaning against a pillar outside the shop. The man, wearing a black beanie, turned to face her. What do you want? If you're going to tail me so obviously, you're bound to get caught, Lucy said calmly. You've been lurking around for the past 5 days, and now you show up again. The man frowned at her words. What? What kind of nonsense? The eagle soaring high in the sky can never know what lies beneath the earth. The man's hand trembled. It was a code phrase used exclusively by the Allied Nations Intelligence Division. Realizing Lucy was a spy, the man swallowed nervously. Lucy stared at him and spoke in a quiet tone. Follow me naturally. She turned and began walking. Though unsure of what was happening, the man instinctively followed her at a slight distance, feeling that he had no other choice. Lucy walked with purpose, leading him further and further away from populated areas. Where the hell is she taking me? Growing uneasy, the man bit his lower lip. Eventually, Lucy stopped at an abandoned construction site completely deserted, with no workers or residents nearby. The man, trying to ease the tension, broke the silence. Well, I never thought I'd meet a comrade in a place like this, especially one posing as that guy's adjutant. This actually works out perfectly. I'm planning to assassinate Daniel Steiner. Care to help? Lucy let out a low sigh. That's not an order from the Allied Nations. The man's mouth snapped shut. He couldn't deny it, she was right. We've already investigated you, Lucy continued. You've acted on your own more than once. So what? Has my independence ever harmed the Allied Nations? Besides, Daniel Steiner could become a massive threat to us in the future. Eliminating him is the right call. I'll repeat myself. That's not an order from the Allied Nations. The man gritted his teeth. She was impossible to reason with. So what do you expect me to do? Sit back and watch? Or are you here to help me? You're wrong, Lucy said coldly. I'm here to eliminate you. Eliminate. He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. As Lucy turned to face him, standing under the light of the full moon, her presence exuded an inexplicable pressure. I can't give you details, she said, but the Allied Nations want the kingdom to lose this war. Killing Daniel Steiner would go against their intentions. Wait a minute. Furthermore, my mission is to eliminate agents who betray orders or refuse to follow commands. Your actions qualify as both. Her tone left no room for doubt, and the man felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, with a bitter laugh, he pulled a handgun from his coat and aimed it at her. Before Lucy could speak, he squeezed the trigger repeatedly. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by flashes of light, but the bullets never reached Lucy. Buzz. The rounds hovered in midair, embedded in a shimmering blue barrier that Lucy had formed. She blocked them, in that split second. While the man stood frozen in disbelief, Lucy calmly dispelled the barrier. The bullets, no longer suspended, fell harmlessly to the ground. I apologize, Lucy said softly. This isn't personal. She drew a revolver from her holster. Panicking, the man shouted in desperation. You crazy bitch. No matter what orders you've been given, killing a fellow agent. Unfortunately, he never finished his sentence. Bang! The bullet pierced his skull. His body staggered for a moment before collapsing onto the ground. Lucy confirmed the kill, then lowered her revolver. Something reflected the moonlight, catching her eye and prompting her to turn her head. It was a cracked full-length mirror, carelessly left behind in the construction site. She stared at her reflection. Silver-white hair that glistened in the moonlight and crimson eyes that resembled pools of blood. As she gazed at herself, Daniel's words from earlier surfaced in her mind. I just thought you looked especially beautiful today. What exactly had he meant by that? Lucy, who had never once thought of herself as beautiful, found the compliment perplexing. The only words she'd ever heard from men were either curses or screams. After all, her role in the Allied Nations had been to execute traitors. Lost in thought, Lucy glanced up at the sky. The Milky Way. Stars stretched endlessly across the heavens, signaling how late it had become. She needed to return and prepare for work tomorrow. Clearing her mind, Lucy began walking. A sigh slipped out without her realizing it. Lucy had witnessed countless horrors, killed countless people. Her reputation as the Red-Eyed Reaper made her a symbol of fear among traitors. And yet, even she had something she dreaded. I don't want to go to work. Regrettably, her greatest fear was showing up for work. 2 weeks later. As usual, I arrived at the command office and sat down, my gaze settling on Lucy. Her silver-white hair cascaded down as she lowered her head, flipping through documents. With a practiced motion, Lucy tucked her loose strands behind her ear and returned to her work. Watching the intense focus she displayed while handling tasks, it was clear she was an exceptional adjutant. Had Lucy been an ordinary aide, I might have complimented her often. But she's a spy. Lucy, standing right in front of me, was someone who could assassinate me at any moment. Because of that, I had agonized over what to do for quite some time. Specifically, whether I should report the research logs retrieved from the Kingdom's lab to the higher UPS. To cut to the chase, I decided not to report them. The reason was simple. Even if I used the logs to claim Lucy was a spy, there was no solid evidence. From Lucy's perspective, she could easily brush it off as someone with the same name. While Lucy wasn't exactly a common name, it wasn't rare enough to raise alarms either. If the situation ended inconclusively like that, I would be the one in danger. Lucy would undoubtedly suspect that Daniel Steiner had uncovered her identity. That would definitely end in disaster. So, until I had irrefutable proof, it was safer to keep the truth about the Lucy project to myself. Clearing my thoughts, I let out a deliberate cough. Lucy paused her work and turned to look at me with those red eyes. Meeting her gaze, I asked. The headquarters sent word about dispatching a new garrison commander. Do you know when they're expected to arrive? Oh, they departed yesterday with minimal escorts, so it should take about a week for them to get here. Minimal escorts? How minimal are we talking about? A single battalion. And that's after the headquarters already reduced the numbers. For context, the incoming commander requested more troops for long-term occupation, but the request was denied. A battalion-sized unit arriving in Nordia within a week? That meant they had crammed all the troops into transport vehicles and were pushing a forced march. Was there really a need to hurry that much? I had my doubts, but headquarters must have had their reasons. Nodding absently, I changed the subject. How's the situation at the front lines? As you're already aware, we've been winning non-stop. Reports indicate that the Empire now occupies over half of the Kingdom's territory. The Kingdom has essentially ceased functioning as a state. I see. At this rate, the Emperor's plan to topple the Kingdom before winter seems likely to succeed. Yes, sir. However, it seems the Kingdom is preparing for a last-ditch defense. They've withdrawn their forces and concentrated everything around their capital. As a result, the Imperial forces have also entered a temporary lull. So they'd pulled all their troops to defend the capital? That was as good as their final struggle. Even so, storming a fortified capital would be like attacking a hedgehog, messy and costly. Most likely, the Empire would offer peace talks disguised as an ultimatum. I wondered how the Kingdom would respond to that. In the game, they rejected the Empire's proposal and fought to the bitter end. But given how much I had unintentionally altered the situation, I couldn't predict how things would unfold this time. Not that it mattered to me. Once the garrison commander arrived, I would hand over my responsibilities and head back to the capital. First thing I'll do is get myself a proper drink. No more of this rationed whiskey, I want the real stuff. I was daydreaming about the comfortable, luxurious life waiting for me in the capital when... Get out, get out. We don't need filth like you in our beautiful Nordia. I flinched at the sudden uproar outside. Rising from my seat, I walked over to the window. Down on the main street in front of the command post, at least several hundred citizens were marching with protest signs. What the hell? Are they finally showing dissatisfaction with the garrison troops? Puzzled, I continued watching as Lucy stepped up beside me. It's a protest against the nobility, she said. There were rumors it might happen, but I didn't expect it to escalate. The nobility? Are you saying this is about Nordia's aristocrats? Yes, sir. After you enacted the Anti-Racial Discrimination Act, tensions between the citizens and the nobles reached their breaking point. It seems today's protest is the result of that pent-up anger. Judging by Lucy's explanation, the protesters were indeed targeting the nobility. They passed by the command post and headed elsewhere. What kind of mess did the nobles create for this to explode just 2 weeks after I implemented that law? Frowning, I clasped my hands behind my back. Then an idea struck me, and I clenched my fist. Isn't this the perfect chance to lower my evaluation in Nordia? Quickly calculating the situation, I turned to Lucy. Order the garrison troops to follow the protesters. The protesters, sir. Yes. Managing protests is part of the garrison's role. Tell them to suppress any violence that occurs. Use force if necessary. Lucy didn't question my order and responded immediately. Understood. I'll relay your instructions to the garrison right away. As Lucy walked off, I returned to the window and smirked. I can't believe this opportunity came just 1 week before the new commander arrives. If the protest turned violent, and it probably would, then the garrison's suppression efforts would make the citizens realize the troops weren't their allies but just soldiers of the Empire. That would shatter the fragile goodwill I had built with the locals. And headquarters? They'd see it as me ruining months of progress with one bad decision. The deputy chief of staff, who had pinned his hopes on me, would be sorely disappointed. With that, I'd be able to step back from frontline operations and enjoy a peaceful life in the capital. From there, I could focus on finding a way to escape the Empire safely. It's perfect. the incoming garrison commander would have a rough time cleaning up the mess, but that wasn't my problem. My apologies in advance. But hey, life isn't supposed to be smooth sailing. Grinning wickedly, I leisurely watched the protesters march. The protesters, continuing their march, finally came to a halt in front of a massive mansion. Get out, you parasite ruining Nordia. Release my father immediately. He's already paid off his debt to you. You bastard. Do you even realize you've been destroying Nordia? Hearing the commotion, Taranto, the mansion's owner, emerged into the front yard with his private guards, only to freeze in shock. Hundreds of citizens, each holding picket signs, were shouting at the top of their lungs. Among the crowd were even some nobles who had previously advocated for racial equality. To make matters worse, soldiers of the Empire, clad in black uniforms, were lined up as if protecting the protesters. What the hell is this? Why are they doing this? One of Taranto's guards stepped forward hesitantly. Well, sir, they're demanding that you release the workers you've been keeping as slaves. What? Slaves? I feed and shelter them in exchange for labor? And now these lunatics are demanding I give up my property? They're no better than robbers. To Taranto, the protesters were nothing more than a mob trying to rob him. After all, with so many starving to death during the war, he firmly believed he was acting within reason by providing food and shelter, even if unpaid. Ungrateful bastards? Shoot them all. Once a few of them drop, the rest will scatter like cockroaches. Excuse me, sir, but... Shut up and do as I say. Despite their hesitation, the guards raised their rifles toward the crowd. Seeing this, the other guards also nervously aimed their weapons. G-guns. They're going to shoot us. Panic rippled through the protesters, causing them to stumble backward. At that moment, Lieutenant McCall, commanding the Imperial soldiers, raised a megaphone. I advise you to lower your weapons immediately. Acting Garrison Commander Major Daniel Steiner has declared that no violence of any kind will be tolerated during this protest. Taranto's face twisted in frustration. Unable to argue back, he stood frozen as McCall's voice boomed again. If you ignore the commander's orders and open fire, be aware that violence will be met with violence. We cannot guarantee the safety of either you or your guards. Taranto swallowed nervously. To him, McCall's words sounded like a death sentence. Cross the line, and we'll kill you. So the Imperial Army has truly sided with the citizens. After grinding his teeth for a long moment, Taranto had no choice but to surrender. Lower your weapons and release their families. Sir, are you serious? Yes. There's no benefit to making enemies of the garrison. Reluctantly, the guards lowered their guns, aware they stood no chance against the Imperial troops. Cheers erupted from the protesters. Taranto's giving in? We'll see our families again. Taranto, you bastard. Now you know, the garrison is on our side, they're protecting us. Hail the garrison! Hail Major Daniel Steiner! The chants of the citizens filled the streets, echoing in every direction. Among them stood Hamtel, the leader of the secret organization Black Dawn. Taranto has been brought to his knees. Before the war, Taranto had been Nordia's most prominent noble. His fortune had been built by lending money to non-whites and then locking them up in his estates and farms under the guise of working off their debts. The exorbitant interest rates made repayment nearly impossible, and the laws had always favored Taranto over his victims. There had been no way to fight back until now. Then Daniel, as the acting garrison commander, had enacted the Anti-Racial Discrimination Act, empowering the citizens. And today, as if to prove his allegiance, he had sent Imperial soldiers to protect the protesters and prevent Taranto's guards from opening fire. There was no longer any room for doubt. Daniel Steiner is no conqueror. He was a liberator who had come to free the people from the kingdom's oppression. As the crowd chanted Daniel's name in celebration, Hamtel quietly took out a radio and pressed the transmit button. This is a message to all Black Dawn operatives. Pausing briefly, Hamtel spoke again, his voice filled with conviction. From this moment forward, we will stand with Major Daniel Steiner. It was the birth of Nordia's hero recognized by all. Meanwhile, in Edria, a permanent member of the United Nations, Count Calidra's study. This way, sir. Following the servant's guidance, Sorton, Edria's Minister of Internal Affairs, walked slowly through the labyrinth-like corridors of the study. After weaving through its maze-like layout, Sorton finally arrived at the reading room. Upon entering, he couldn't shake an eerie impression. Even though the room was on the third floor, only the faintest sliver of sunlight streamed through the windows. Surveying the dim space, even at midday, Sorton soon spotted Count Calidra. The Count stood at a tall desk, leaning on a cane as he flipped through the pages of a book. His pale, snake-like eyes blinked slowly, sending an inexplicable chill down Sorton's spine. Calidra de Nordever, known more famously as the Count of Blood than by his actual name, he was, without question, the true power behind Edria. With vast wealth, he had bribed high-ranking politicians and military leaders, ensuring that anyone who had taken his money even once could never escape his influence. Sorton, standing here now, was no exception. After all, the position of Minister of Internal Affairs had been orchestrated by Calidra himself. Without even sparing a glance at Sorton, Calidra spoke first. What brings you here? His voice, carrying an icy undertone, set an uneasy atmosphere. Unconsciously adjusting his tie, Sorton took a deep breath and replied, I've come to talk about Lucy Emilia. Though Sorton had started the conversation, no response came. However, Calidra's silence was not out of displeasure. He was simply waiting for the rest of the explanation. Sensing this, Sorton awkwardly continued. What I mean is, I'm concerned that Lucy Amelia has spent too much time in enemy territory. If she were to turn against us, it would be a devastating loss for the allied nations. Calidra remained silent. Sorton swallowed nervously and pressed on. I've heard she's left the heavily guarded capital and is now in Nordia, inside the kingdom. Wouldn't this be the perfect chance to order her to eliminate Daniel Steiner and return? Listen, even I can see that Daniel Steiner has made remarkable achievements. He's just a major for now, but if he keeps getting promoted and ends up commanding larger forces, what do you think will happen? Sorton's argument was clear. Cut him down early before he became an even bigger threat. After listening to everything, Calidra gently closed the book in front of him. Running his fingers lightly over the book's cover, he finally broke the silence. Lucy will not betray us. You, of all people, should know how strong the bond is between her and me. She sees me as a father, and I, too, think of her as a daughter. But that's only... Sorton's words faltered. Calidra's snake-like eyes bore into him, silencing him completely. After suppressing his anger, Calidra regained his composure. And as for Daniel Steiner, we won't eliminate him. Keeping him alive is currently more beneficial to the Alliance. Though, admittedly, there have been some complications. Daniel's accomplishments had far exceeded Calidra's expectations. When news arrived about his success during the Nordia invasion, not only Calidra but also Edria's military leadership had been left in shock. Still, it hadn't deviated from the bigger picture, at least not yet. Assassination will be our last resort. For now, we'll keep Lucy close to him and exploit the situation. Exploit? How? Objectively speaking, Lucy is exceptionally beautiful. As long as Daniel Steiner remains unaware of her true identity, he won't be able to resist feeling some attraction to her. And we intend to take full advantage of that. Seduction tactics? I suppose. Even in history, many so-called great leaders had fallen into ruin over women. No matter how rational a man may be, once he falls into the madness called love, he inevitably starts relying on his emotions. And controlling someone driven by emotions is child's play. If Daniel Steiner, the so-called hero of the Empire, could be emotionally manipulated, then he would no longer be a threat, just another useful pawn. After considering Calidra's words, Sorton nodded. Understood. In that case, I'll trust. Before he could finish, Calidra waved his hand dismissively. It was a clear gesture. Don't waste my time. Get out. Despite the humiliation, Sorton didn't dare protest. Bowing slightly, he followed the servant and left. Once Sorton's footsteps faded, Calidra turned his eyes back to the shelves and muttered quietly, Daniel Steiner. Thinking back to the feats Daniel had achieved, Calidra shook his head. For now, there were simply too many other variables to consider besides him. We're about to arrive in Nordia. At the driver's words, Colonel Irvin, recently appointed as the garrison commander, let out a low sigh. Noticing his unease, Irvin's adjutant asked curiously, Sir, is something troubling you? Irvin responded with a faint sigh. Let me ask you something. Do you think anyone could feel at ease heading to take command of a garrison post? But according to the General Staff's reports, it seems the region has stabilized, hasn't it? And who do you think submitted that report to headquarters? Well, that would be Major Daniel Steiner. Ah, I see. The adjutant nodded in understanding. It wasn't uncommon for officers obsessed with their performance to manipulate statistics before reporting them to headquarters. But would Daniel Steiner, a so-called hero of the Empire, really submit a false report? As the adjutant mulled over the possibility, the military convoy carrying their battalion began to enter Nordia in an orderly fashion. Looking out the window, Irvin turned his eyes forward as Nordia's scenery came into view. It's only been a month since Daniel Steiner took over as interim garrison commander. And yet, he supposedly stabilized the city and earned the support of the locals? Bullshit. Irvin had served on the Eastern Front. He had occupied and lost many regions during the back-and-forth struggles of war. In all those occupied territories, he had never encountered citizens who were friendly to the garrison. Most feared or despised the occupying troops. No matter how much they called Daniel Steiner a hero of the Empire, he couldn't be exempt from this basic rule. So Irvin was sure the citizens of Nordia wouldn't welcome him as he marched in with his forces. In the worst-case scenario, a riot could break out the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. Keeping his nerves sharp, Irvin absent-mindedly fiddled with his holster. That's when his adjutant, looking out the window, suddenly spoke. Sir, the citizens are throwing something. Don't worry. It's common for them to throw trash. Instruct the troops not to react. It might make us look like oppressors. No, sir. It's flowers. They're throwing flower petals. What? Flowers? Perplexed, Irvin turned his gaze out the window and froze with his mouth hanging open. The adjutant hadn't been joking. The citizens of Nordia were throwing flower petals from baskets, their faces blooming with smiles. Their expressions clearly showed they were welcoming the troops with enthusiasm. Seeing such an unbelievable sight left Irvin utterly dumbfounded. This looks more like not a city welcoming an occupying force, but one celebrating the arrival of allies. Still reeling from the surreal scene, Irvin barely noticed as the convoy came to a stop in front of the garrison headquarters. Screech. Stepping out of the vehicle, Irvin looked around and was startled yet again. There, in front of the headquarters building, stood a statue of the Emperor. Though the statue's design was crude and clearly hastily made, that wasn't the point. What shocked Irvin more was the sight of citizens voluntarily placing flowers at the statue's base. Utterly baffled, Irvin grabbed a nearby child and asked, Hey, kid. I'm just curious who set up that statue. The child blinked at him before answering. The dark-faced man said we should build it. All the adults agreed. At first, we were going to make one of Daniel Steiner, but he said no way, so they made it for the emperor instead. So, it wasn't an official order? The citizens had voluntarily pooled their money to build and erect a statue of the emperor? At a loss for words, Irvin stood there, speechless. That's when the headquarters front doors swung open. Colonel Irvin? We've been expecting you. Turning his head, Irvin saw Daniel Steiner approaching, wearing a military winter coat and flanked by several officers. His demeanor was calm and natural, as if this entire scene was completely ordinary. Still reeling from everything he had just witnessed, Irvin couldn't help but speak with a hint of admiration. Major Steiner? I've visited countless occupied territories, but this is the first time I've ever seen citizens welcoming a garrison like this. How the hell did you manage it? Daniel glanced at the statue before letting out a dry, almost resigned chuckle. Well, the smile on his face carried a trace of helplessness. I honestly have no idea. And it wasn't even a joke. Daniel genuinely had no clue how things had turned out this way. Hearing Daniel's response, Irvin unconsciously let out a short sigh. He doesn't know? After setting up an occupation zone this perfectly, wasn't this excessive humility? To be honest, the current state of the city was so favorable toward the occupying forces that it felt more like imperial territory than kingdom territory. And yet, seeing Daniel refrain from boasting about his achievements, Irvin couldn't help but be impressed. However, unaware of Irvin's inner thoughts, Daniel could only offer an awkward smile. Colonel, it's cold out here. Shall we continue this conversation inside? Let's do that. Nodding, Irvin followed Daniel into the command building. Once inside, Daniel guided Irvin to the reception room and began outlining the urban plans he had implemented in preparation for handing over the position of garrison commander. To assist with the explanation, Lucy handed Irvin the relevant documents, while Freen served him coffee brewed from premium beans. After some time spent reviewing the papers and sipping coffee, Irvin let out a small laugh. It was hard to find any faults. Daniel had fulfilled his role as garrison commander so flawlessly that there was nothing to criticize. This is outstanding. If I could grade you, I'd give you a perfect score. My only complaint is that there's practically nothing left for me to do. The situation is so well managed that I only need to maintain the status quo. You flatter me. It's not flattery, Major Daniel Steiner. You've done an incredible job. I'll be sure to report this to the general staff. Although Daniel didn't want his performance reviews to go any higher, it wasn't as if he could ask his superior not to mention it. Resigned, Daniel gave a small nod and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Colonel. That aside, it seems the handover process is complete, so I should probably start preparing to return to the capital." To the capital? Yes, sir. I've been out here providing operational support for quite a while now. As you know, the north is not only cold, but the food here doesn't suit my tastes, so it's been quite exhausting. Daniel's quip drew a knowing chuckle from Irvin. It's not easy for someone born and raised in the Empire to adapt to foreign cuisine. I felt the same way when I was stationed on the Eastern Front. Eating the food there felt more like a chore. Now I feel a bit embarrassed for bringing it up. Compared to the rations you must have eaten under enemy fire, I suppose I've been having rather luxurious meals. Don't worry about it. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad, just sharing an anecdote. That said, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, considering your eagerness to return to the capital. Bad news? As Daniel looked at him in confusion, Irvin pulled out a scroll from his coat and handed it over. This is an operational order from the general staff, addressed to you? At that, Daniel couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A new set of orders just when he thought he was finally done and ready to go home? What the hell is this? Though he wanted to vent his frustration, orders were orders. He had no choice but to obey. With trembling hands, Daniel untied the red string and unfolded the scroll. Imperial General Staff. Order No. D-513. Date, August 14, 1944. Subject, redeployment of a direct command unit. Mission details. Major Daniel Steiner, commanding officer of the General Staff's Direct Command Unit, is ordered to select and assemble a company-sized force from the Nordia garrison that is capable of vehicle transport. Accompanied by the selected troops, proceed by vehicle to the headquarters of the 3rd Corps, currently stationed on the northernmost front, and arrive no later than 1600 hours on August 21, 1944. Upon arrival at the Corps headquarters, remain on standby and await further orders. You are advised to follow any directives issued by the Corps commander. By the authority of this order, you are commanded to execute your mission promptly and accurately. Imperial General Staff. Deputy Chief of Staff, Brigadier General Cedric Vendel. After finishing the orders, Daniel raised his hand and wiped his face. Deputy Chief of Staff. Why are you doing this to me? In that moment, Daniel's modest dream of returning to the capital and living a comfortable, prosperous life shattered into pieces. He hoped it was just one of Irvin's bad jokes, but the orders were stamped with the official seal of the Deputy Chief of Staff. In other words, there was no chance this was a forgery. Orders are orders, so I guess I have to go. This time, the deadline was explicitly stated, leaving no room for delays. The only silver lining is, judging by the contents of the orders, it seemed like a simple manpower deployment. If that were the case, all he had to do was join the Corps, wait around, and kill time. They wouldn't deploy a General Staff's Direct Command Unit to the front lines unless it was a special operation. If it had been a special operation, he'd already be bracing himself for hell, but that didn't seem likely. The Imperial forces advancing north were currently in a lull. Deploying special operations against the kingdom, which had declared a last stand, would be equivalent to a death sentence. Logically, he just needed to remain on standby at the core until the war with the kingdom ended and then return to the capital. It was just a matter of his return being delayed by a few weeks. But for some reason, Daniel couldn't shake off a sense of unease. 3rd Corps Headquarters. Corps Commander's Office. Lieutenant General Karl Peter Krauss narrowed his eyes as he examined the strategic map and operational board hanging on the wall. They've withdrawn the front lines and concentrated all forces on defending the capital. At first glance, it looked like the kingdom's forces had panicked and retreated. However, to Karl Peter, it seemed like a calculated move. Just because the kingdom had pulled back didn't mean the Imperial forces could recklessly advance. Supply lines can't keep up. The amount of supplies a corps consumed daily was staggering. If those supplies weren't delivered on time, it would not only devastate morale but also cripple command operations. Until the supply lines were properly stabilized, advancing was impossible. Even after seizing more than half of the kingdom's territory, the supply lines were still tangled and unreliable. If they tried to push forward immediately, there was a high risk of cutting themselves off from supplies. This left the Imperial forces in a de facto state of stagnation. The kingdom will use this time to reorganize their forces. Perhaps they were already reaching out to their allies in the United Nations for reinforcements. If Allied reinforcements arrived, the situation would become a nightmare. Even if the Allies didn't intervene, it would still be troublesome. By the time the Imperial forces secured supply routes and resumed their advance, the kingdom's troops would have already finished reorganizing. They'll fight back fiercely. Still, even if the Imperial forces didn't lose, the cost would be devastating. At least thousands, possibly tens of thousands of soldiers would die meaningless deaths. Such losses would weaken the Empire's national power, which was why both the General Staff and Karl Peter were inclined toward negotiating a peace treaty. The kingdom had responded by sending its foreign minister to the table, but negotiations had already broken down twice. The reason? The Empire's demands were far too excessive. Karl Peter had petitioned His Majesty to relax the terms, but his request was denied. The Emperor's response was clear: there was no need for mercy toward a treacherous kingdom that had tried to tear at the Empire's flanks like a pack of hyenas. That left only one option, a full-scale assault to capture the capital. But was it truly the right move to launch an all-out war against the kingdom while the Eastern Front was already draining the Empire's resources? As Karl Peter's concerns grew deeper, the General Staff sent him a recommendation. Major Daniel Steiner. They informed him that this exceptional officer, who had achieved astounding military successes in Nordia, would be sent to his corps. In other words, it was essentially a suggestion to use Daniel Steiner as the lead negotiator for the peace talks. Karl Peter had furrowed his brow at the implication. These negotiations had already failed twice, even with the support of numerous experienced military advisors. What could possibly change by placing a mere major, no matter how decorated, in charge of such delicate negotiations? However, if Brigadier General Cedric Vendel, the Deputy Chief of Staff, had personally recommended Daniel, then there had to be a reason. Given the unusual circumstances, perhaps trying something unconventional was the only way to break through the impasse. This will likely be the final negotiation attempt. Could he really entrust the fate of this war to Daniel Steiner? Closing his eyes, Karl Peter took a deep breath before slowly opening them again. He had made his decision one that bordered on recklessness. It wasn't trust in Daniel Steiner that swayed him, but rather trust in Cedric Vendel's brilliance, the man who had devised countless strategies that had led the Empire to victory. Cedric, I'll bet on the wild card you've given me. The dice had been cast. Now, the lives of countless soldiers rested in the hands of Daniel Steiner. Since defiance wasn't an option, Daniel immediately selected the company-sized unit as ordered. Afterward, he left Nordia, escorted by farewells from the local citizens, and set out for Marobark, where the 3rd Corps headquarters was located. Contrary to his earlier concerns, the weather remained clear, allowing Daniel to arrive in Marobark a full day earlier than the deadline stated in the orders. Compared to Nordia, Marobark was a larger city, but its residents greeted the Imperial troops with cold, distant stares hardly welcoming. This is normal. Daniel still couldn't understand why the citizens of Nordia had been so enthusiastic about the Empire's occupation. As he absent-mindedly observed Imperial soldiers mingling with the locals, the driver carefully applied the brakes. When the vehicle came to a complete stop, Daniel stepped out. The first thing he noticed was the massive Imperial flag hanging like a banner over the headquarters building. Against the backdrop of the starry night sky, the flag fluttered majestically. It was enough to stir a sense of patriotism, even in someone like him. They must have worked hard to put up something that size. Suppressing a chuckle, Daniel lowered his gaze and saw a lieutenant colonel walking out of the headquarters gate with a group of soldiers. Daniel instinctively saluted, and the lieutenant colonel responded with a hearty laugh as he returned the gesture. So, this must be none other than the Empire's hero, Daniel Steiner? We've been expecting you. I'm Karl Fran, the Corps Commander's aide. A hero? That's hardly true. But if the aide has come to meet me personally, then... the Corps Commander is waiting for you. The Corps Commander? For me. That's right. I know it's unusual to summon you immediately upon arrival, but as you're aware, we're short on time. Follow me. Why would the Corps Commander be waiting for a mere major? Although the situation puzzled him, Daniel had no choice but to follow Karlfrin into the building. After climbing several flights of stairs, they stopped in front of the office on the 5th floor. Karlfrin offered Daniel a quick piece of advice. He doesn't like people who hesitate or beat around the bush. If you have an opinion, make sure you state it clearly. Then, he knocked twice on the office door. General, I've brought Major Daniel Steiner. A reply came shortly after. Send him in. The voice was deep and commanding. Feeling tense, Daniel waited as Karlfrin opened the door. Inside, he saw Lieutenant General Karl Peter Kraus sitting at his desk, reviewing documents. Behind him, the imperial flag and the eagle crest of the royal family were displayed prominently, crossed like table banners. The walls were covered with strategic maps and operation boards, reinforcing the impression that this was the command center of a general who led an entire corps. Lieutenant General Karl Peter Kraus. Aside from the imperial princess, he was the highest-ranking officer Daniel had ever encountered. Taking a quiet breath to steady himself, Daniel stepped forward and saluted. General, I was informed that you summoned me. Only then did Karl Peter set his pen down and slowly lift his gaze. Beneath his thick brows, sharp blue eyes gleamed. His rugged face bore faint scars, and his square jaw gave him an imposing presence. After acknowledging Daniel's salute, Karl Peter leaned back in his chair. Daniel Steiner, according to the General Staff's reports, you're quite skilled at interrogation. I've heard about how you broke Major Reginald of the Kingdom and how you cornered a spy at the Imperial banquet. Jumping straight to the point without any pleasantries, the General's words left Daniel momentarily breathless. The weight of the conversation made him offer an awkward smile. General, that was just luck, nothing more. You're too modest. Even if that's true, I believe luck is a skill in its own right, especially on a battlefield where nothing is certain. Letting out a low breath, Karl Peter half closed his eyes. And that's exactly why I intend to borrow your luck and your way with words. Let me be blunt, I plan to send you as the chief negotiator and special envoy for the peace talks happening 4 days from now. Daniel, standing at attention, felt his fingertips tremble slightly. Karl Peter's request was utterly absurd. Negotiator? Me. Stunned, Daniel hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. General, I believe that someone like me, a mere major, isn't suited for the role of chief negotiator. Surely, there are others in headquarters who are far more qualified. There are. And we sent those capable men. The result? 2 failed negotiations. But Karl Peter raised his hand, cutting Daniel off. You look like you're about to crumble under the weight of responsibility, so let me make one thing clear, I, and the General Staff, don't have high expectations for you. Headquarters is already reviewing plans for an all-out assault. In other words, even if the negotiations failed again, Daniel wouldn't be held accountable. It was meant to put him at ease. So, what's your answer? Are you in or out? Raising one eyebrow, Karl Peter scrutinized Daniel's reaction. Daniel was about to refuse when a sudden thought struck him, a flash of inspiration. Perhaps this was the opportunity he needed to escape the Empire once and for all. Clenching his fists, Daniel met Karl Peter's gaze directly. I'll do it. Karl Peter's eyes glimmered with interest as he picked up on the shift in Daniel's demeanor. But, Daniel added, I have conditions. If I'm to be appointed as the chief negotiator, I'll need the authority to match. Authority? Be specific. I need access to all operational and troop deployment information within the 3rd Corps. Additionally, I request full control over personnel assignments for the 3rd round of negotiations 4 days from now. For a moment, Karl Peter was at a loss for words. The Corps' operational plans and troop deployments were classified as second-tier field secrets. Even though Daniel, as a staff officer, had occasionally worked with such information, those instances only involved fragmented data, not the complete picture of an entire corps. And now he's asking to see it all. It was beyond audacious, borderline ridiculous. I think I understand why Cedric has taken a liking to this one. Cedric Vendel valued calculated unpredictability when designing strategies. Unconventional tactics and surprising maneuvers had a way of throwing enemies into disarray. And in this regard, Daniel Steiner was certainly an outlier. Who else would dare demand unrestricted access to an entire corps' operations and troop data while standing in front of the corps commander? His confidence and boldness were almost incomprehensible. Fine. Karl Peter let out a low chuckle, fixing his gaze on Daniel. I'll allow it. Once you placed your bet on a joker card, you had no choice but to see it through to the end. Meanwhile, Lucy was drying herself off after a bath in a hotel near the headquarters. Originally, due to overcrowding in Moroberg's garrison, most lower-ranking officers had to make do with accommodations in dilapidated commercial buildings or repurposed schools. However, as part of the General Staff's direct command unit and carrying the prestige of being Daniel's company, hailed as heroes of the Empire, the headquarters had arranged for their officers to stay in a hotel. Lucy didn't particularly mind staying in less comfortable lodgings, but being able to take a hot bath in the hotel wasn't something she could complain about. I feel alive. Dragging her tired body into the hallway, Lucy was in the middle of toweling off her damp hair when she suddenly stopped. There was a leaflet slipped under her door. A new era of revolutionary music begins now. Enhance your music experience with exceptional sound quality and elegant design. Visit Terrare Records today. Why Terrare Records? A vast collection of the latest hits and timeless classics? Experience superior sound quality with premium stereo systems. Discover familiar favorites and hidden gems alike. Special offer? Bring this flyer with you and enjoy a 15% discount on all records. It's simply perfect. Don't miss out. Refer to the map below for store location details. It looked like an ordinary advertisement, but Lucy's sharp eyes caught the small, raised dots printed in braille in the top right corner of the flyer. It was a coded message, likely left by an active intelligence agent in the area to deliver orders. Stepping closer, Lucy bent down and picked up the flyer. Placing her fingers over the braille, she closed her eyes and began deciphering the code. As the translation unfolded in her mind, the letters appeared jumbled. It was a form of multi-layered substitution cipher. Decoding it properly required a cipher book, but Lucy had already committed the book's contents to memory, so she skipped that step. After mentally rearranging the letters, she read through the message in her head. Daniel Steiner's growing influence may pose a threat to the Allied nations in the future. Measures must be taken to incapacitate his rational thinking and exploit him if necessary. Lucy's eyes slowly opened as she continued decoding. Primary directive: seduce Daniel Steiner and gain emotional dominance over him. Her shoulders flinched involuntarily. A subtle tremor ran through her crimson eyes as uncertainty surfaced. For someone like Lucy, who had no experience with men, the order was unbearably cruel. Imperial Corps Headquarters, Military Security Division. First basement floor, temporary records room. It's already been 10 hours since Major Daniel Steiner went into the records room. Don't you think we should check on him? The soldier guarding the entrance spoke anxiously, but Sergeant Saladam of the Security Division shook his head. He told us not to go in, didn't he? Said he needed to look around the records room alone and ordered us not to disturb him. Don't even think about disobeying. If you get us both killed, I'll make sure to haunt you. Key killed? What do you mean, Sergeant? You really don't get it, do you? Major Daniel Steiner can do whatever he wants in the Security Division because the Corps Commander personally granted him the authority. Do you understand what that means? In short, defying Daniel Steiner's orders was equivalent to defying the Corps Commander's orders. The soldier turned pale and broke into a nervous sweat before snapping to attention without warning. Sergeant Saladam couldn't help but chuckle at the reaction. Look at you, scared stiff. With nerves like that, how do you expect to fight the kingdom's soldiers? Not that we'll ever see combat ourselves. S.E. Sergeant. The soldier trembled and threw a side glance at Saladam. Annoyed, Saladam turned to look and immediately froze, his face draining of color just like the soldier's. Lieutenant Colonel Karlfron, the Corps Commander's aide, was standing a short distance away, observing them. Saladam practically saluted out of reflex. See, Colonel? What brings you here? Karlfron clasped his hands behind his back, offering a warm smile. I'm just making a surprise inspection and checking in to see how Major Steiner is doing. I hope this old man didn't interrupt your lively conversation. Though his tone was friendly, the words carried an undeniable sting. To paraphrase, the guards posted at the records room couldn't even notice someone approaching and were busy chatting instead. The soldier mistook Karlfron's comment for encouragement and let his guard down. But Saladam, having caught the underlying tone, remained frozen, unable to lower his salute. Don't worry, I'm not here to give you trouble, Karlfron added. Now then, where's Major Steiner? Snapping out of his daze, Saladam stammered. Oh, he's been inside the records room for about 10 hours now. Today too? Didn't he spend most of yesterday in there as well? Yes, sir. He said the negotiations are only 4 days away, so he's pressed for time. Hearing this, Karlfron couldn't help but be impressed. He had expected Daniel to either reject the assignment outright or, at best, do the bare minimum to save face. Instead, Daniel was throwing himself into the task with remarkable dedication. The rumors about him giving his all in everything he does weren't wrong. If a talented individual combined skill with relentless effort, their potential could become limitless. As Karlfron reflected on Daniel Steiner's character, a light knock sounded from the metal door guarded by the soldiers. It was the signal that someone inside wanted to exit. The door couldn't be opened from within, so this was the standard protocol. One moment, sir. The soldier unlocked the door, and Daniel Steiner emerged. He looked exhausted, but his sharp, wolf-like eyes stared straight ahead with unwavering focus. The intensity in his gaze made even the sergeant flinch. Locking eyes with Karlfron for a moment, Daniel offered a formal salute. Colonel, what brings you down here? His voice was firm, yet still conveyed proper respect for his superior. Karlfron returned the salute and replied, feeling an odd tension in the air. The Corps Commander wanted me to check if you needed anything while preparing for your task. Are you sure you're all right? You look like you haven't slept. I'm fine, sir. But if you could step aside, I need to finalize the negotiation plans. Realizing he was blocking the way, Karlfron quickly moved aside. Nodding politely, Daniel walked past him and headed up the stairs. Watching Daniel's retreating figure, Karlfron let out a faint sigh. He's relentless. I can see the determination to make these negotiations succeed. Yet, with the Emperor's stubbornness, the odds of reaching an agreement were practically zero. Unless, has he found a way to turn the tables? Though uncertain, Karlfron couldn't help but see a glimmer of hope in Daniel's tireless resolve. Perhaps, just perhaps, this man might actually pull off the impossible and save countless lives. Daniel let out a quiet sigh of relief as he walked down the corridor, confirming that no one was following him. I thought I was caught. When the steel door opened and Karlfron, the Corps Commander's aide, was standing there, Daniel had nearly felt his heart drop. He'd been terrified that the aide had caught him sneaking classified information out of the records room in his notebook. If Fran had noticed my attempt to smuggle out secrets, things would have taken a disastrous turn. In the worst-case scenario, he could have been branded a traitor and executed. But, fortunately, the aide had only come to check in on him, nothing more. Thanks to that, Daniel managed to keep the notebook filled with classified data intact. Now, I just need to compile this into documents. All that was left was to hand the information to the kingdom's foreign minister during tomorrow's peace negotiations and request asylum. No matter how much the Empire hailed Daniel as a hero, the kingdom wouldn't doubt his sincerity if he handed over second-tier military secrets. I'm finally escaping this damned empire. Imagining the bright future that awaited him, Daniel's steps grew lighter. He suppressed a grin as he walked until he suddenly froze. Lucy was approaching him from the opposite end of the hallway. As she drew closer, the scent of expensive perfume wafted through the air, tickling his nose. Daniel found himself puzzled. Why is she wearing perfume? Before he could make sense of it, Lucy stopped just a step away and gave a slight nod. Major. So this is where you were. Were you looking for me? Did the Corps commander call for me? No, it's not that. Lucy hesitated. Wearing perfume to seduce Daniel had seemed like a good idea at first. But now, how was she supposed to naturally continue the conversation? What did seduction even mean? When it came to winning someone's heart, Lucy's knowledge was practically non-existent. Earlier that morning, she had frantically schemed through a book on romance. Taking a deep breath, Lucy looked Daniel in the eye and spoke. I was wondering about your plans for tonight. I need to finalize the negotiation strategy. I've got most of the framework in place, so I plan to leave work early. Why do you ask? Oh, she needed to be confident. It was embarrassing, but this was an assignment. If you're free this evening, would you join me for dinner? Her words faltered. She'd read about flirtatious phrases in the book, but actually saying them out loud was a completely different matter. So, just the two of us. Before she could finish, Daniel's thoughts started racing. Unsteady eye contact, slightly heavy breathing, and a request to meet alone? Running through the possibilities in his head, Daniel reached one conclusion. An assassination. Had the Allied nations issued an order to have him killed? He'd always suspected something like this might happen, but the timing felt too soon. No, wait. It's too soon. He began to second-guess himself. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Then Lucy suddenly looked at him with renewed determination. The book said to give him a subtle smile to be more alluring. But what exactly did subtle smile mean? For Lucy, who had never managed even a normal smile, let alone a subtle one, the advice felt overwhelming. Still, as an intelligence agent, she had no choice but to follow the Allied nations' orders to seduce Daniel Steiner. After battling her inner turmoil several times, Lucy finally forced herself to smile at Daniel. The moment Daniel saw her smile, he involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Her narrowed eyes, combined with the thin, upturned corners of her lips, looked exactly like a killer's smile. It was the kind of expression a predator wore while watching its prey moments before the kill. The sheer pressure made the air feel heavier. This is 100% an assassination attempt. Completely oblivious to Lucy's true intentions, Daniel broke into a cough. He immediately decided that the best course of action was to distance himself from her as naturally as possible. Lieutenant? It seems I'll need to work late tonight after all. Excuse me, but you just said you were leaving early. Something urgent came up. Anyway, I'll be off. About to walk past her, Daniel suddenly stopped and turned back as if something had just occurred to him. By the way, isn't your perfume a bit too strong? Perfume is usually used to mask one's natural scent, but I can't imagine why you'd need it. Oh, Your skin doesn't have any odor, if anything, it's pleasant. So there's no need to rely on luxury items like perfume. After lightly patting Lucy on the shoulder, Daniel resumed walking. Good. We had a normal conversation, so she won't suspect that I caught on to the assassination attempt. As Daniel let out a sigh of relief, Lucy, who remained rooted in place, felt her ears burn red. Daniel's casual compliment had unknowingly embarrassed her. She couldn't even tell exactly what kind of embarrassment it was. Leaning against the window, Lucy let out a low sigh. I'm such an idiot. At that moment, both the superiors who had issued the bizarre order and herself for obeying it felt utterly foolish. Yet, orders were orders. At some point, she would have to seduce Daniel. The task felt like an impossible hurdle. Looking down at her toes and biting her lower lip, Lucy pushed aside her embarrassment and slowly began walking again. Her first thought was to return to her room and scrub off the perfume scent. The day of the negotiation. In the plains situated halfway between the Imperial Corps headquarters and the kingdom's capital, a large military tent had been erected. An elderly man with glasses entered the tent. His name was Ivan Alexeyev, the kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs and the chief negotiator for this meeting. After adjusting his attire, Ivan slowly surveyed the surroundings. Except for the negotiation table positioned at the center of the tent, there wasn't a single soldier in sight. This was due to the opposing negotiators' request for a private and sincere discussion between the two of them. As Ivan approached the table, the opposite entrance of the tent opened, and a young man entered, carrying a briefcase in hand. Ivan took a quick glance at the man's appearance. Black hair and black eyes. Although his build was lean, his tall stature concealed any frailty. Moreover, his sharp, wolf-like gaze held a pressure that instinctively unsettled others. Ivan recognized him immediately. Daniel Steiner, the hero of the Empire and the key figure behind the invasion of Nordia. But promoting someone who's only a major to the position of chief negotiator? Were they already treating the kingdom as a defeated nation and preparing to enforce coercive diplomacy? Just as Ivan furrowed his brows in displeasure, Daniel casually took off his winter coat. He brushed off the snowflakes clinging to his coat and let out a dry laugh. It seems the north isn't the most livable place. Snowfall even in midsummer. Clicking his tongue as he dusted off the last of the snow, Daniel approached the negotiation table. With a disarming smile, Daniel extended his hand toward Ivan. As you probably know, I'm Major Daniel Steiner. I'll be acting as the special envoy and chief negotiator for this meeting. I'm Ivan Alexei, Minister of Foreign Affairs for the kingdom. They exchanged a brief handshake before taking their seats at the negotiation table. Daniel placed his military cap and winter coat on the edge of the table and spoke. I heard the negotiations have already failed twice. While I can make some guesses, could you share the exact reasons? His tone was far more casual, as if they had gathered for a friendly conversation rather than to discuss matters of national importance. It was a stark contrast to the stiff attitudes of the previous negotiators. Believing this opponent wouldn't be easy to deal with, Ivan maintained his guard and responded. Because the Empire's demands are absurd. The Empire had not only demanded the cession of Nordia, a strategic stronghold, but also proposed changing the currency to the Empire's imperial marks and enforcing military restrictions. Had they stopped there, Ivan might have reluctantly agreed. However, the Empire had gone further, imposing excessive war reparations and calling for severe punishments against pro-war ministers and military leaders. If the ministers and generals were stripped of their positions, their replacements would inevitably be those loyal to the Empire. In effect, it was a declaration to turn the kingdom into a vassal state or puppet regime. For that reason, Ivan had rejected the Empire's proposals and advocated for continued resistance. Daniel, who was well aware of these circumstances, refrained from pressing the issue further. Instead, he simply opened his briefcase and began searching for a document. I understand your difficulties, Minister. That's precisely why I'm here to help alleviate them. Let me be direct. I want to work with you. After pulling out the document, Daniel set the briefcase down. You might be wondering what someone hailed as the Empire's hero is talking about, but that's a misunderstanding. I'm not particularly devoted to the Empire. In fact, I spend more time worrying about the kingdom and considering its position. You might as well think of me as an honorary citizen of the kingdom. Ivan remained silent, unsure of what Daniel's true intentions were behind such remarks. Seeing Ivan's hesitation, Daniel handed him the document he was holding. It's better to show my sincerity first. I'd like you to take a look. It wasn't easy to obtain this. Curious, Ivan accepted the document. As he read through it with a meaningful expression, his eyebrows twitched. This is a Class 2 confidential report from the Empire's Third Corps. Daniel's statement was true. The document was filled with detailed information about the Empire's troop deployments and operational plans. There was no room for doubt. Some of the operations detailed in the document were already known to Ivan through the Allied nations' intelligence network. But, reading this, it became clear that the intelligence the Allies had provided was merely the tip of the iceberg. In fact, the troop numbers listed here were double what the Allied nations had reported. And that could only mean one thing. Even knowing this, we wouldn't be able to stop them? The moment these operations were put into motion, the kingdom would face inevitable destruction. Ivan had once believed that the Allied nations would offer active support if the kingdom showed enough resilience to endure the Empire's invasion. Now, he felt like a fool for holding on to such hope. Staring blankly at the document, Ivan clenched his teeth in bitter realization. Those bastards from the Allied nations. They fed us false information from the start. It was now obvious they had intentionally downplayed the Empire's strength and strategy to keep the kingdom from surrendering prematurely, ensuring that it would continue to resist and bleed the Empire. And their promises to send reinforcements if we held the front lines? All lies. From the perspective of the Allied nations, the kingdom had never been anything more than a sacrificial pawn, a disposable piece on the chessboard, meant only to drain the Empire's resources before inevitably falling. Ivan's hands trembled as the weight of this betrayal sank in. Daniel, however, misread his reaction entirely. Is he feeling exhilarated? In the game, the kingdom always rejected the Empire's terms after 3 failed negotiations, choosing instead to fight to the bitter end. From the kingdom's perspective, obtaining this Class 2 confidential report from the Empire must have felt like a moment of triumph. Thinking that he had made progress towards securing an alliance, Daniel smiled. But just as he was about to speak, Ivan looked up and exhaled shakily. Does Daniel Steiner know everything about the kingdom's internal situation? Logically, it was the only explanation. He must have known that the kingdom had received manipulated intelligence from the Allied nations, and that was precisely why he had brought this Class 2 confidential report as leverage. He must have judged that exposing this information gap would give him the upper hand in negotiations. Daniel's tactics were flawless. Even when the kingdom had believed the Empire's forces were half their actual size, they had still chosen to resist. But now that the truth had been laid bare, fighting back was no longer an option. This isn't a war, it's a massacre. Ivan could already see it, the kingdom's soldiers being swept away by the Empire's overwhelming forces. The screams of the dying rang in his ears, filling him with guilt and despair. But even if he accepted the Empire's terms now, the kingdom's future would remain uncertain. Could he really condemn his people to live under imperial rule? But isn't that better than meaningless slaughter? Lost in agonizing thoughts, Ivan finally opened his mouth, his voice trembling. Major Daniel, I have just one question. If I refuse to take your hand here, what will happen to the kingdom? What Ivan wanted to know was the consequences of rejecting the Empire's proposal. Daniel, however, took the question at face value. As their thoughts ran along parallel lines, Daniel let out a low, quiet laugh. For some reason, to Ivan, that eerie sound felt like it belonged to the devil himself. You're asking a ridiculous question. What will happen to the kingdom if you don't take my hand? Minister, you already know the answer. Daniel's laughter vanished in an instant as his sharp gaze locked onto Ivan. It was like a wolf revealing its true nature. If you refuse my hand. Leaning forward slightly, Daniel lowered his voice just enough for Ivan to hear. The kingdom will vanish from the map forever. Ivan's pupils dilated as the words sank in. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his trembling hands betrayed his fear. Seeing his reaction, Daniel straightened up and stepped back from the table. Well then, do you have anything more to say? Despite Daniel rising from his seat, Ivan remained motionless. Slowly, he shook his head. Noting the gesture, Daniel gave a brief nod, picked up his military cap and coat, and turned toward the exit. Just as he was about to step outside, Daniel suddenly paused. Minister. Ivan remained silent, his body stiff with tension as Daniel spoke again, this time with a faint smile. Be sure to share my regards with the allied nations. With that, Daniel exited the tent. Only then did Ivan finally release the breath he had been holding and clutch his forehead. His vision wavered as hyperventilation took hold. It felt as if he had just escaped a conversation with the devil himself. As Ivan struggled to catch his breath, the entrance at the back of the tent opened, and his chief secretary entered. Concerned by Ivan's absence after the imperial envoy had left, the secretary had decided to check inside. Upon seeing Ivan's state, the secretary's face paled, and he rushed over. Minister. Ivan looked terrible. Kneeling beside the chair, the secretary peered up at him anxiously. Are you all right? Ivan shook his head. Tears welled up in his tightly shut eyes, and one rolled down his cheek. His Majesty must see the truth now. We can't win. His voice was barely above a whisper, fragile and broken, like a child consumed by fear. We can never defeat the Empire. The secretary couldn't hide his shock. The minister, who had stubbornly pushed for a fight to the death, had returned from the negotiation table utterly defeated in less than an hour. Uncertain of what to do, the secretary's gaze drifted to the empty chair across the negotiation table. What on earth did that man say? Clueless about the conversation that had taken place, the secretary could only feel lost in confusion. As soon as the negotiations concluded, Daniel returned to headquarters and reported to his corps commander, following protocol. During the process, the corps commander asked whether the negotiations had gone well, to which Daniel replied that he had done his best but felt it was still too early to predict the outcome. Later, Daniel spent the night at a hotel arranged by the corps. The next morning, he woke early and headed to the hotel's dining hall. He had gone for breakfast, but judging by the crowd, it seemed the hotel's food was surprisingly decent even at such an early hour. Scanning the room, Daniel noticed that most of the diners were field-grade officers. There were a few non-commissioned officers and junior officers present, but their numbers were relatively small. After all, accommodations in this hotel were reserved for high-ranking personnel or those deemed critical to the corps. Amid the chatter, Daniel caught snippets of praise for the food. Well, compared to field rations, even the worst hotel food would probably taste like heaven. It was a sobering thought. Eating hotel meals during wartime felt like an extravagant luxury. Sending silent apologies to the soldiers still suffering in the field, Daniel loaded his plate with a few items from the buffet and made his way to an empty table. As he approached, Sergeant Glendy and Lieutenant McCall, who were already seated and eating, turned at the sound of his footsteps. Both immediately stood up when they recognized him. Major Daniel, sir. Good morning, sir. Their enthusiastic greetings made Daniel flinch, and he turned to glance at them. The admiring looks they gave him only added to his discomfort. Feeling slightly awkward, Daniel deliberately placed his plate down at a table a little farther away from them. Good morning. But why do you both look so excited? Taking off his winter coat, Daniel asked the question, and Sergeant Glendy was the first to respond. Well, sir, isn't it obvious? We were originally assigned to one of the Corps' lower units, but now we're eating hotel food thanks to you? It's all because of your efforts, Major. I completely agree with the sergeant. Thanks to you, sir, we've built a solid record, and more than that, we're honored to serve the Empire. Their cheerful expressions and words of gratitude left Daniel feeling a pang of guilt. You won't be feeling honored for long. You'll probably end up facing a military tribunal. Daniel was already planning to defect to the kingdom with the help of their agents. And if a company commander like Daniel defected to the enemy, the officers under his command would undoubtedly be accused of complicity. They'd be subjected to endless investigations and trials before ultimately facing court-martial. Daniel could almost see their happy smiles contorting into despair, but he kept his thoughts to himself, nodding briefly before sitting down. Following his lead, Glendy and McCall also sat back down and resumed their meals. As he ate, Daniel's mind remained preoccupied with his escape plans. Sooner or later, the kingdom will make contact with me. The simplest method would be to use their intelligence agents, but considering how tightly guarded the headquarters was, it was likely they'd hesitate to act immediately. If that's the case, I'll have to wait until the Third Corps launches its full-scale assault. When the offensive began, much of the internal security at headquarters would be redeployed to the front lines. With artillery shells flying and tanks rumbling across the ground, it would be hard for anyone to stay composed. In the chaos of that battlefield, smuggling out a single person would be almost effortless. When the time comes, he planned to pretend to join the battle as part of the vanguard, then slip away to meet up with the kingdom's agents and defect. If he managed to enter the kingdom safely, the rest would unfold quickly. The kingdom is just a stepping stone for my final destination. Daniel intended to use the remaining confidential information as bait to negotiate with the allied nations' representatives hidden within the kingdom. Once I secure a safe route to the allied nations, I'll meet with their higher UPS and Daniel's demands were simple: permanent residency, a new identity, personal protection, and a modest amount of money. He wasn't worried about the deal falling through. Now, let's see. Should I aim for residency in Edria? Edria was a major power in the allied nations and held a permanent seat on the Security Council. At the moment, it seemed like the safest country, far removed from the devastation of war. Calidra, the one who effectively rules Edria, is sharp and calculating. That thought lingered in Daniel's mind. But there was one thing that troubled him. Lucy was also from Edria. He couldn't predict how she, someone who despised traitors, would react if she ever found out about his defection. Maybe another country would be better after all. While seriously considering his options, Daniel shrugged his shoulders. For now, escaping the Empire took priority, and these minor concerns could be sorted out later. Of course, in the worst-case scenario, the kingdom might take the confidential information and abandon him afterward. But Daniel wasn't too worried about that. From their perspective, I'm practically a VIP handing over classified secrets without any conditions. They'll see me as a valuable asset for future use. Popping a peeled shrimp into his mouth, Daniel smirked. That minister, Ivan, he's probably treating me like a savior by now. Regardless of appearances, it was only natural for a nation to covet an enemy staff officer willing to defect and share secrets favorable to them. Now it's just a matter of time. Feeling satisfied that everything was proceeding according to plan, Daniel resumed his meal with a contented smile. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Karl Peter Kraus had skipped breakfast entirely, absorbed in his work. If the negotiations failed, the Corps would need to launch a full-scale assault. He was meticulously reviewing the countless plans already prepared, from beginning to end. It was exhausting and tedious, but it was the best way to minimize casualties among his soldiers. Of course, achieving peace through negotiations would be ideal. But Karl Peter wasn't optimistic. It wasn't that he distrusted Daniel, the man recommended by his deputy chief of staff, Cedric Vendel. Rather, Karl Peter himself believed the Empire's demands were simply too unreasonable. Not even the elite military advisors who had accompanied earlier negotiations had been able to make progress. Pinning his hopes on Daniel seemed like a long shot. As long as the kingdom's resolve to resist remains firm, we'll have no choice but to resort to force. It pained him to think of the sacrifices that would result, but there was no avoiding it. Caught in his tangled thoughts, Karl Peter leaned back in his chair. Knock, knock. A sharp rapping on the door broke the silence. At the sound of the knock, Karl Peter opened his eyes and spoke. Come in. The door opened, and Lieutenant Colonel Karlfrin, his aide, stepped inside. For a moment, Karl Peter thought he might have brought breakfast, but Karlfrin's hands were empty. What is it? I'm busy, so get to the point. Karl Peter's words trailed off. Karlfrin's face was visibly pale, his expression shaken. Aide. Even as Karl Peter asked, there was no immediate response. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation, Karl Peter let out a low sigh. The kingdom must have sent word rejecting the negotiations. It can't be helped. His Majesty's orders are clear. If they refuse even the third warning, we proceed with a full-scale. No, sir. Karlfrin cut him off, causing Karl Peter's eyebrow to twitch. Interruptions were rare, and the break in protocol was enough to unsettle him. What do you mean? No, don't tell me. Karl Peter's eyes widened, an uncommon expression of surprise crossing his face. Did Daniel succeed in the negotiations? Swallowing hard, Karlfrin nodded. Yes, sir. According to the telegram we received this morning, the kingdom has agreed to comply with all of the Empire's demands. In addition, they've offered to cede Biggenheim along with Nordia. What? Karl Peter's mouth hung open in disbelief. Not only had the kingdom accepted the original terms, but they had even volunteered to cede Biggenheim, a city adjacent to the Empire? The same kingdom that had sworn to fight to the death? The nation that had bared its teeth and roared defiance was now wagging its tail like a frightened dog. They've completely broken. This is submission, plain and simple. Snapping out of his daze, Karl Peter turned to Karlfrin and asked, what exactly happened at that negotiation table? Do you know anything? Karlfrin hesitated, casting a wary glance at Karl Peter before speaking in a lowered voice. No one overheard the conversation, so the details are unclear. But when the kingdom's foreign minister Ivan was later asked about the meeting, Karlfrin paused before continuing cautiously. He said it felt as if he'd been speaking to the devil himself, wearing the mask of a man. A heavy silence fell between them. Hearing those words sent a cold chill down Karl Peter's spine, and for the first time, he felt sweat forming on his brow. Major Daniel. What exactly did he do in there? It was the first time Karl Peter had ever felt such fear at the success of his own ally.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.